realized that it was to take off the shyness in us and eventually build our confidence. Today, life has changed and is further changing due to integration of foreign values into our system. We tend to copy foreign ideas into our culture without thinking of the repercussions. Now here we are, unable to manage the consequences. While it is good to think global, it is equally imperative for us to act local. All hope is not lost. We can still change the narrative. It's never too late to stop this fastly to the precipice. We can have a cultural rebirth and a sound ethical orientation that will give us a nation, a better vision of a new day, a promising tomorrow that will outshine the good old days. We can do it. Yes, we can. Finally, I join the entire world to appreciate my dear brother, Shimori Badijo, and his team for this modest effort geared towards a greater tomorrow. And I wish and continue to wish them the best. Congratulations, Concrete Communications Limited team, for a brighter future in advance. Thank you.
None of the presidential candidates can match me, says Rabiu Kwankwaso, the presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP. And Southern hypocrisy will help Atiku Abubakar to succeed Buhari, political pundits have stated. Well, this is Plus Politics. I'm Mary Anacom. After the presidential primaries held by the People's Democratic Party, PDP, last weekend, which produced former Vice President Atiku Abubakar as the party's candidate for next year's election, political leaders in the South have been accusing the North of betrayal. Two Southern groups, the Pan-Niger Delta Forum, PANDEF, the Middle Belt Forum, have also led the charge. Now, just as the Southerners had begun to clamor for a Southern presidency, anti-zoning elements began to voice out their beliefs, even though it was this zoning formula that produced past presidents. The South is obviously not happy with the way things are as regards the zone and the next president, where he might come from. Who should they blame or hold accountable? Well, joining us to discuss this, Francis Chilaka and Segun Shopito, both are political analysts. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Ariane.
Great.
Good evening, Nigeria.
Great. Segun, I'm going to start with you. The Pan-Niger Delta Forum, the Middle Belt Forum, a lot of people, even in the Southwest, have continuously asked for zoning of party tickets to different parts of the South. In fact, they have just said, we need a Southern president. But then what happened over last weekend that produced former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has had many people speaking out against the People's Democratic Party, and again also speaking about the fact that Southerners may not necessarily be ready to produce a Southern candidate. But what are your thoughts, especially from what happened over the weekend last week?
Thank you once again. So, I don't think anybody that has been watching political events over the last decade or thereabouts would have been surprised by what happened on the weekend. I mean, it was expected. I don't think the PDP would have done anything else. I don't think any other candidate was ever going to take that ticket. And the reason is very, very simple. In spite of the sentiments about rotation, between the North and the South and what have you, we must remember that at the end of the day, the people that are involved in all of these calculations, and strategizing and all of that are politicians. And to them, the overriding interest is their own interest first. So, the emergence of Alhaji Atiku Abubakar was more about which of the candidates those politicians felt stood the greatest chance of defeating an incumbent government, regardless of whichever candidate that incumbent government or incumbent party eventually presents. So in the eyes of the delegates and what have you, they felt that regardless of the zoning arrangement, Atiku stood the biggest chance. That's not to say, that's without prejudice to the very show of shame that we saw with how money became a major factor. But observers will tell you that the money alone wasn't going to be enough. If money alone was going to do it, then Wike would have won. Governor Wike would have won because, the news is, the information is out there with regards to the dollars that were flying around and what have you. So, but money in itself was not enough. This was about interests, and I think that the interest of the People's Democratic Party, the guys that were making the decision, felt was best served by the emergence of Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, and that's what we saw play out.
But do you think that the reason why the PDP necessarily went for an Atiku, or the delegates, let's use the delegates now, not necessarily the PDP, allowed for the former vice president to emerge yet again? Did you think they were looking at mostly the likelihood of others not being able to withstand what the ruling party, or whoever the ruling party would be fielding, come this weekend? Could it have been about that? Could it be that they were afraid that maybe all of these other candidates did not have the kind of reach that the former vice president does have? And again, looking at the former vice president and all of the other presidential aspirants on the other different platforms of political parties, including the NNPP, and of course the ADC that also has at least 12 presidential candidates, in the running. Does Atiku really stand a chance, or do we see something, somewhat of a stalemate coming, down the line?
Yeah, so Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, remember, is a seasoned campaigner, is a seasoned warrior. And when you look at the field, if you look at the playing field right now, outside of the ruling party, there really isn't anybody that has his stature. And that's just the truth. He has run for the presidency numerous times, and he hasn't done particularly badly in spite of what you might want to call the baggage that appeared to have surrounded him, his person and his personality in those previous elections. He hasn't done too badly. So is it Governor Wike that you're going to present as the opposition candidate, or who? Which one? Is it Bukola Saraki, and all of those other people? Even a Kwankwanso, with the influence that he wields, that influence is limited, significantly limited to a specific region in the north. Once you step out of that region, he doesn't stand a chance. But if you look at Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, he's done it before. In 2011, he won votes all across all of the entire country. So yes, I think that the calculation was more about his chances in the polls against a ruling party that is incumbent and they'll have the machinery of state to support their candidature.
If what you just said, the last statement you made, is anything to go by, you're talking about the fact that the former vice president has run. In other words, he's been given an opportunity by the party. He was canvassed for by the party. In other words, they tried to make sure that he had likability across the board. And that's why he was able to, again, pick up that ticket. But then if we're looking at the Kwankwaso, or let's say Governor Wike, if they were to give those people an opportunity, don't you think they would also somewhat win that likability, being that, like you said, the PDP does have a structure across the country?
Well, yes, you could push that argument or that perspective maybe with the Kwankwaso, because he does have some, he's been around for a while. He has, allies across the country, in Lagos, in Southwest, maybe even to a very much lesser extent, maybe in the Southeast, and to a much lesser extent again, maybe in the South. So you could argue that yes, if a Kwankwanso gets the full support of the PDP, maybe he might also have not done too badly. But you cannot rule out the influence of the personality itself. Remember that the Nigerian political space at the moment is all about personality cults. We're not the institutions themselves really don't carry that much weight. And that's the reason, for example, why the APC, against all odds, went for a Buhari candidacy in 2015. It's all about the personality. So the Atiku personality, the fact that he's been a vice president for 2 terms, he's run for the presidency thereafter several times. I think this is the 3rd time, if I'm not mistaken. The fact that he, of course, is very, very well resourced. He has a huge war chest that the party itself will need to rely on, given that they are not in government at the moment. They don't have access to our resources, our commonwealth at the center. So yes, you might argue that maybe a Kwankwaso might have done fairly well, but he couldn't have done as well as Atiku did. And as far as I'm concerned, forget about the Wike candidacy. I think that was dead on arrival because, by virtue of the nature of the politics that the gentleman practices, he's not a very, very popular and likable person. Remember, look, if you look at Atiku, the guy is a very wily politician. He knows the right sound bites to issue in the right places. This guy has invested his life in building acceptance across board. So he's married a Yoruba woman, he's married an Igbo woman, and all of that. These were all strategic steps that he's taken over the years to sell himself to an entire country. You can't equate such a personality maybe with a Wike or even a Kwankwanso. So I think his sellability was a major factor in his emergence, at that convention more than anything else.
Now let's move from the PDP to the ruling party, the APC. We see, a lot is happening. A lot has even happened within the week leading up to the ruling party's primaries, which is coming up soon. We've seen a shift in date over and over again. Many pundits have said that the APC probably has too many candidates and they do not know which to pick. Some pundits would say that the APC was waiting to see who would emerge within the PDP before they were able to make a choice. But then we also have seen, let's come back to the South because we're talking about the South here. We've seen the Southern candidates in the APC. They seem to outnumber candidates from every other place. We're seeing more of them. But then would we see the same hypocrisy play out when it comes to the APC as to a Southern candidate emerging or holding that flag, come the primaries day for, the APC? Because many are saying that the South just is clamoring, but then when it comes down to it, we're not as supportive of one another as we should be. I would like for you to see if you agree or disagree with this.
I mean, look, before you that argument to the ruling party, you have to start that argument with the opposition party, the main opposition party, the PDP. The hypocrisy of our politicians is legendary in proportions. It rankles to the high heavens. So in one breath, over the last 2.5, maybe 3 years, as the elections drew closer, most of the Southern politicians, governors, the Governors Forum, the legislators, and the rest of them have been insistent that, power must come back to the South, right? Then the primaries come up, and there's quite a number of Southern candidates or candidates that you can sell in the South, but they didn't get the votes of the delegates from their own region, because that's the only way that Alhaji Atiku Abubakar would have defeated Governor Wike with the margin that he did. It means that a huge chunk of the people from the South voted for Atiku. And therein lies the hypocrisy. So on the one hand, yes, we're saying we want a Southern candidate, but when you now hold up that supposed desire against their personal interest, political and financial, we all know which one superseded and which one eventually took the day. So therein lies the hypocrisy there. Now, if you move that debate to the ruling party, it's even more, I think it's more complex because, like you've rightly said, the majority of the candidates that have emerged or that have indicated interest in the ruling party are from the South, right? So talking about the hypocrisy, one would have expected that, knowing fully well that at this moment, the opposition party has gone for an arrangement of pragmatism, and have gone for a candidate that can give the ruling party a good run for their money. One would have expected that the southern elements within the ruling party would align very quickly around one of them, and maybe the one that will stand the best electoral chance at the polls. But, maybe it's early in the day to talk too much about this because their primaries are around the corner. But if all the intrigues and all the stories that we've been hearing is anything to go by, it's probably going to be a very bloody battle. And there's going to be a lot of bloody noses at the end of primaries. I suspect that there's going to be a joker, So the recent statement by the president to the Governors Forum is probably an indicator that they're planning a joker of some sort. And it will take people that are highly connected to the corridors of power to know what that joker is likely to be. But
it takes me to something that I have been, tinkering on. Why the president should be the one to determine. I mean, we have governors, we have delegates. These are people that should have a right to decide whether it should be a consensus. And of course, correct me if I'm wrong, for a consensus to be sacrosanct, it has to be agreed by all parties that are involved. Even though the APC would say that consensus way would be the best way. But then we also see that we have big figures. We have people who are strong men, in quotes, within the party. And the interests, differ. I mean, let's start with the likes of the former governor of Lagos State, and then we have the vice president. We also have former governors. We have Erocha Sokorocha. We have so many of these people, including the Senate President, Lawan. And so these are very strong personalities. And you talked about, a joker. If what people have been saying, the pundits have been, talking about the fact that if the PDP goes with a northern candidate, then the ruling party might also want to go with a northern candidate in order to be able to, match them. But do you necessarily think that we as a country are at a place where we are looking at where you come from, or we're looking at who's able to steer the ship in the right direction?
The political situation in Nigeria at the moment and the considerations even of the suffering masses are sadly very mundane, for want of a better expression. So really, like you said, we should be looking at who's the best candidate for the job at this time. But that unfortunately appears to be a distant third or fourth consideration as far as these politicians are concerned, and as far as quite a large chunk of, even the voting public is concerned. People are more concerned about where somebody is from, where he should go, and all of those things, So it remains to be seen how this is going to play out. Between the candidacy of the former governor of Lagos and the current vice president, the current Senate president, and maybe a potential dark horse in the clergyman who has declared that God has shown him that he's number 16, President 16. We'll see how that plays out. I think probably those are the biggest contenders. Now, I doubt very strongly that the APC would make the political strategy error of presenting the Senate president just because it's from the North. And I say that because, again, just like I said with regards to Atiku Abubakar, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, Nigeria is still a country, our politics is driven by personality cults. strong men rather than strong institutions. This is a huge factor. Who is Ahmed Lawan in the political equation of Nigeria? He is a Senate president that is not particularly charismatic.
But he served in the National Assembly for at least 35 years. So that question of who is he?
Exactly. But that exactly is the point. For somebody who has been, more or less in the corridors of power as a public officer for that long, you would think that he would command more clout and more respect and more influence across board. Remember, the key factor here is that whoever is going to contest against Alhaji Atiku Abubakar at the moment must be able to swing influence across board, across the Niger and the Benue. So for me, the APC, I'm very, very sure, because politicians are very strategic creatures. I'm very sure they won't make that mistake. If the APC presents that gentleman, then very, very likely two scenarios. One, the PDP wins, or
Mr. Soputo, are you still there? I think we lost you for a second. Mr. Soputo, are you still there? I think that we lost that connection. Briefly, I'll try again. Mr. Soputo, can you hear me?
Oh, okay, yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, great. We lost you for a second.
Yes,
you were trying to say that it's either the PDP loses or what?
Yes. So if the APC were to make the strategic error of presenting the current Senate president, then what you would have is two possible scenarios. One, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar will win, by a significant margin. That's one. A second possible scenario that a lot of Nigerians will be hoping for is that the current movement, the current momentum that is gathering behind the candidacy of Mr. Peter Obi becomes a beneficiary, because, that gentleman is beginning to rustle feathers, there's a lot of, he has captured the imagination of the Nigerian. He has captured the imagination of the Nigerian. So if the two major parties don't play their cards right, Peter Obi is waiting in the wings to take the day. And I'm sure that the guys in the APC know this, and I'm sure they'll play their games right, regardless of whatever the conspirations about North and South dichotomy and what have you might be. But again, like I said, we have to wait to see how things play out in a couple of days.
Talking about ruffling feathers, let's look at the video that's been trending of the former governor of Lagos State. Some people would call it a meltdown of sorts while he was meeting with heads of government in the Southwest. He did make bold to say that he gave President Buhari the opportunity to lead the country. He also talked about Governor Dapo Abiodun. He talked about other people, that he made a way for. And some people would call that a sense of entitlement. And some would say that, well, he's saying that he has been a kingmaker and it's time for a kingmaker to be made king. What are your reactions to that video and the contents? Mostly said in Yoruba, obviously, but it was translated. Because you're Yoruba, I'm sure that you understood every bit of it. What did you make of it? Do you think that the former governor is sensing that there might, like you said, be a joker of sorts that might upstage him and other members of the party, or is there something else underneath?
So one of the strongest indicators that gave me personally as a keen observer of the process, and indeed somebody who is actually involved. I'm also involved in this process on behalf of the third force. We're trying to build consensus, build alliances, and build coalitions to give the two evil twin brothers a good run for their money. So as somebody who is involved in this process, listening to Ashwaju kind of made me smile, because first of all, to put that meltdown, like you called it, because it was a meltdown, to put that meltdown into context, you have to realize and recognize that this gentleman has his ears right on the walls of Aso Rock. Whatever is happening in those places, he hears about them. right? So for him to have come out to say those things, it was a cry of desperation. This was a man that has seen that things are not going his way, and is now throwing the kitchen sink. He's basically throwing tantrums at the president and reminding the president that you would not have been here today if it wasn't for me. Therefore, you must reciprocate. Therefore, you must know that it is my turn, and all of that.
Thank you for staying with us. Apologies for that break. We have been speaking about the zoning formula for different political parties, and of course, we have been speaking with Segun Sopitan, who's a political analyst, and he's of ACT Network. Segun, because we are almost out of time, quickly wrapping up now. I spoke earlier today with the presidential aspirants for the NNPP, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, on the mental readiness of the average Nigerian to embrace new political parties, other political parties other than the APC and the PDP. And he seemed to be very optimistic as to the fact that Nigerians are looking for something new. For someone who works with, social, you work with the... you work with NGOs, you work with people.
Civil society.
Yes, civil society. You are into voter education. Do you think that Nigerians have come of age to embrace other political parties and move away from the norm? In closing.
Yeah, Nigerians are very, very ready. From all of the feedback that we get from all the engagements that are ongoing, Nigerians are not just ready, like they're desperate. But you have to define what we mean by Nigerians when we say this, because Nigeria is a classic case of the tale of two cities. We have two Nigerias. We have the Nigeria of the downtrodden, very poor masses, in quotes, who really will do the bidding of their masters. And then you have the latent, dormant voters who have never really participated in the process because they are disenchanted, either because they believe their votes will not count or because they believe that whoever is going to emerge will not serve their interests, right? If we look at that second Nigeria, they're all desperate to see that third party, that third alternative, that third option emerge. So what needs to happen, what the likes of Malam Kwankwaso must recognize is that the only way that this will work, the only way that any of those parties, whether it's NNPP, whether it's Labour Party, whether it's ADC, any one of them, the only way they're going to stand any chance, the slightest of chances, and it will be a slight chance because we're talking about two behemoths that have been around since this Fourth Republic started. The only way they will stand a chance is if they align and they work together and they forget their personal interests. We cannot have two presidents. Kwankwaso cannot be president and Peter Obi will be president. Somebody must be president, somebody must be vice, and then others must be either ministers or members of the National Assembly. So if these parties can come together, then maybe, just maybe, there might be a chance.
Well, Segun Sopitan is a political analyst and he's of ACT Network. Thank you so much for being part of the conversation.
Always a pleasure, Maria. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for being part of the conversation. Well, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll discuss former Governor Rabiu Kwankwaso and, of course, the NNPP as he gets set to take over the party's flag come the National Convention. Stay with us. Former governor of Kano State and presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, Rabiu Kwankwaso, has stated that no one of the other presidential aspirants can match him in the upcoming elections. He added that the average Nigerian is looking for something new, and that is what the NNPP is bringing. He stated these and more earlier today when I had a sit down with him. Let's take a listen. It's good to have you join us, Senator.
Thank you very much.
So, I mean, I'm sure people have asked you so many questions about why you have chosen to leave the PDP and become the NNPP's candidate to run for presidency, but that's on the side. We've seen many people, break into groups and call themselves third forces, and the NNPP has also been identified as one. So I think my curiosity is, what does the NNPP have that will make it so formidable to be a third force against the two major political parties?
Thank you very much. On the first question of why I decided to leave the PDP, is very simple. You see, I was part of the formation of PDP right from the beginning in 1998. 1999, I was governor of Kano State. And I have been there until 2014, when it was very clear to me and many Nigerians that PDP had actually derailed from the PDP we formed in 1998. Even though at that particular time, the main issue was to kick out the military. But we started very well under Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, and for the 8 years he was president, I was governor for 4 years and Minister of Defense for the remaining period. And when we noticed the issue, we thought there was need for change. And when the idea of progressive people across the country to come together and form a formidable group to bring change and therefore bring progress to the country, I joined them. And at the end of the day, we were able to succeed by way of bringing this government in 2015. Unfortunately, along the line, we realized that the party, the APC itself, became even worse than the PDP. And therefore, we had no choice other than to come to a better place at that particular time, just before 2019. Now, when I was there in the PDP, I realized again that the operators did not change at all. In fact, if anything, they became worse than I left them. And that was why we started talking to our friends across the country, people of like minds, people who are angry with what is happening today in this country in terms of leadership. And of course, we are angry with the PDP itself, believing that they would change, and they didn't change. And that was why we muted the idea of getting a platform that will actually reflect our own ideology, reflect our own dream about this country. Our dream is simple. We want to see a very united Nigeria. We want to see good governance. We want to see people of good credibility in government at all levels. And we want the progress of this country. And therefore, we came together and we intended to register our own party. Unfortunately, the INEC was not ready to register any party before the 2023 election. That was why we looked around and got a party, the New Nigeria People's Party, which was registered 21 years ago. And from the name and what we saw in terms of the constitution and all other things of the party, we believe that that was the sort of party that we would have even registered ourselves. So we came together and formed a group, the National Movement, which was launched sometimes this year in Abuja. And then from there, when we go to the party, we moved into it. And I'm so happy that today the NNPP had its congresses in all the wards of this country, in the local governments, in the states, the zone, and of course we had our convention on 30th March of this year. Now we are in the process of selling forms for those who want to contest elections, State Assembly, House of Reps, Senate, governorship, and even presidential. And we have gone very far. In most states, that was being completed. And in other states, very few other states, we are working on the issue of the congresses that will complete the entire process of selling the forms and choosing or selecting or electing our own candidates for the party. So we are so happy that today we have people of like minds who are together. And I have no doubt in my mind that there are millions and millions of Nigerians today who think in our own direction, meaning that the two parties have failed us, and therefore we have to get a better platform that will reflect this situation that we find ourselves, especially as it relates to the issue of security, economy, and of course the education, infrastructure, and so on and so forth. So we are so happy that we are together with the young men and women across the country and all people of goodwill.
How sure are you that Nigerians have come of age to be able to embrace any other party outside of the PDP and the APC? I ask this because the NNPP, before you came, I'm glad that, you have the Kwankwasia movement, which has been, formidable for a long time. But how easy is it going to be for you to change the mindset of the average Nigerian voter to embrace the NNPP, for you to be that third force indeed? Of course, Nigerians are in need of something new, but how do you get them to embrace it?
Well, I'm happy to say that Nigerians have already done that. Within a very short period of time, in fact, within 3 months, we are able to register millions and millions of Nigerians across the country. In just 3 months, we are able to do our congresses and convention. In just 3 months, we are able to fill almost all the vacancies, all the positions that are supposed to be contested in 2023 election. And you can see anywhere we go, we have people calling, we have people talking, we have people supporting our party. And don't forget, we have now about 9 months from now to election. This is early June, I think it's the 3rd of June today. And we're talking of 25th of February next year for the election. We have never had this sort of luxury of time after our convention. Before now, we were having our conventions toward the end of the year. And early in the year, we have, within 2-3 months maximum, we have our general elections. But now, I can tell you, Nigerians will come to know, will come to understand more about the movement. And I'm happy you mentioned the issue of Kwankwasia and even the national movement, who are working together, and they are all members of this NNPP and many other people of goodwill, those who believe that we need to have a united Nigeria, we need to have capable hands to lead this country, because everybody believes that we have all these issues, all these challenges on the ground because of lack of good and capable leadership.
Talking about the Kwankwasia movement, I'm always curious because some movements can be for personal interest, and the average Nigerian is supposed to be your objective here as someone who's running to be the president of the country. Nigerians have for a long time looked for a president that had them at heart, and I'm guessing that that's why you're running. So I'm asking, for the Kwankwasia movement, what's the youth participation like? Because again, 80% of Nigerians, if not 75%, are young people. We have a very youthful population. What are you intending to do to also engage that huge population?
Yes, I'm happy to say that all the opportunities that I had in the past we have demonstrated very clearly to all the young men and women that our ideology, our projects and programs were always geared towards the good of the young men and women, and of course the needy. We have done that, especially when I was governor of Kano in 1999 to 2003, and when I was governor again in 2011 and 2015. In between, I held positions of senator, held position at NDDC, because I represented Northwest Political Zone in the NDDC. Before that period also, I was in the House of Reps as Deputy Speaker, House of Reps in 1992, and so on and so forth. So over the years, we were able to convince the young men and women. And that was why you find that Konkosia is being embraced by everybody, especially the young men and women, because they know us very well. They know and they believe that if we have opportunity, we will even do better. So we have no problem of the issue of young men and women. They have already taken positions in our movement of Konkosia. But now we are even talking of the NNPP, which is a political party, which many other people who are not necessarily Konkosia or Konkosia members who are put to red cap. In fact, even before we joined the NNPP, the vast majority of people in this country believe in what we are preaching over the years. Many people, and most of them are not even put to red cap, but they have the Konkosia at heart. They believe that this country requires a very positive change, not the change that we had in 2015.
I asked that question because you and I obviously know what's happening in the Northeast, in the Northwest now, and most of the perpetrators of these acts of violence and terrorism are young people. I remember the last time I spoke with Sheikh Gumi, and he spoke about the fact that these young people are not being engaged, and that's why they're being, taken by these terrorists. So when you become president, if you become president, what would you do that has not been done? What do you see that can be done to deal with the insecurity, the level of insecurity that we're facing in 2022? Because it seems to be a different case in 2021, and of course this year it's a lot worse. The freshest, which is the train bombing, we still have those people in captivity, and of course the Methodist prelate who was also captured, who has regained his freedom, and he said succinctly that security agencies and the government did not help.
Yes, you see, the present administration, which started in 2015, actually missed many steps. They made some obvious mistakes. One is a government, one has to get the politics right. Once you miss that, many other things are likely going to go wrong. I'm sure I remember that this administration missed an opportunity to form government for almost 6 months. And that was a big mistake. And even when they formed the government, people were shocked because people believed that they would get better members of the cabinet. But in any case, it was formed after 6 months. And if you are in government at state level, even at national level, you have to carry all members along. And of course, not only members of your party. You need to carry everybody along in that constituency, either a country or in a state. So one has to get the politics right so that you can have maximum support of the people from top to bottom. If you miss that, then it affects other places. For example, if you alienate members of the society, the end product is always that the security themselves want the cooperation of the people. And if the people are not taken on board, they will find it very difficult, really, to give the required information, which is terrible in that case, in terms
So you're
of...
saying that people don't trust the government and security agencies?
Well, that's what is happening now, to the extent that everybody, in fact, most people in those affected places know the bandits. They know where they are today. And of course, mistrust has been created between the people and even the security agencies, to the extent people fear that if they bring any information, that may likely affect them negatively, because people claim that there are similar cases in the past where people gave information and the bandits themselves came after those people. So government has to create good relationship, create confidence between the government itself and the people. And that will reflect in other agencies like the security agencies themselves, and so on and so forth. And lack of getting the politics right also affect the economy in many ways. And that's why you find that so many things went wrong in the area of economy. Many people are not investing in the economy. So also people coming from abroad to invest in Nigeria also find it difficult to come in. And the government is not coming with a conducive environment for even the businesses themselves, to the extent that if you go out, you hardly see good economic activities, especially in the area of construction industry. So there are many issues, and all these issues put together are causing all these negative things: the issue of security itself, the issue of economy, and of course other vices that we see or that we mentioned in Northeast, in Northwest, and even across the country, where people, the young men, are taking arms against Nigerians. And that is why people believe that now we need a very formidable leadership, very capable leadership that can come and unite the country. Not as we see today, things are falling apart. Now we are in a situation where you hear people saying, oh, these ones are this tribe, those ones are that tribe.
You quickly played into my next question, because I was going to ask. I was interviewing the secretary of the Northern Elders Forum, and the doctor specifically said, I remember, that we need to phase out the old set of politicians, saying that, I want to quote him directly, that these politicians are responsible for the divisions that we have, whether they be ethnic, religious, or even political. What do you have to say about that?
No, phasing out the politicians is not the best. The old politicians, as you mentioned. You see, this time around, people have to look at the track record of all the politicians that are aspiring to go into positions, especially the executive arm of government, because that is probably the most important arm of government out of the three. Because if you get that one right, other two are certainly going to be good also. So I think that's what to require. We don't, this is not the time really for us to go and start any experiment. With some of the young men and women that we have seen taking power, especially at state level, some of them were a huge disappointment. People.
There are some who have been who have also done well. I mean, I think that Nigerians took a chance on your set of politicians, so why can't they take a chance on the young set of people? And most of them have worked for the old sets of politicians.
That's what I'm saying. We have seen across the country, especially now, that we have many young men that are governors across the country. But you hardly see anyone that you can really call a very good example of youth taking power. So I believe that people should look for somebody who is strong enough to do the job, healthy enough to do the job, but experienced enough, somebody who has gone through what one can call a good governance over the years. That's why I think it's a matter of choice. And I'm so happy and glad to tell you that most Nigerians today have decided on what they are likely going to do in 2023.
Okay. Finally, let's go back to party politics. We've heard about lots of mergers. I spoke to your party national chairman who alluded to the fact that there was not going to be a merger between you and the Labour Party. We saw those mergers. But is the NNPP still open to a merger of sorts to empower and, build the muscle of the third force?
Yes, you see, we are very comfortable with our position today. Within 3 months, we are able to be where we are. Today, we have a national party that has leadership at all levels. Today, we have a national party that is not only in one region or in one zone.
It is strong enough to defeat the APC and the PDP.
Oh, yes. You see, let me tell you, most Nigerians, if you ask them out there, they will tell you that people are not too keen about party. And for us in NNPP, we had even wanted Nigerians to be keen about the party. Why? Because everybody knows that the two parties have failed. And therefore, if you take it from the party point of view, if they have failed, now people will go for the third force you mentioned, which certainly, by all standards, going by the quality of the leadership everywhere in this country, is the third force. Even though, on the other hand, we believe, even as of today, you'll be surprised if there is election today, if Nigerians are allowed to vote, you'll be surprised that most people will vote for NNPP because they want change. People are not comfortable with the status quo. And it is only people who believe that what is happening is good enough for them to continue would go and vote for PDP or even the APC itself. So we are comfortable as we stand today, but I can tell you the graph of NNPP is rising in the last 3 months. So we have another 9 months, and I can assure you that most Nigerians will be happy with the party and will be very happy also with the candidates that we are going to field in 2023.
Before I go, let me just push you one more question. Looking at the candidates that are being fielded, the PDP has already done its primary, so you know who the party's flag bearer is. But then, of course, the ruling party has so many presidential candidates, and we've seen the shifts in dates, but this weekend will determine. Does anybody on the list of people that I've mentioned pose a threat to you politically?
Not to my knowledge. You see, we are happy that PDP has done its own convention. We now have everybody now knows the presidential candidate. Very soon, I'm sure the APC will have to stop moving the goalpost, and they have to bring somebody. And I can tell you, all those that are contesting, most of them, if not all of them, are people that I know very well. And I can assure you that I don't see how any one of them can match the candidate of the NNPP. But in any case, I'm sure one of these days, when we have the candidate also from there, and all other parties for that matter, we'll have time to present ourselves to Nigerians, and Nigerians will make a choice, even though, as I told you, most people have already made up their minds on what to do.
Okay. Well, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso is the presidential aspirant on the platform of the NNPP. It's been a pleasure having this conversation with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a pleasure.
All right. Well, it's been Plus Politics. I am Mary Ann.
Nothing will happen to Okorocha. It's all about the administration of impunity. Okorocha will play the script by the time he comes out of EFCC confinement. He'll probably withdraw his candidacy like a good boy. And he would, of course, like every other one, once he recants, we've heard it from Adam Oshiomhole. Join us and you are immune. He's one of the foundation members of APC, so how can anyone expect that anything will happen to him? All that you are saying is that in the moment, he is required to act in a manner that is inconsistent with his own choices. And when he finally understands that he has to play according to the script, they will pat him on the back. He will go back to the chambers of the Senate. That was the Senator of the Federal Republic.
It's unfortunate that the same Southern elders who are clamoring for power to be brought back to the South fail to have a mechanism of calling those people they were elected as governors from the Southern states to come and stand by and do that which we have told the people of the South that they will do.
So are you insinuating that the Southern governors, are you saying that Southern governors didn't?
It crossed the length and breadth of this nation. And it was clear there was an accepted candidate, not for the stepping down of Samoa in that election when the process had begun. NYC Wike was cruising to victory. Even Atiku himself confirmed it. Even his supporters and followers have to go, especially the last time Samoa, who came up to go votes and told the people to turn their votes to Atiku Abubakar. So that's what changed the narrative.
Let me affirm the position of the National Working Committee of the party and the president. They're very clear that former President Jonathan is named by and carrying men of progressive movements.
But the Bayelsa State
He has not submitted.
APC had said that he has been a
Never
member of
did
the
the Bayelsa
party.
APC say so.
It was
It
reported.
was a creation of social media. They never said so.
Interesting.
That's one. Two, he did not purchase the APC presidential nomination form, did not submit same, has not presented himself for screening. And so there is no way that those foundational things are not in place. You expect him to emerge as candidate of the APC. That would be the greatest, I don't want to call it of the century. I don't want to call it 419 or that would be the seventh or ninth wonder of the world, or in the world of politics.
But how do you plan to defeat these parties who tell you they have more structures, they've been in power for so long, and they know the politics of Lagos? How do you tend to break through? And why did you, again, choose the ADC?
Okay, simple. Give people what they want, and they'll do what they need to.
Which is, what do you think that Lagosians want?
People say, look, I don't have, who am I going to vote for? That's a very, very simple question that we've not been able to answer, that we have refused to answer, up to now, because the voter isn't dumb, all right? The voter has already shown that they do not like what is on offer. You don't go to a restaurant and they shop something, they only tell you that there's 2 items on the menu. You walk out of it, right? So, but if you go into the restaurant and then they wise up and they realize that they need to give you a very nice entree, then you choose what fits you. Lagosians have not had the opportunity to really look at what they want. So I'm presenting myself as that nice, caring guy next door who really wants to see Lagosians get what they truly deserve and what they want.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to. Good evening, I am Messi Bopo. This is the news update. Suspected terrorists have blown up St. Francis Catholic Church in Owo, the headquarters of our local government area of Ondo State. Emerging reports suggest that many worshippers have died and several others have been left injured following the explosion at the church, which is situated close to the palace of Olowo Owo of Owo. At the time of this report, the authorities are yet to give detailed statement regarding the development. The police are expected to give a brief within the hour. We'll bring you subsequent report in our bulletin. Less than 24 hours to the All Progressive Congress APC presidential primaries, the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, Commissioner of Police Babaji Sunday has approved massive deployment of officers in and around the city to ensure a hitch-free event. The Eagle Square venue of the APC primary, according to the police, would also witness tight security. The CP also said deployment is also characterized by heavy visibility policing, as it would be witnessed at various traffic control points to aid free flow of traffic, stop and search, vehicular and foot patrol, among others. President Muhammadu Buhari has asked delegates of the All Progressive Congress to choose the best from the aspirant vying for presidential seat. In his words, unquote, "Let me remind you that our choice of flag bearer must be formidable, appealing to the electorate across board, and should command such ability to unify the country and capacity to address our critical challenges." End of quote. The president had met with the aspirant vying for presidential seat at the State House, Abuja. During the meeting, he told the aspirant to hold consultation and come up with formidable candidates before the party holds its primary elections between June the 6th to the 8th, 2022. This is according to a statement from his media aide, Femi Adesina. The national chairman of the APC, Abdullahi Adamu, has said the party is not happy with the outburst of Bola Ahmed Tinubu in Abeokuta. He said Tinubu might be sanctioned by the party. Adamu also said the party has appealed the judgment in favor of statutory delegates, meaning they will not participate in the upcoming presidential primary. He made the comment while speaking with reporters at the APC National Secretariat in Abuja on Saturday.
In the course of his address, he went as far as to go off his own issue of address to mention what happened between him and Buhari, our president, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. He went as far as to tell his audience how President Muhammadu Buhari went to him on several occasions, up to 3 occasions, and some instances even prostrating in tears, begging him to endorse him and to support him for the presidency of the Republic of Nigeria. He claimed Buhari went to him both in Lagos and in Kaduna several such occasions. And the wordings, even though in Yoruba, we have a lot of people who speak Yoruba, who are Yorubas, not just speaking, but who are Yorubas. And the interpretation, what is more than negative, to say the ordinary say negative, but it's more than negative, is very, very, very insulting. It's very, very unbecoming for a person of that standing to do what he did for a sitting president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a president that was produced by the votes of APC, our own. Though as a president, he belongs to everybody, every Nigerian. But the fact of the matter, the platform APC threw him up to that office. And it's a bit amazing how a fellow APC person will make those kind of comments in those kind of circumstances about the president. We take exception to this. We take exception to this. And it does not show any appreciable level of respect for the office of Mr. President and for the person of Mr. President Muhammadu Buhari Jisifar. Therefore, without any equivocation whatsoever, we want to make it public that we are saddened by what we saw in the video, in that reportage, and we condemn it in the strongest of terms. I do hope that we'll never ever see this kind of thing again on the screens, either in the social media or on our television or hear that kind of thing on our radio or any public appearance by anybody, or particularly those who are of the APC extraction, to make those kind of unbecoming comments. Yes, between yesterday, particularly this morning, we saw some efforts to retract, but that effort is not adequate. If it was sincere, it's not in-depth enough. It doesn't wipe out the impression, the negative impression, that event has left in our minds.
President Muhammadu Buhari has joined Christian leaders all over Nigeria and beyond to celebrate with the founder and general superintendent of the Deeper Life Christian Ministry, Pastor William Folarunsho Kumuyi, on his 81st birthday, June the 6th, 2022. President Buhari extolled him for his dedication to soul-winning, preaching of the gospel and counseling, which has transformed many lives and left an indelible mark on the growth of the nation. The president noted that the contribution of a Deeper Life Christian Life Ministry, which started as a Bible study group by Pastor Kumuyi, who was then a lecturer, to the spiritual and moral development of the country, with testimonies in education, health, road, water supply, and provision of scholarship to the less privileged. And to other parts of Africa, West African heads of state put off further punishing the leaders of Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso at the regional summit Saturday, as school leaders in all three countries continue to insist that it will take years before new elections can be held. President of ECOWAS Commission, Jean-Claude Cassi, said the 15-nation regional bloc will convene again on July the 3rd before determining if further sanctions will be implemented in the three suspended member states. Saturday's meeting marked the regional bloc's latest attempt to pressure military leaders in three African countries to restore constitutional order and bring about democratic elections. Co-leaders in each of the three countries have proposed timeframes for political transition that are substantially longer than what the regional bloc has demanded.
The authority asked the mediator to finalize the negotiation, the discussion with the Malian authorities that will allow the gradual removal of the sanction, the economic and financial sanction that were imposed. So, and also the authority decided that they will really re-examine again this issue, very important point, next month, early next month, in July 3rd, during the ordinary summit. And also, summit noted that despite the effort of the Malian military security forces, which have made a lot of action to gain some ground, the security situation is still very challenging. So the summit called on all the international partners to increase the support to Mali in terms of humanitarian support particularly. We need to pursue discussion to find a solution on an acceptable timetable, and that they will review the matter at the next meeting early July 2022. And they also decided to appoint as a mediator former President Mahamadou Issoufou, former President of Niger, Republic of Niger, to work as a mediator in the case.
Outside Africa, royal fans don shower caps and big bags to protect themselves from the typical British weather as they waited patiently from the Platinum Jubilee pageant by Buckingham Palace. Britain's 4 days of celebration to mark Queen Elizabeth's 70th years on the throne concluded on Sunday with the pageant through central London, with tens of thousands of people expected to take part in nationwide street parties. Sunday's forecast predicted light wind and rain, but the grey sky and measles did not appear to have dampened anyone's mood on the Mall of Boulevard. Singer Ed Sheeran and more than 100 national treasuries ranging from former soccer player Gray Lineker to children's TV puppet Basil Brush will join military bands, performers and dancers in the parade through the capital.
So these are just Union Jack shower caps. The weather's not quite great today, so they're just in case, but they're also in the spirit of everything. No, I think everyone's going to have great spirits. I mean, we've been here since 5:30 and we're ready to be here, rain or shine.
I brought my Union Jack pack, so I'll be fine. We'll... Yeah. Well, basically, I knew it would be cold. And so I thought to myself, how can I keep myself warm? And the idea is put the dustbin bag on underneath my jacket. No one can see it, but I'm toasty and warm. That's the idea.
And the crown will protect you from the rain?
It will do, but if it rains too hard, I might put it back in the bag, so I want to keep it.
The weather is good, eh? It's part of it. Yes. This is England, so can't expect much better.
Police say 3 people have been killed and 11 others wounded late Saturday in the U.S. city of Philadelphia after multiple shooters opened fire into a crowd on a busy street. The nighttime barrage marked the latest mass shooting to jolt the United States, a country in the grips of gun violence epidemic that shows no sign of abating even as lawmakers scramble for ways to reduce the carnage that's already claimed several thousand American lives in 2022. Philadelphia Police Inspector D.F. Pass told reporters that 2 men and a woman were killed, adding that officers responding to the incident observed several active shooters shooting into the crowd. Numerous officers patrolling the popular nightlife area were already on the scene when the first shoots were heard. A police deployment that Pass described as standard for area on summer weekend nights.
Police who were on patrol on South Street heard numerous gunshots coming from the 200 block of South Street. Police were already on location and they observed several active shooters shooting into the crowd. One of the officers observing an active shooter discharged at that individual that was an active shooter. It's unclear at this time whether that individual was struck or not. There are at least 2 guns that have been recovered from the scene, one with an extended magazine. At this time, as a result of the shooting, we have numerous shell casings throughout the 200 block and 300 block of South Street.
A massive fire has swept through an inland container depot in southeastern Bangladesh, killing at least 32 people and injuring more than 150 officials. Video footage show that fire broke out at the container facility on Saturday night in Sitakuda, 40 kilometers from the port city of Chintakung. It has triggered a huge blast and multiple container explosions subsequently at the site. Firefighters are still scrambling to put out the fire on Sunday noon as chemical-fueled containers are still exploding. Residents say the explosion shook the neighbors and the neighborhood and shattered glasses of windows of nearby buildings. And that's a news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Subscribe to YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa, Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Mercy Bopo. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment on winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Peptic ulcer disease is the disease of, not exactly disease, a condition, a clinical condition where there is an ulceration, meaning a wound in the stomach. Peptic, coined from the name peptic acid. Peptic acid is found in the gastric. So sometimes you hear gastric ulcer, you hear peptic ulcer. They're not physically different. They are just relating to the stomach. The only other different type of ulcer is duodenal ulcer, which is just the next organ after the stomach, all right? The stomach, which is the sac that contains food, also contains gastric acid or peptic acid that helps to break down protein. The word peptic there is directly related to protein, okay? So it helps to break down protein. But over time, there could be hypersecretion of this acid that could now cause a breakdown in the walls of the stomach. Now, the stomach walls originally contains mucous membranes or mucosa that prevents this acid from eating up the stomach lining. For some reasons, again, this mucous membrane could also be reduced or absent and further allowing this acid to eat up the stomach. And when this happens, you come down with what you call the peptic ulcer disease. Peptic ulcer disease can be caused by a couple of things. One of them is stress. During stressful moments, there is a hypersecretion of acid, right? Just to break down the food in it. It's natural. In the whole body, when you're stressed, the body metabolic rate is increased and intensified, and you have many activities going on. Carbohydrates is broken down, more proteins are broken down, fatty acids are broken down to provide one major thing, which is glucose, to allow you to think, send glucose to vital organs. One of them is the brain, the other is the eye, the other is the heart. All these organs, want to function optimally. Now, the gastric juice is also enhanced to break down any food in your body. So that's why if you just ate and you get into very major activity, not long after you'll be looking for the food. Or if you're chewing gum, because those are signs of stress. Now, so stress is one of them. But then when you try stress in an empty stomach, recurrently, you are giving room for this acid to act on the walls of your intestine. The second major cause of peptic ulcer disease is a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. Helicobacter pylori is a very dangerous bacteria because, a bacteria that dwells in acid, I really don't know what you want to do to that bacteria, but basically, it stays there and it eats up the lining of the intestine, all right? So this is one of the implicative factors for those who are positive for ulcers. One of the third causes is the use of drugs, certain drugs, or certain chemical substances that are erosive, caustic soda. One of that one is some of all these drugs you buy on the road, you just ingest them, you swallow them anyhow, especially pain relievers. That's why you don't just go out to take pain relievers just anyhow. They affect the stomach, and of course they potentiate, because what they do is they inhibit that mucous membrane I talked about that prevents the acid from getting on the stomach, and then they remove it. And you see, you have the acid, the direct contact, and then you have some ulceration, wounds in your stomach, and it can get so bad that by the time those wounds get then straight to a vessel, it ruptures the vessel, and then you have bleeding. So you have people bleeding sometimes, all right? And then one other cause is a genetic factor. So sometimes ulcers can be genetic, all right? It's called the Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, where the vagus nerve that supplies the intestine is hyperstimulated, and so you have excessive secretion of acid. And listen, this is specific for certain people, okay? Just the way some people sweat more than other people, just the way some people, eat more than the other people. Some people produce saliva more than other people. You can also produce gastric acid more than other people. Well, the word is try to eat recurrently. Don't fast every time. If you're fasting, let it be clear that you're fasting, okay? And you want to fast guidedly, okay? Maybe with your doctor. You like to see your doctor first and be sure that you're good to go, okay? If not, you don't do it recurrently, okay? What other things can you do to prevent it? Yeah, irrational use of drugs. Don't just take drugs because you see them. Don't drink chemicals easily. The use of alcohol potentiates it. Regular intake of alcohol exposes you to possibilities of coming down with peptic ulcer disease. Now, one other thing is ingestion of diet. What kind of food should you do? High levels of acid containing diet should be minimized. All right. Sometimes you see people taking all kinds of concussions, herbal concussions. You are exposing yourself to great dangers. Okay. When you do all kinds of acid containing meals or diet, lime, you're trying to mix lime and ginger, and you're trying to lose weight, but you are potentiating something else. So it's important that you are careful what you are mixing, prevent it. You don't have to take excessive protein diet. Some people like to take roasted meat, for example, what we call suya locally. You do a lot of suya and you do a lot of alcohol. that can potentiate peptic ulcer disease for people. So prevent it by reducing this type of foods. Try not to take a lot of carbonated drinks. Alcohol dropped drastically. Water is very important. And before you do some of these things, please eat right. All right, eat your balanced diet. Don't skip meals. For basic treatments, you just get to meet your doctor who would prescribe the drugs for you. But you're not supposed to eat heavy foods, but just eat in bits. All right. So you wake up in the morning, you want to sometimes do alkalinized water and then a slight breakfast. Not anything acidic. A balanced diet is fine. If you must go for a fast, then tell your doctor. Major symptoms, remarkable symptoms of peptic ulcer disease is that you have painful sensation here on your upper stomach. Many times that gets you to the back. Many people have diagnoses of peptic ulcer disease, which are really not peptic ulcer disease. So they come up to the hospital and say, they say I have ulcer. And I say, who said? And they say, well, my auntie said, or my uncle said. No, you have to have a diagnosis of peptic ulcer disease. And one of them, like I said, is a test of H. pylori. The other test is, which is usually the gold standard. There's URABRET test, one of the tests, but the gold standard is an endoscopy, where you get to see the internal organ and be sure that there's a wound there. And this usually happens when there's bleeding, from the mouth or from the anus. All right. Other symptoms, like I said, is bleeding. You have bleeding. So you don't just have pain, pain that spans from this upper stomach down to the back. So it feels like a dagger piercing through you, down to the back. It's characteristic of that. Okay. Especially worsened when you've not eaten or when you just ate. The moment you take in food, you feel that sharp pain that, wanes for a while. So food affects the pain. Okay. Of course, bleeding is one of the side effects, one of the symptoms of peptic ulcer disease, bleeding, either from the mouth, just see slight trace of blood, or from the anus. One more thing is the heartburn. You feel that constricting pain, heartburn. Then lastly, there are few other symptoms, but one of the remarkable symptoms is a headache. You have a persistent headache that can be called a migraine. Not necessarily a migraine, but many people just say, oh, it's a migraine, but it's not. You notice that headache coincides with when you have the stomach pain, or it precedes the stomach pain. Now, that is a kind of symptom of a peptic ulcer disease. Usually, it's said that some of the brain cells, have some mimicking cells that look like the ulcer cells. So whenever the ulcer is firing, or whenever the gastric acid is firing, you have the same firing occurring in the brain, and you have that headaches. Whenever you have it, you need to treat properly for peptic ulcer disease.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Antonia Oshili, and on today's show, we have 3 interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First is Mr. and Mrs. Ladeinde's children dedication, which took place at the Citadel Global Community Church. Plus TV Africa was there to cover the joyous event.
The Ladende family dedicated the triplets at the Citadel Global Community Church with singing and dancing. Ilerioluwa, Erioluwa, and Irioluwa are the first set of children of Temidola and Kayode Ladende after 12 years of marriage.
I want to thank God for everybody, the church in the house. 12 years.
The officiating pastor prayed for the family as the church rejoiced with them.
This is a testimony from the Lord, and it is just the tip of the iceberg. The testimonies have become an encouragement for so many people, trusting God for the fruit of the womb and every other thing. God who did it for you, will do it for them in Jesus' most precious name. Amen.
The church dedication was followed by a reception where the family continued celebration with friends and family. The couple shared their 12-year journey of waiting to have their children.
Many people are counting 12 years, but for us, it is actually 12 times 12. Because for every month, we were aiming to be pregnant. Do you know what that means? So on our coast, we were flying from Port Harcourt to Lagos. This woman was flying from Port Harcourt to Lagos just to achieve pregnancy. So you know what 12 times 12, 144 months of saying, let it happen, let it happen, let it happen, and finally it happened. One unique thing about how it happened, because everything I'm telling you, there are enough proofs. If you get to our bedroom, you will see 3 teddy bears. Those teddy bears were bought almost 7 years ago. 7 years ago. 3 lovely teddy bears. So every day we know that this day is going to come to pass. The rooms were built for 2 boys, 1 girl.
Yes, we held on to the word of God several times, but it was not easy. You know, someone said it another time that they waited for 3 years. And every month, when Yoruba said it is Ibanuje Oshoshi, as in, it's a monthly sorrow. It is. Young ladies that
that are indulging and enjoying sexual relationship. I mean, you're happy when your period comes as in, this month, okay, as in the pill worked or whatever I did worked. And it didn't, you know. But when you get married, that's when you know the value of menstrual period. So many suggestions. Someone even said to me, if I sleep with you, you will get pregnant. So many. The first time that somebody mentioned to me that what if God gives you triplets, it was in the office. Then I was working with MTN. And I told him, no, 2 is just okay.
Pastor Itua Igodalo shared his own story as he prayed for the triplets.
I understand what it means to be begging God for a child. My late wife and I, we begged God for over 11 years for a physical child of our own, and the children didn't come. The children didn't come because God had a plan, and God knew what He was doing. I want to tell somebody here, number one, that God has a plan for your life, and it is a good plan. I don't know somebody here today, your own may not be physical, your own might be financial or even mental, but I want to tell you that God has a plan for your life.
What I need to tell the people, anyone trusting God for the fruit of the womb, is this is a sign that God is alive and that He is willing. He's a good father. Whatever anyone wants, He's willing to make it happen, even for them. The scripture tells us, that it said, there is hope for a tree that is cut down. At the scent of water, say, will begin to bud again. Don't lose hope. Don't give up. Once there is life, there is hope. Look at their own story. For every 4 years that they lived, they waited for. God gave them one. God is very humorous. And when He will come, look at the way He did it. Boy, girl, boy. There is hope. Look at their own story. For every 4 years that they lived, they waited for. God gave them one. God is very humorous.
The next event is on Walk for Mental Health, which was themed Inner Peace is Priority in commemoration of Mental Health Awareness Month. This walk event was organized by Gordon Barrett to create awareness about mental health.
People are taking advantage, public bodies are taking advantage of what was available within the mental health improvement state. Like we always say, every day should be a mental health day, and I'm happy to see this happening. But you can see from all indications, a very good demographic was represented. We had the younger ones, we have the older ones coming together. It means people are beginning to understand that mental health affects us all, irrespective of our age and gender. But one thing we've learned here today is that mental health is not discriminatory. Mental health is not respect of anyone. Anybody can have it any time in his or her lifetime. But this has been a very good program, and it turned out I'm very impressed.
Actually, the walk is very supportive for the mental health, because people that ignore mental health, it's very important in each house. You can see your partner, your wife, your kids, maybe they need help, but they will not show it to you. You have to ask them always, are you okay? Do you need any help? So mental health, it's really important for each one of us.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events is the double celebration of life of Pa and Ma Davies, who died weeks apart. They passed away at the age of 93 and 84, respectively.
mother and my father. If I start now, I probably will not end till 2 days, but I will make it very, very short. My mother, she is a great woman. I have been on that for over 60 years myself, and I've never seen a mother like that. When I was growing, my mother suffered a lot for me and my siblings. When she looks, she can, if she doesn't eat, she will make sure that we eat. My mother surprises me so much that when I grew up, I said I was going to do whatever I can for her. My mother cannot be replaced. There is no way anything can replace my mother. There is no way.
My dad is he's into real estate, and I learned real estate from him. And every time we visited a place where he's got a brick making factory, and we go there and I help out in making bricks and stuff. So that actually set me up for my career in real estate and in engineering. And for my mom, she's a God-fearing woman, and because of her, I learned how to read in Yoruba and to pray in Yoruba. So I thank God for both of them and for what they've contributed to my life.
For me, I think I would say one of my fondest memories is when we were actually in England, and I had a T-shirt. It was a Simmons, the Simpsons or the Simmons, I can't even remember the band. And my dad left England to come back to Nigeria, and we were supposed to follow on. Unknown to my dad, he had packed that T-shirt in his luggage. And my mom was like, she had no rest because I raised hell. She had to wake up very early the following morning to go to the store to get me another T-shirt, because otherwise I wasn't willing to go to school. I wasn't willing to do anything, or I was just bawling my eyes out.
I want to say that the couple has been very, very kind to me when I was young. I remember when I was in secondary school and I had difficulty about schooling, about financing and all that. I always run to this family, especially during holidays, for help. And indeed, they helped me at critical times.
I'll miss them so much, the way my grandmom jokes about some certain things, and the way she talks to me. I'll really miss her so much. And my granddad, getting to know him at his old age was good, because he's a man of discipline. I learned a lot of things from him, learning to respect the elders. I learned that from him.
I know them quite well because when my friend got married to Ola, we used to visit them before they traveled abroad. I still visited Mama last year, and we had a time together. She was a very pleasant, very amiable person. We sat down together and sang songs. You know, Papa was also somebody who was very strong. The Lord gave him very good health. Up until when he died, you know, he was very active. He used to take long walks, you know, around the Keja axis where he lived. We thank God for their lives. Sang songs. You know, Papa was also somebody who was very strong. Gave him very good health. You know, he was very active. He used to take long walks, you know, around the Keja axis where he lived. We thank God for their lives. Sang songs. You know, Papa was also...
scripture reading from 1 Thessalonians 4:13-18. But I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not, even as others which have no hope. For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God. And the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. And so shall we ever be with the Lord. Wherefore, comfort one another with these words.
One browse. Kí ni one browse? Ti pàdé ara wọn nínú church. Torí pé church náà ti pàdé. Ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní. Màmá ti náwó. Ẹ lọ bí ara bá dìde pé ẹ má má dá ilé lóhùn o. Ẹ bá mi ṣí.
Ìbọn tolúkọ wọn, bó ṣe ti wọn.
ẹ má bínú mọ́ mi.
According to Minister of State for Health, Dr. Olorunimbe Mamora, about 18 states in the Federation are still endemic, with more than 1,000 new leprosy cases yearly. He explained that the number of new leprosy cases detected yearly has significantly dropped from over 7,827 in 1994 to less than 2,000 in 2020. The Voice of Humanitarian AIDS Foundation took to the streets to march against the ostracization of people affected by leprosy and loud about changing the narrative. At her office, the National Coordinator of Voice of Humanitarian AIDS, Franca Emekobum, shared the group's experiences on the field with people affected by leprosy.
Even we that are even speaking up for them, sometimes, it wasn't easy for our families and our friends to even accept, that what we are doing is not risky. They are even afraid to come close to me. They're scared. Initially they say, oh, no. We don't want you and this your leprosy people, please.
Franca maintained that discriminating against the people with leprosy in itself is a deadly disease.
Already they are in pain. Already they are in sorrow. We should not add to that sorrow by discriminating against them. Rather, we should, come together as, people of God, one nation, one love, one family.
Dr. Yohan Akase is the head of infectious diseases at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, Luth. He confirmed that leprosy is not contagious.
With leprosy, the truth of the matter is that over 90% of people, in fact, that's a conservative estimate to be honest, but over 90% of people who get exposed to leprosy are not going to have leprosy. Okay? So yes, it's not such a contagious infectious disease in the context of how we look at contagion, that if somebody has leprosy, touches you, you're going to get leprosy. In fact, it's well known that there are a certain, for lack of a better word, genetic predispositions to getting, not everybody is going to get leprosy, even if they get exposed to that. Picking somebody who has already had a deformity at that time to keep him isolated, apart from the fact that it's not interrupting the chain of transmission, it has, like you said, it entrenches the concept of stigma, denies them of being productive, being rehabilitated and getting on with their lives, living a normal life as possible. And also, generally, doesn't achieve much, to be honest.
Jim Mohammed is a survivor of leprosy. He was affected at the age of 19 when he gained admission into Ahmadu Bello University, but could not continue his studies.
That was 1999, the first time I just detected that I got a leprosy, because I don't even know that it's a leprosy before. I was just told that I have some patches in my body, which I was just think that it's just be a ringworm. They are calling it a las egedomi. And I went to some people that are selling the herbs, that okay, I need the herbs for this thing, and they give it to me, and I'm using it. After using it, I don't even see any changes. That is why my mom just took me to one herbalist, which we are calling Babalawo, and the man just said that this one is leprosy.
The father of 3 recalled how he battled with discrimination.
During that time, I have some challenges with some maybe neighbors, even in where I'm living with my mom. One of the person that, the owner of the house, because we rented that house by then, we just said that this one we have to take it outside, because his father has house. Definitely you should go to his father's house. Don't let me lie to you. My faith is not solid by then. Because I was just thinking, asking God, why me?
The survivor is the chairman of the Association of People Affected with Leprosy and the PRO of the national body. He is particular about ensuring that nobody with leprosy ends up as a beggar on the streets.
Hello, welcome to Timeless Conversations. Today my guest is someone for whom I have a great deal of respect. Indeed, he's my trainer, my teacher. If someone has been your teacher once, you can't say he's my former teacher. So he's my teacher. He's an award-winning broadcaster, an icon in our industry, a very committed Nigerian. Please welcome Sonny Irabor.
I've been here over 50 years. Believe it or not, I've seen Lagos change in different directions.
Of trying to show how totally, inconsiderate you can be, how unacceptable your actions can be, and how
you know, you can actually get out of line, inflict injuries or wounds on innocent people, and just make people be afraid of you for the fun of it. Bully. I saw, I'm doing a monologue. My guest is right here looking at me and wondering what's going on with Sonny. Thank you very much, and welcome too. It's like you're doing my job for me.
Yes, I'm doing your job for you now. Now, so you teach us. I recall that in 1982, I was one of the first people in your class. The very first class you had to take.
40 years ago.
40 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I recall then that you would leave us in the class to quickly go take the network news, and of course by the time you came back the class was upside down, and then you tried to restore order. Let me ask you, why broadcasting?
I've said this times without number. There was Edele Olowu. A great friend, was my senior in school, and that was in 1968. I heard his voice on Midwest Radio. The voice didn't change. It was just the same light, personable voice. And I said to myself, that must be Dele Olowu. That must be Dele Olowu. I said, okay, when I grow up, I'll be like him. But guess what? He came back to school that same day. I said, did I hear your voice on radio? Those days of rediffusion.
Rediffusion, yes.
And he said, did you listen? I said, yeah. I said, really? How did I sound? I said, great, But it never left my mind. I made up my mind, one way or the other, I will have to be a broadcaster. So, to me, he was the influence.
That was your influence. But your trajectory started from the prison service.
Yeah. Well,
now called correctional service.
Is that what they call it now?
Yes, it's called the correctional service.
Hallelujah.
Now. Yes.
Well, would that correct them? But anyway, let's go back to, the idea of being in prisons was accidental.
Okay.
Or correctional center.
No, it was prison service.
Yes, at the time. And so I was living with my sister.
Yeah.
She was the officer in the Nigerian prisons. So she said, look, while you're waiting to go back to school, this was in 1971, come and work with us. I said, okay. So I joined, and I started enjoying myself. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years.
Yes.
Oh boy, time don't work out. So anyway, along the line, a friend came, Jones Hussein.
Jones Hussein, yes.
Then another friend, Iria Inakimio.
Good.
And another friend, Patrick Oke.
Yes.
And they were all from Radio Nigeria.
There
was a place called the Sharp Corner.
Yes.
And
that's in Ikoyi, Obalende.
Yeah, no, on the Alagbon Close.
Alagbon Close, okay.
Yeah. And they would just come there, they would eat, some of them would drink. I never knew how to drink anyway, so I was like, oh, I wish I could just be like these guys. Then one day, Patrick and Jones said, you have the kind of voice that I think should make a good broadcaster. I said, really? Okay. So come, let's go. So we went to Radio Nigeria.
You had an audition?
No. Patrick Oke with Boma Kaliwo gave me a script to read. And I read, today I would say the email you are getting now. We read letters that took 2 weeks to arrive at the studio.
Exactly.
Maybe another 2 weeks to respond
to.
Yes. And so it was called NBC Mailbag. Patrick was the narrator. I was the voice.
Ooh.
And sometimes Boma, who was the producer, if there was no other voice, she would join when there were too many letters. So the feedback mechanism we had was through that process. Where people reacted to what programs they heard, no matter how long it took.
Yes.
But they reacted. And there was always a feedback.
Yes.
Yeah. So that gave me a leeway, and that was in 74. But in 76, I was sent to the to apply for a job.
Okay, now.
At Radio Nigeria.
Whoa.
Meanwhile, I was still with Alagbon Close.
Alagbon Close, yes.
And
so that's how your radio broadcast life started.
And I went for training in 1977.
Mm-hmm. That thing about training, in those days, people didn't go on the air as full-fledged broadcasters without training.
Yeah.
But these days, what do we have?
Well, talk about speed and time, because in those days, people looked at perfection, and you have to be ready for the job psychologically and physiologically.
Yes.
And then also, you have to be prepared to be trained, and you have to show that you were trained for the job and ready to operate as a professional.
Sure.
So, as luck will have it, I was trained. After 3 months, I became a junior presentation assistant. Can you imagine? Junior presentation assistant.
Yes.
And then they said you could not go on air. Me, I was ready to go, but they said you could not go on air.
You'll be looking at the microphone like
I'll just be looking at, and then they now paired me with the likes of Jones Hussein.
Yes. Your
what
friend.
Now the Citizens Jones of
Max
Radio.
Max Radio, yes.
And I brought him down because of what he did to me.
Yes.
The first baptism of fire I had was when Jones started to read news at midnight.
Mm-hmm.
And then 1 minute into it, he said, "Sonny, finish the news." He had cut off the mic. "Sonny, finish the news. I'm not feeling good. You just have to finish the news." Me? How? I'm not allowed to finish the news. I can't. You're wasting more time.
And this is midnight.
Midnight. So grab. Where did you stop? There. So my voice was so tiny.
Yes, then.
I wasn't sure whether I was hearing myself. I was really scared. And I said, okay.
That was fear.
And I read it.
Yeah.
I read. The sound of my voice was like, probably if Butterfly has a voice.
Yeah, that would have been like it.
Yes. And I finished it, and he said, "Sign off." That was good. Sign it off, sign it off. And I signed it off. I never forgave him.
You didn't?
Till today, I'm not going to forget Jones Hussein, and I'll go forgive him.
But
because I felt like going to the toilet.
Whoa.
I could not go to the toilet. I had to finish the news. And it wasn't funny for me.
Yes.
I don't know if imagine yourself driving a car and there's traffic.
Yeah.
On, say, the marina. And marina is an open space.
Yes.
And you feel like, going to the light one in the to the toilet.
Yeah.
And then what do you get?
You can't.
You cannot leave the car because it's moving, it's scrolling.
Yes.
You cannot go anywhere else to do whatever.
You have to do what they say, what they call whole body.
Hey, I was holding body. It was tough.
But then you rose to become one of the main voices on the Radio Nigeria Network News.
Glory to God for that.
For many years.
It was a baptism of fire.
What was that experience like, the experience of being that voice that people looked forward to hearing?
I didn't know I was.
On the news?
I didn't know I was until they told me. Like you're saying it now.
Yes.
Well, there were times I felt, excuse me, that, okay, am I really the kind of person that would be that voice? I never saw myself as one. Because they were, can you beat Patrick Okey's voice?
No, you couldn't.
So, or even your voice.
Well.
So I think it was just a stroke of luck for me.
Well, what about the commitment that was required?
All right. Now that you said that, yes.
What about
I was
the
very
commitment?
committed.
Yes.
I was, and I was also particularly, I saw myself as somebody who had an assignment, and no matter what, I had to do it right. Because I was always told, put your best foot forward. Make the best of what you get, and try and live by it.
Yeah.
And then the rest is history.
The rest is history. Well, historically, you will recall that governments used to change in the Radio Nigeria studio. Aye. Major General, or I, Colonel so and so.
Joseph Navem Garba.
Exactly. Right.
Sani
Did any of those
Abacha.
crews catch you in the studio?
7.
7 caught you there.
Not in the studio.
Yeah.
But enough for them to come and pick me
They'll
at
pick
home.
you. Oh yeah,
I
naturally.
think it was Rosalind Ogunro that was really
caught.
trapped.
Yes.
You know, and she spent 27 hours.
Yeah.
And that was the Dimka coup that killed Muritala Mohammed.
The
assassinated.
The Abacha coup, right, caught me on the radio in Radio Lagos. Oh yes. Yes. 24 hours, you didn't go anywhere.
Yes.
Right.
And in my own case, they came for me. They said, come and relieve whoever was on duty. And I'll be there for, in fact, there was once I was there from 2 p.m. till the following morning,
yes,
10 or 11 a.m.
No, but let's discuss the psychology of that. What was that like?
It was traumatic.
Yeah.
I had never felt any joy in seeing any man in uniform, a soldier. I say this not because I don't like them, not because they do not represent the importance of protecting the integrity of, was it the territorial integrity of the country,
nation,
of
yes.
sovereign, but because over time I just saw them abusing the privilege of holding the gun, owning power, and then you just take it as, seize it as you liked. That was what I saw, and I wasn't too happy. But then I interacted with them.
Yes.
I did. I had no choice.
Yeah, especially you, a popular newscaster. Go call that man. Where's Sonny? As though they knew you.
You know, okay, the one that brought in President Ibrahim Babangida.
Yes.
Myself and Tom Bra Abarowe. And I think, who was it again? Tulufa Toimbo, or thereabout. They asked us to go to NTA to record his voice,
yes,
and come back to Radio Nigeria to play it back.
Yes.
Okay. So, Tombra was the studio manager. I was the announcer on duty. And Tulu, I think, was he was senior to us.
Yes.
I'm not sure the role he played, but anyway, we went. We got there. And the thing is, Babangida, he has a beautiful voice. You know, he made that announcement. The first announcement was very fast. And I called Tomra and said, boy, I wouldn't take this for a broadcaster. It's too fast. In fairness to Babangida, he asked, is this okay? I said, no, sir. Then everybody looked at me.
Who are you? But you were being professional.
But in fairness, the man offered to take it again. He never even met me. He didn't even see who said that. Just said, look, if they don't like it, let me try. You know, he took it a second time, and it was better.
Yes.
Made some impact there.
Exactly. But then, it was with all of that apparatus of power there, all those guns and stern-looking faces and all that.
I don't know what gave me the strength of character, the boldness to say, no, sir. But I did. And he listened.
And he retook it.
He retook it.
It was a better broadcast.
It was better.
Yeah.
And that also gladdened my heart.
Good. That you could speak up where you had to.
Exactly. Yeah.
Many people on the radio today, they use words that were taboo for us to use.
NTBB.
Yes. You are a trainer. What can be done?
You said you are a trainer. What can be done? As if I'm the cause of the problem.
Oh, no.
Let them send them to training school, first and foremost.
Yes.
If they send them to school, they will have a chance to see things the way they are done. They will be scrutinized. And they will be given a chance to say, did I do it right or wrong?
Not. Yeah.
But now, get out of school, if at all you went to school, then you take him to the studio, say your voice sounds good. What about his mental capacity?
Yeah.
What is about his psychological state of mind that can tell him, listen, you're talking to people who are more knowledgeable than yourself.
Yeah, true.
So,
true.
Involve them. Talk to the beggar on the street and the professor in the classroom, and in between, the leaders everywhere, because you're talking to someone, one person. But that person has a brain.
Yes.
And he can process things.
And he might even be smarter than you. So
in
why
fact,
talk
he's
to him
most
as though
likely
he were
to
not?
be smarter
Exactly. Now, you've had a checkered career in broadcasting. In fact, let me say in media practice. Part of that was a 13-month stint as commissioner in your home state, Edo. What was that experience like?
Well, it was an interesting experience. It's just that I didn't see myself capable of playing politics and being a professional at the same time. I couldn't. And good thing, the governor then, Lucky Benedion, he's a man, I should say, he listens, you know, and I think he just found that, because he came on Sonny Rabo Live, by the way, and from there he made up his mind I was going to be in his cabinet. You know, and I felt honored by it. But after 13 months, it became a bit tough. The day I left was the day Mrs. Stella Basunjo actually came to launch Radio Nigeria Benin, you know. And before that, I had done a bit of short trip because things were not just going the way I had expected.
But was there any particular thing you wanted to say it was like, or compare it to?
In the 13 months?
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of good things should have happened, but they didn't. You know, and I saw a governor who was being twisted to do a lot of things for the politicians rather than for the people. And there's no way anybody can rule like that.
But isn't politics meant to be for to the people's benefit?
Okay, you said it.
Yes.
But do you feel it? Let the people tell you that they are actually getting or gaining the so-called benefits of democracy in the people. I don't see that happening, and I don't think people are really enjoying that. Otherwise, we will not be where we are today. We are going down rather than going up.
That's
and
true.
This going down started a long time ago.
But can you divorce the person from their politics?
Why shouldn't he divorce himself from the politics? Who elected you there? Isn't it not the people?
Yes.
Okay. So if the people put you there, what should you do? What should your priority be? Meet the people's needs.
Yeah, and expectations.
Not meet the politicians' needs. That's what's happening today.
Yeah.
And that's very sad, really.
It is sad. It is sad. And even these days, you hear people say the young or younger generation is not ready to take power.
That's a very untrue statement. And that's from a very selfish point of view.
Why do you say that?
Because adults are overstaying their role and time in power. Look, Trudeau of Canada, how old is he?
Yeah, well, he was a baby when Gowan visited.
Thank you. 1971 or
yes,
thereabout.
72 or 73.
Yeah.
Because I think he's about 48 now or so.
So you can imagine how many years he's put in now.
Yes.
Okay. So how old was he when Bill Clinton, how old was he? 43 when he came to power.
Yes.
Emmanuel Macron was 39 when he came to power.
Exactly.
The Prime Minister of Austria, or was it, Austria, was 31.
Yes.
So what's happening to African leaders? Become geriatric before you can be anything? No. You see, what I'm trying to say is this. I'm not perfect. But I believe, honestly, that the people deserve a true leader, a committed leader, one who can say, I have something to offer you.
Yes.
Because of the needs that I see before us. Give me a chance and I'll give it to you.
All right.
Now, if that happens and you actually perform, then you're being creditable.
Okay.
And creditworthy.
We're still on Timeless Conversations. My guest is Sonny Rabo. We'll take a short break now. We'll be back shortly. You're welcome back. It's still Timeless Conversations. My guest is Sonny Irabor. We're talking about the role of the youth and the older generation in politics. And you've expressed this salient fact that the older generation is overstaying its role or its position in power.
Both.
Both?
Yeah. Because look, at this stage, there should be elder statesmen advising the young ones. But if you are not giving the young ones a chance to rule, to give them the benefit of the doubt, let them experience life at that level.
Yes. You
might see that they have a lot to offer.
But APC brought out its presidential form, a nomination form, at 100 million naira. How many young people would be able to afford that? And then they said they reduced it to 50 million, even 20 million. How many of them have it?
That is part of the four power we are talking about.
Yeah.
Because you're now making people to go towards facing the wrong direction. I have no money to offer, but I have leadership, which I'm endowed with. And the 100 million is now standing between me and truism.
Even 50 million?
Even 50 million. It's not proper.
How many people have 50 million? In fact, how many people have 1 million?
How many states have that money today?
Yes.
States.
States.
Yeah. Do you know how many of them are begging?
Yes.
Is the country not begging and borrowing now?
That's true. That's very true.
So I think, you see, maybe we should not misplace our priorities. I think that's where the problem lies.
Yeah, but you know it's about practice. It's about saying something and doing the same thing, or saying something and doing another thing.
Yeah.
Why must politics be one where people say one thing
and then they do another?
Yeah, why?
There used to be one Olu Obaseki.
Yes.
Many years ago, he said, "Do as I say, not as I do."
As I do.
And
yes.
the children know, no.
Yes.
You do it, we must follow you.
Exactly.
You know, excuse me. Now, that question is salient. But do we have conscience? If we have conscience, we should be able to understand that the reason there is politics is because of the people.
Yes.
You see, government of the people, for the people, and by the people. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Democracy.
That's what it's supposed to be.
So why should it be otherwise? Why should the National Assembly earn far more than their counterparts elsewhere in the world?
Yes.
It came as an aside, but it's the truth.
It is the truth.
Why, for example, should we now see a situation where there's no money to do certain things? We say, okay, don't worry, we'll go and borrow money to do it. When the money is brought, you divide the money into different bits and take it for other things instead of what it was meant for.
Yes.
Why should anybody that borrowed me money come and tell me how I should spend the money?
Yeah.
It's because they don't believe I will spend it the way I said I was going to. Should Nigeria be like that? No.
But then, what's the role of integrity in power?
What's the meaning of integrity?
Yeah.
Integrity is not supposed to be, let me even put it bluntly, somebody who is able to respect the rule of law and respect his own level of commitment to truth.
Yes.
And believe that he's not above the law. Then integrity can come in effortlessly.
Yeah.
That is not happening. Because if that were happening, then what we are going through now, we shouldn't be going through it. I'm not casting aspersion, because this started a long time ago, and it's continuing as it is, and we don't know when it's going to end.
But you know, the younger generation, they say things like, "Daddy, uncle, your generation has failed us."
Yes, they are right.
And those uncles will now say, "But is your generation ready?"
Why would I take advantage of the loophole that I see there? Did they give them a chance? NSAS came. What happened? There's a report on NSAS.
Yeah.
And he told the truth the best he could. International media came. They saw everything.
Yeah.
Now, when it came to a climax where people were killed, now we started looking for truth. Why should that happen? The children or the youths had a chance, and they proved to us that they could do things well.
They could organize.
Organize. And you are telling me they are not ready?
Yeah.
Bros, I beg, get as it be.
Nobody say it be as it gets.
At all.
It get as it be. Now, truthfully, the younger generation has a great deal working for them.
Yeah.
Technology, information dissemination.
That we wrestle with them over. We always wrestle it with them.
Yeah. Yes, because again, older people don't want to relinquish power.
But do we even know how to use the computer that is in front of us?
Yeah,
we don't want to relinquish power.
Yeah, I think
we don't know what information is in that computer that is in front of us that we don't know how to use.
That we don't know how to use. So, but really, shouldn't there be a deliberate attempt to nurture, mentor people who will take over in different strata of life?
Start by respecting the rule of law. Let the constitutions, the 79, the 99, let them play their roles. Let us see how far we can manage it. Let's stop amending constitutions when we don't even know the meaning of the constitutions.
Mm-hmm.
Our lawyers should honestly help us. They should not take advantage of the situation. They should help us interpret the laws. And then the law enforcement should do the best they can to make sure that things are done properly, creditably, and effectively.
But this thing you're saying, it sounds so utopian.
Well,
why am I saying so? Sometimes in traffic, you find vehicles driving against traffic, and they're blaring sirens, and they're not ambulances or fire brigade vehicles.
Do we respect ambulances?
Well, some of us
Have you ever seen an ambulance being respected on your highway, Lagos Highway?
I think it's beginning to pick up. I've seen that.
You're a retiree now,
Yes, I am. Yes.
Beginning to pick up.
It's beginning to pick up.
When did it start?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Right. And then there's a fresh breath of air. You see an RRS vehicle filled with policemen stop for the traffic light.
Then that's leadership.
I saw
by
that.
example.
I was happy.
That's good.
I chased them. I said, thank you for stopping for the traffic light.
Because when they stopped, everybody stopped.
Everybody stopped.
That's the point I'm making. Respect the rule of law.
Yeah. You see, we will take a break now. We'll take a break now. We'll come back soon. Thank you. Welcome back to our talk with Sonny Irabor. Now, you have had the unique opportunity of being a public and private sector broadcaster. What's that experience? Can you compare both?
Well, it's interesting to talk about. It's rather intriguing because for the public, which is the government-owned, they see us as civil servants, but we see ourselves as private servants or private sector people. And the reason for that is because we still try to maintain some form of professionalism, which is required. So I entered broadcasting at a time when the competition was not that strong. But in 1992, which was halfway through, Babangida opened up the floodgates. So private radio stations, private TV stations, they all came up. But don't forget, there was always private print.
Yes, that's always been there.
Yes. In fact, that's why they've been seen as bolder than the rest of us. Now, when you look at it from that point of view, you also see that the private sector radio, which I really got fully involved in with the advent of the establishment of Inspiration
FM, yes.
And of course, there was Sonny Irabor Live with AIT.
Yes.
I saw myself listening to both sides of the coin. I saw a bit of public service, and I saw a lot of private sector service, if there's any phrase like that. But what happened was that, private sector, sometimes the private sector, they will do their best to make sure that salaries are paid as and when due. that was, with inspiration, that has always been the case. And I enjoyed that. I think AIT, I wasn't part of it. I was just an artist that took Sonny Rabo life there. So my program earned its money.
Yes.
You know, it was sponsored by others, and then I paid my dues, and so that partnership was there. But I think the best option would be to look at it from the inspiration point of view, where I'm still serving on the board.
On the board, yeah.
Yeah, there's been a lot of challenge, but met with reality, met with meeting the expectations as required.
Okay.
But not without sweat.
Yes.
Not without sweat at all.
Okay.
The public sector, however, is you're waiting for government to do everything for you. That's not very helpful.
Okay.
You know. So it compromised quality, professionalism.
Yeah.
But at a stage, it's also started trying some people
to pick up.
Yes.
No, but yeah, let me take you back. Was this Sonny Rabo life that made you leave Radio Nigeria?
It wasn't. I just saw my hands getting fuller and fuller and fuller. At Radio Nigeria, I was already dabbling in too many things. I mean, I was an actor, second chance.
Yes.
You know, and then I've been training. Training was part of public service for me. And I was reading news. I was doing so many things side by side.
Yeah.
Everything was just moving so fast. And I said, oh boy, Sonny, slow down. Do things your way so you can still maximize certain qualities and profits. It was tough.
And then you had to leave.
I just told my DG then that I needed to leave. I gave 6 months notice, and he gave me 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
I said, bros, thank you, sir. I left. So I moved from, public service to private sector because I already had Rui Communications Limited.
Oh, okay, and then that was already running.
Yes.
That was being run by your wife?
By my wife.
Okay.
And of course, thank God, because when she now woke up, the magazine came to birth, you know.
No, now, talking about waking up, you turned 70 recently. And that was in March.
Yes, March 23.
March 23, you turned 70. First, you don't look 70.
Thank you.
Second, you've never looked your age. No, you have never looked your age.
Okay.
At least I've known you for not less than 40 years.
Thank you.
I feel talk.
Okay.
So, what's been the secret?
Be a happy person. There are moments where you cannot afford to be not happy.
Yeah.
But just try your best. Everybody said I was a happy-go-lucky person. And but I think I worried less. There's a friend of mine, very rich man, but he didn't go to the kind of school we all went to, and not many of us went to school anyway. But there was something he always said, and that made me never forget him. If you worry, you die. You don't worry, you die. So why worry?
Exactly.
So I kept that mantra with me, and I did my best not to worry. But there were moments of worry, and there was nothing you could do. You just had to worry. But let go. Let God.
Yes. On the occasion of your 70th birthday, our dear colleague and friend of yours, a junior of yours in school, Ogie Eboigbe, yeah, he wrote something about you. That the first day he met you, that you were playing table tennis at the college, and he had just been admitted, and he was looking, he said, okay, you stay behind me and be picking the balls.
Oh God, that's unfair. Okay. When I see him, I will.
But he didn't lie now. He was describing his experience.
I remember the experience.
Right.
Oh my God.
They don't do that in school these days. Or they'll call it bullying,
Oh, boy.
But they still bully, though.
Oh, wait, I didn't bully. But people bullied me now. Yeah, well, that was an experience because, again, there was also a hierarchy of experience. Let me first reach you.
Yes.
Let me first reach school before you.
Before, yes.
And go behind me, pick the ball.
Pick the ball.
Eh?
You were even in Form 3. He was just in Form 1.
So
you had 3 years experience already. He was about to start. That's what he wrote.
Yeah.
And it was a very beautiful thing. He happened to even end up being your best man when you were getting married. Yes.
See how the world goes wrong.
Yes.
Because Ogie is very principled.
Yeah, he is.
He's, I say, and he's very spiritual. You know.
Yes.
So he's that kind of person. Look, you won't believe what Ogie has done. Ogie was State House correspondent.
Yes.
Then he finished and went to work for Canadian Embassy. He was their PR officer. Then he went to work for UBA as PR officer. Now, if you look at his
trajectory,
you say to yourself, maybe Ogie be this. But he maintained a cool mien about it.
Yes.
If you worry,
you die.
You don't worry,
you die.
So
why worry? Yeah, we won't worry, but we'll talk about something.
Yeah.
A few years ago, about 2 years ago, you had a fall.
Yeah. 2020, 2020. Oh my God, blues. That year, pandemic year.
Yes.
I think the world stood still. In my case, my world almost stood still. On August 25, 26, maybe, I'm not so sure. I ran through the kitchen, which was being cleaned up, washed, you know, they mop it.
Yeah.
So it was wet. Just to give the driver the car key. I was feeling spriteful. I just, I slipped. And then I started doing Tom and Jerry, just trying not to fall. I navigated my way through the back door. I zoomed. I hit the sharp edge of the steps. My chest at the back. And it was bang. I saw, well, I don't know if you can look at elephants as stars. That's what I must have seen. So I recovered and just got up and sat there. Poor drivers, they were just looking at, sorry sir. They made poor girl almost crying because she felt she caused it. And I got up and I just went back in as if nothing happened. A few days later, I was not feeling my best. And Betty, my wife, said, why is your shoulder slumped? It's like your one side was, you know. And I said, I don't feel it, but somehow I just feel one kind. I said, I know, call the doctor, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I felt good. I thought I felt good. Then I said, I'll call the doctor later. And I didn't. Anyway, what then happened was that all of a sudden, I started feeling uneasiness and kind of heat wave around my system.
Wow.
So I now called the doctor. The doctor said, what's wrong with you? I said, I don't know how I'm feeling. But I had a fall. And when? I said, some days ago. Did you hit your head? I said, well, no, I didn't. Are you sure? I said, no, I didn't. Okay, come to my house. So we drove to his house. My son drove. My daughter I was at the back. No, I was in front. The two women were at the back, my wife and my daughter. So we got there. And his wife was having, this Dr. Sheyi Roberts.
Okay.
His wife was having her 60th birthday.
Yeah.
And so they didn't have any major, because pandemic, there was really no noise making of any kind. Anyway, so they came out and looked at me, examined me and said, if you feel like this by morning, go and go and do MRI. But shake my hands. And I shook his hands with this hand. He said, grip me. And I gripped him.
That's
he
your
pulled
right
me.
side.
Yes. He pulled me and I pulled him back. Oh, you're okay. So far, so good. But please, if you feel any discomfort or any change, call me and make sure. But in the morning, go and see go to Mikio and do your MRI. So everything seemed okay. I slept well. I went to do the MRI in the morning. By then, I was beginning to limp, and Betty said, because Betty, who had done surgery some years back, her clutches that she used. So yeah, take. So I started using that, and then got to do the MRI. sitting down waiting for the MRI must have taken about 5 hours. And my system was degenerating.
Oh no.
So I felt something was really not the best for me. I said, it must be that fall, it must be that fall, it must be that fall. Anyway, I finally went into the MRI. One noisy machine like this, oh God. Kai. And 20 minutes later, I came out. He said they would send the results to the doctor. But by the time I came out, this hand
had gone limp.
And oh wow, Betty was upset. My children were very upset. They didn't know what was happening. Because everybody sees me as like I've never, by the way, I've never ever been admitted in any hospital.
Wow.
So by the time she saw the MRI results, quick, said, Nicholas, I should go to the. So I spent 9 days there. And I already had what you might call it, almost a full-blown stroke. On this hand.
Yeah.
But luckily, that was the only thing that showed there was any stroke. But, you know, she had called it evolving stroke. That discouraged me and said, no, don't worry. Make sure you drink a lot of water. Make sure you do this, you do that. You know. And then put me on medication. And so the hand started coming back to life.
Okay.
Over now it's 2 years. It will be 2 years.
It will be 2 years in August.
Well, August the 4th.
Okay, but the stroke was
2nd September.
Wow.
You know. So that was it.
What has it been like for you? You're somebody who is on the go.
Hey.
On the move.
It was. It's been tough because even my family, they don't want me to do anything
at all.
They don't. But then when I insist, they say, no, it's okay, but you have to obey the doctor's orders. I say, you're right, it's true. So we've done a lot of physiotherapy. The hand is a lot better now. I can now
lift up a little bit.
You know?
Yeah.
But sometimes if I keep it for too long, I just start feeling
so you just have to keep it mobile. You need to keep moving it.
Yes, that kind of thing. So, well, here I am. Getting back to track, back on track, as they say.
Well, you know, like we joked the other day that old age is catching up with you. So it sent you a message through that phone.
Oh boy, the guy needed joke because I never would. I'm just 70, going on 70.
You're a septuagenarian.
Okay,
Septuagenarian.
Septuagenarian.
Yes.
No, don't be conscious now.
I'm conscious.
I'm not teaching you.
You taught me before now. I have to be conscious.
I wanted to learn from you.
You're a septuagenarian now, so whatever you say.
You are saying I'm 70.
I know, I'm reminding you that you're 70.
No, but I think it was, somebody said the other day that was
March
17.
23rd that you turned 70.
And I thought 17.
70.
Pronunciation.
No, not 17. 17. T-E. No, but you look good for 70.
Thank you.
You look very, very good for 70.
Body not feel good.
Body never feel good yet. It will soon return to normal.
Yeah.
Now, as someone who is 70 now, and you have worked for about 53 years, that's it.
Yeah.
When are you going to retire fully?
Is there any retirement?
That's the question I asked you.
Because really, even when I was ill and I didn't feel like doing anything, believe it or not, there was a kind of degenerating feeling that I thought I had.
Of just being immobile?
Yes.
Of not doing anything?
I didn't like that.
That's what scares most people.
But I didn't like
about retirement.
Well, why is there the word retirement?
Maybe because you need to slow down as you get older.
Yes, slow down. But
Yeah.
just say slow down.
Yeah, well, slow down.
Don't say retire.
Slow down. Those are two words. Retirement is one word.
Well, what do we say? Go slow when we are
If we say that in Nigeria, go slow.
Look, my father, and in 1973, my father retired.
Yes.
And we said, Dad, don't go anywhere. Just, you know what he did? He escaped.
Ooh.
We thought he was missing. For 3 months, we were looking for this man. Wow. He went to a place called Ehor on the way to Auchi in Edo State.
Yes.
He was Midwest there.
Yeah.
And the guy created a farm, a 5-hectare or acre land.
Yes.
Farmland. Got 8 able-bodied boys, 8 of them.
Yeah.
My father looked so fresh. We only saw him 3 months after we declared him missing.
Yes.
But one thing he did that got us a bit comfortable was that he said, don't worry, I'm okay. Nothing wrong with me. But if you want to know where I am, don't bother. Because he said we were hounding him to stop.
To just stop working.
He
Okay.
said, no.
So we're not going to hound you, so you won't
don't
escape.
hound me.
So you won't escape.
Yes.
But one thing we're going to say is that don't be in a hurry.
No,
to get many things done.
Okay. Right, that's the point.
Yes, don't be in a
But
hurry.
body is slowing me down, so I can't even hurry anymore.
But at least take it easy. Now, taking it easy will make me ask you the question, what's your favorite meal?
Oh, they stopped me on that a long time ago. It was sushi and banga soup. They don't stop. So
Sushi, what's sushi?
Sushi is that starch that they do in Urhobo land.
Okay.
That is very yellowish because of the palm oil.
Yes.
Yeah, by the time you don't beat and well.
Okay.
You know, then you don't do banga soup with fish.
Yes.
Yeah? Not frozen fish.
You know, fresh fish now.
Fresh fish.
Fresh fish, yes.
Not fried.
Not fried,
but
just
the one that they dry
broiled.
up, you know.
Oh, did you dry it up?
Yes, and then they cook it, and the one that they turn together is a roundish fish. Like tilapia is the best, but these days now only this thing they see. The electric fish. Catfish. So anyway, I left that, and now I take.
So you found a new love.
Plantain mash with black soup.
I was going to ask you about black soup. You know, I have a lot of friends who are Edo and all that.
Bitter leaf soup.
Yeah, I love
black
soup.
Give me knuckles.
Yes, you know, that black soup, when you take it,
it keeps my body together.
I love the what's that
Pounded yam?
leaf now? No, I don't take pounded yam.
Me too.
Yeah.
But I still at it is a little bit out because
no.
The mixture is good.
Yeah, I love, you know, the efirin, ewuro, the
Okay,
ewuro
yeah.
bean, you know, when you mix it together and it's a beautiful
But there was one I took in Ibadan, Begiri soup.
Begiri is out there. Begiri
And
is
Lafun and all this.
Begiri and amala. You understand me? And then when they add Begiri to the amala and then with the soup, the other soup, that's Ogufe soup. Ewedu. So that's why they call it
Nigeria
abula.
is so rich.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But if you talk about Nigeria, 2023 is around the corner. What's going on? How do you feel? You're an old man
I'm
now.
seeing-
Oh, sorry, you're an elder citizen now.
Well, of the above. I'm seeing untruth. I'm seeing falsehood. I'm seeing a desire not to allow the young ones play their roles. People who should not run, there's no need for them to run. Come on, they've had the best of times. They should slow down, and give others a chance to roll. Honestly, I think what we are doing right now is like Shakespeare's Comedy of Errors. It should not be so.
Some people said that Nigeria is at a precipice right now.
We've been there too many times, and I hope this time we'll be able to get away from it.
We were in
Get out of it.
1993.
Yeah, we were in 1993.
And that was very
We were
scary.
in 1979.
Yes.
See?
And the
we were in the 1964 wet year.
The truth is, 64, I wouldn't have been aware. I was just 2 years old then.
Well.
Right. So I was one of those they were carrying around, not so for anything not to happen. Don't crawl out there. No, but seriously, why is it that every election year we heat up the politics so much?
Some people enjoy that. They want the world to see. You see that fear-mongering?
Yeah.
Fear factor.
Yeah.
It doesn't help anybody. It takes us back, actually. So if we can tell the truth to ourselves and respect the rule of law, I keep saying that.
Yeah, but you keep saying rule of law.
Yeah. What is the rule of law?
Who is going to lead in the respect of rule of law? There is something missing in the Nigerian political space. It's leadership, good quality leadership.
Because the right people have not been given a chance to rule or lead by example. And so somebody makes a mistake, he's at fault, he's taken to court, he's guilty. Let the judiciary handle their case themselves.
Yeah, but talking about going to court, people don't get punished. People steal money, huge sums of money, and then they do a plea bargain, slap them on the wrist 6 months.
And then, why is the money so available? Shouldn't the money be in the banks?
Yeah.
Should it be in houses or bullion vans?
The truth.
Should any individual own bullion vans? Should anybody even say why? Look, I don't see why our money should be doled out the way it is being doled out.
But the point is that there is a law, there is the EFCC Act that says you cannot withdraw more than so much in
Nobody's
cash.
obeying it. Why?
No, nobody is enforcing it.
That's
the banks, the enforcement should start from the banks.
The banks,
really.
that's right.
Because
Yes.
the moment you are withdrawing more than so much in cash, it should be reported.
Absolutely.
You can't do it in other countries
And if it's
now.
reported, who should follow it up?
Yeah, but they should do the reporting first.
True. Absolutely. I
They
agree
should
with
do
you
it. Up
completely.
to today, many arms of government, local, state, and even federal, they withdraw huge sums of money in cash.
And that should
To
never
do
be.
what? That shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be at all. And there's no reason why anybody should bring us so low.
Yes.
Because I think it's because of that attitude of, I can get away with it. That's why all these things are.
There's even more than I can get away. We are getting away with it. That's it. Nobody is being punished. So there is a dearth of leadership.
And then we have leaders.
Supposedly.
They call themselves leaders.
Supposedly. But you see, it transcends those in public life. Even in private lives.
Who put the people there? It's not us.
Yeah, we do.
So,
but how many good people are coming out? You have never come out to run for election.
Was I given a chance?
No, did you try?
I tried and ran.
So then you didn't try?
I tried and ran away.
No, you didn't try.
Okay.
You didn't stay. You have to have a fighting spirit.
No, but I was appointed. I wasn't elected.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
So it's not really a case of live and let live.
Yes.
It looks like it's a case of live and let die.
Oh, not die.
That's what's happening.
No, it's a case of standing by what you believe in.
For us, yes.
Yes.
But for those who are there now, who don't want to give anybody a chance, what are they doing? They're living to let die.
Yeah, but then
me myself first.
But the whole thing will crumble. That's where we're at the precipice. That's what led us to this.
It's scary.
Yes.
Because from what we've discussed so far, I'm almost giving up saying, no matter what has been said, there's nothing I can hold on to as being the solution to the problem. I've heard Peter Obi give such a beautiful analysis of our economy. I listened to Soludo at the platform.
Yes.
You know? But I was asking myself, on the Rewani, Bismarck, who is listening to these guys? Who is willing to take the advice they have given? So everything's adding up. And it's coming to the fact that me, supposing I try, who would join me? I think that's the fear.
Hey, well, see,
should it be so?
This is what it should be. Me, I would try.
Okay.
I will be known for trying.
Okay.
And we've had examples in the past. Okay. We had Aminu Kano. We had Tai Sholari.
Yes.
You understand me?
Yes.
We had other people, and I'm not mentioning the big names. I'm mentioning the moderately respected names. Who stood for what they believed in.
Principles.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what we're missing.
That is seriously missing.
Yes.
And I don't see any, no light at the end of the tunnel.
Well, if we say there's no light at the end of the tunnel, then what are we handing over to the younger generation?
That question you've asked so many times.
Yes.
And honestly, I can only tell the world, give the youth a chance. That's all I can say.
And on that note, I'd like to thank this is how he calls me, my brother, my colleague, and then I add my ECMO and my trainer. This is the first time on the air I will say Mr. Sonny Irabor. Usually we'll just say Sonny Irabor. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for sharing your passion with us, and thank you for still training people.
Thank you.
Thank you. You don't old though.
If you worry, you die.
Yes.
You don't worry, you die. So why?
Why worry?
Okay.
On that note, we want to thank you so much for being with us on Timeless Conversations for this episode. We look forward to joining you soon. Thank you.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa, where we discuss thought-provoking topics in an atmosphere of seriousness, decisiveness, and laughter. Here we call a spade a spade. Today, I'm asking if the presidential seat is now a thing where anybody with money and power can easily vie for. Tolu is pointing out how leaders reflect us. Ruth is asking if we need to take our primaries seriously. And Shola, on the other hand, is looking at the new Electoral Act. And while Elijah is focusing on fixing the sham that is Nigerian politics. Sit back and relax. After this break, we'll be here to dissect it all. Do stay with us. Is the presidential seat now a joke? In the past few weeks, we've seen more and more people get into the presidential race. I mean, I've seen people who should probably be on exile now get into the presidential race. It's the audacity of impunity for me. This makes me consciously believe that Nigeria is fast becoming a comedy skit. And guess who the joke is? The masses. I can't help but fusing a popular trend on Twitter. Is this playing? Are you playing? What type of playing is this? Could this also be the change blindness, a term that is used in psychology, which politicians adopt as an advanced strategy to? Human beings can only focus on so much. If you want to hide something from the people, throw several things at them, and then what you're really doing will go unnoticed until it's too late. I just hope it's not going to be too late for us. I strongly believe that whoever ends up at the presidential seat in the 2023 elections is going to be very critical to Nigeria's position in the next decade. I personally implore everyone, both young and old, to get involved and closely follow what's happening. I'm still very much flabbergasted with everything, but let me take a moment off the screen to engage my fellow passionate advocates here, asking one singular question: what's really going on here?
I was about asking you the same question. They said one of the political parties extended the deadline of purchase of form till today, and then tomorrow is the deadline for submission. So, like, are they applying for JAMB or what? So,
you talked about the audacity. I think that's actually the main crux of this issue, because they're handling the presidential position like a joke, and we masses actually the ones that would bear the suffering. Now you're just a bunch of politicians. You just buy forms, and these forms are not cheap. They're not cheap. So you get together. One person is buying a form. They're just buying the forms, and these forms are. We all know it's 100 million for a particular party, and it's not small money. So that's where you know that there's actually money in Nigeria to waste. There's so much money to waste.
I mean, they should just give us the money. Let's just share the 100 million.
There's so much to waste.
I think these parties are missing this thing. I understand that party has to do seats for other means to raise money for the party, but this is way beyond. It's in excess. Why don't they focus on values? Presidential form they can even make it almost free, but the criteria for you to get it will be very difficult. And to be somebody of value, if you don't have that level of personality or achievement, you can't get it. But the way it is now, every Tom, Dick, and Harry that has 100 million naira, one night bill in the bus park will raise 100 million naira and go and buy the phone.
I mean, it's very interesting. Sorry, Ruth. I mean, when I said change blindness, right? It didn't happen in 2019 elections. I don't think that happened in 2015 elections. So what's really going on? Are they trying to distract us from something? Why is everybody, obviously coming out for the farm? So what's really happening?
For me, I keep on asking myself, really, what's the brain behind bringing 100 million to buy a farm? I mean, the other day yesterday, I saw that the MD of Nigerian Mints company thereabouts also purchased the farm. So CBN governor purchased the farm. Ministers have purchased the form. Everybody has purchased the form. People are even buying on people's behalf. So I'm trying to wrap my head. Is everyone trying to register the fact that they have the money to do this?
Or is it audio money?
Or is it that they're trying to support? Maybe there's something behind this that the politicians are not telling us, because it's just not normal. And to be frank, this number, you're only seeing it in the ruling party. The last count for PDP, whose tickets price is even lower, is just 17 people. So here in the ruling party, you're having close to 30 people that have bought 100 million naira from. There's something they're not telling us. I think I would go with the fact that this is like a decoy to the real thing that they're trying to do or trying to hide. That's the way I believe it.
And the case was reversed then when PDP was in power. The same thing too. Even though it was not 100 million, it was exorbitant at that time. And of course, a lot of persons will show interest. What I think tells two things. Number one, it tells the over-monetization of Nigerian politics. Our value system is decaying.
Exactly.
We don't have to live our life based on money. You don't judge someone's content of character and value based on how much does he have in the bank account. It's supposed to be his antecedent. What has he done in the past? How many lives has he touched? Is he a man of integrity?
Exactly.
But the way they are doing it is all about money, money, money. Every Tom, Dick and Harry will buy it because he has 100 million naira. Even somebody in the government who is not even supposed to buy the form, a politically exposed person in handling a very sensitive office, is not supposed to buy the form, and then people are buying the form for him. It's very bad. So there should be a mechanism in which they screen out people. Not everybody should purchase the form, and the form shouldn't be a means for party to raise money. It's a distraction.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Hi, Tolu. It's great to see you. What do you think about, this whole, will I call it a sham or a joke? Is it change blindness? Tell us. Probably you're closer to the seat of power. Maybe you can, tell us what's going on there. Tolu.
He's not a politician.
Yeah. Hi, guys. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Clearly, there's nothing new here. It's the circus that happens every 4 years in Nigeria. And there's nothing new to see here, And it's, like you said, clearly it's a joke, but it's just a piece out of a whole circus, out of a whole comedy show, that happens every 4 years. Obviously, the electorate is not tired enough. I say that we're tired, but we're not tired enough. When we're really tired, right, we'll do something about it. History is bereft with stories of countries that have attained independence in the real sense of the word, or are practicing them in the real sense of the word. It takes a whole lot more. Last week we talked about this, right? Shola, you talked about this. I said, if you wanted to count how many leaders in Nigeria, they're not up to 100,000 people that are actually leaders. They're not up to 50,000. They're not up to 10,000. And there are 200 million people in Nigeria. So it's a case of, the few against the many. So until the many decide that, they're tired of this joke, it's no longer funny. This circus is going to happen in another 4 years. After 2027, it's going to be another circus. And then 2031, it's going to go on and on until somebody decides, or a group will decide that, we've had enough of the joke, let's do something different. Because if you just look at the whole process, from buying of the forms, the cost of the forms, so the kind of people, the quality of people, and I'll say a bit more about this when I, say my piece. So the type of people that are even vying for this position, you ask yourself, someone that's not able to pay salaries in a state of 4 million, 5 million people wants to come and rule Nigeria of 200 million people. It just makes no sense. Clearly, they're having a laugh. It's quite obvious that they're having a laugh.
Well, thank you so much, Tolu. If this is a joke, in a couple of months, we're going to find out. But I would employ every Nigerian to get involved, in any way they think that they can get involved. Because right now, it's not just about, talking. We have to somehow, get infused into what's going on, and let's see where this takes us to. Up next is Tolu. Do stay with us.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my land. On the button, send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
What our presidential candidates say about us as the people? The race is on, or should I say the battle, for who will hold the seat for the highest office in the land, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Just thinking about this title actually gives me shivers. The President, Commander-in-Chief, two roles that will define the success or otherwise of our dear nation. The President, really from the root word to preside. President, he presides over the affairs of the nation, particularly the growth and development of the economy, which in turn translates to the wealth of its people. Basically, the economy of a nation contributes largely to the economy of its people, which in many cases contributes to the happiness index and can contribute to your level of welfare and therefore happiness. In other words, if I may exaggerate a bit, your choice of president can contribute to your level of welfare and your happiness. If you don't believe me, I mean, just look around you today. Today is 12th of May 2022. Are you a happy citizen? Does it have anything to do with what is going on around you, rising costs of food and welfare in general, and dwindling value of your currency and your economic power? On the other hand, also the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, this speaks to the safety, security, and the protection of lives and properties of the citizenry. Again, look around you. Do you feel safe? Does your family feel safe? What about your relatives in the north or in the southeast? Are they living a life devoid of fear, of kidnap, robbery, assassination, etc.? Many times we do not actually consider the gravity or import of our decisions when it comes to elections. This time, in choosing the president of a country like Nigeria. Now, look closely at candidates we've had, before now. Cast your mind back. President since 1999, when we decided to take the path of democracy. We've had one president, Olusegun Obasanjo, had the late president, Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. We have the president, Goodluck Jonathan, then President Muhammadu Buhari. Assuming we chose the best qualified candidates, and indeed the best of us to represent us as president, then what do these four men say about us as a people? It's another election cycle. The politics is heating up again. Beyond party primaries, in which these events are bedeviled with bribery and counter-bribery of delegates, which actually results in the candidates with the most money, clinching the tickets versus the most qualified or experienced candidates. So the more money you have, the more your chances of clinching these tickets. I do advocate that we actually put the candidates to the test by doing the following. One, ask the important questions, ask pertinent questions about how they actually intend to get out of this quagmire. And then that helps us to weed out those who don't have a well-articulated plan. Also, we should disqualify everyone that has been proven guilty for fraud or corruption. Again, we have to slash the salaries of these office holders to slightly higher than the minimum wage, so we can truly see who is really ready to serve. I mean, if you do this, let's see what happens. I assure you water will find its level, and will find those that truly care about service to the people, not just those that are obsessed with service in their pockets. Thank you.
The part you talked about slashing salaries has always been an issue over the years, but we all know that no member of the legislature or the executive or even the judiciary will be happy to do such, slash of the salaries. I'm sure our politicians would not be happy to do that. I know there was a particular politician that came online to say that his salary was about 50,000. There was a time, and a lot of people debunked that and said that it was a lie. So I believe that if you want to serve, you can still earn well. You can still earn well. We all know that in the UK, what Nigerian politicians earn is far, more than what people earn in the UK if you're serving. So I just think that it's not a function of reduce. You could reduce your salaries, but we all know that Nigerian politicians are there for the money. The money is the motivation. So you should work regardless of whether you're paid well or you're not paid well. You should be ready to serve your people. You should be able, maybe you're expected to do the right thing. And we realize that when these politicians do things for us, you know, there's so much noise. Like when we make so much noise, but this is what they are supposed to do. It's your duty to provide good roads. It's your duty to do all of that. But there's this assumption that they are doing something fantastic, so that's why they make so much noise. So that's my opinion.
I think for me, my thoughts actually is around when Tolu mentioned, asked us to cast our mind back to previous presidents. I mean, it's just a reflection of our decisions. I guess some of us around here might not have been involved in that process at that point in time, but regardless, our parents were, our elders were, our siblings, or even for some of these leaders as well, we voted them in. It's just a reflection of who we are, what kind of people we have actually placed across board. I was just thinking, if probably in all of these 4 leaders that were placed, if any one of them was really qualified they were qualified to do the work in terms of not just saying that they went through school, because I mean there was a time that was the mantra, that was I'm an educated person. Then it moved on to I am for the people, I understand the people's plight, I've been there. But if we were selling beyond those things that are mundane and we're actually looking for candidates that really would serve the people's interest, I can imagine what Nigeria would have been if those are the kind of people that were elected from 1999 up until today. That just helps us think that really, indeed, our elected officials would determine the destiny of the nation and its people in general. So we really need to make wise choices going forward.
Yeah. The thing is, speaking about making money from politics, it's possible to do the right thing and make in a decent living, doing the right thing. The politicians in the US and the UK, they are paid decently. But they don't see politics. Politics to them is not just a career path. It's more like an act of service. So I remember the last time I was listening, that was some couple of weeks ago, I was listening to an interview of a Nigerian who is a Briton. She is a British, but a Nigerian. She contested for an office, I think member of the parliament in Britain. And she said, they were asking her, how much was your election, the process there, everything. She said she spent less than about £8,000. Convert that to Naira, that's a chicken change. £8,000. And that money was like, some of our friends came together, gathered that money. The money was meant to send meals, letters, print some flyers, and that was all.
Not for bribery.
But yeah, how much, if you do the mathematics, £8,000 cannot even buy expression of interest for the least political party.
Right.
Because their politics is not monetization. They attach value to this thing. And is it possible for political parties to make presidential form almost free, but then let it be men of values that can afford it? If it's free, but the fact that it's free, you still can't afford it. You have to meet a certain level of criteria. So we need to shift our mind from politics of money to politics of values. I'm not saying politicians should cut down their salary beyond comfort. Of course, we know that their salary is too high. But what I'm saying is that they should do the right thing. Where they steal from, where they misuse funds, they should stop it. They can earn a decent living and actually fix the country and do the right thing. They don't have to be poor, be playing politics. At the other hand, you don't have to be rich from politics either. There should be a balance.
So what I hear, before you add, what I hear you say is that the filter, the set of people that goes through the system actually that we get to elect has to be corrected.
Yes, the value system, too much monetization of the process.
Right.
I mean, what has happened with the politics was happened with teachers. I mean, how many of us come out from school and want to go and teach? Nobody wants to go and teach. I mean, if you interview several teachers, they tell you, I'm just using this as my, writing block to my real job, so. But teachers actually, one day I was driving back home and I realized how much teachers has contributed to, where we've come, right? But nobody wants to go teach because it's positioned as something that is not lucrative. So politics is also positioned as something that is lucrative now, but we've left it to some group of people. I think we need to, it's also a shade to me personally, right? We come every here, we just talk. We need to go back and, control the options. Now, they decide back end who are going to vote. And our vote kind of like is no longer so as powerful as we think. This might look but it's the truth. We need to go back and get into the grassroots. Let's not leave it to some people who supposedly shouldn't be there. But I mean, if we keep saying these things, it's a cycle. Kids will grow up and they're going to say, Dad, what did you do? You were just talking and all. But I think it's the reality, is the truth, that we don't want to get involved, but we just want to stay out of it and keep just being intellectual around it. Let's just try and create even if you can't get involved, support somebody, find somebody that can actually push to getting involved at that grassroots.
Just like you said,
if we can do that, I mean,
these people are a reflection of the society. When it comes to campaigning or electionary process, they want to buy goods, materials, or gifts to lure voters because they believe that too much money, stomach infrastructure. We need to go beyond that and stick to real value.
Yeah, back to Tolu.
Ruth is next after the break. Please stay with us.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Nigeria is preparing for elections in an atmosphere of worsening insecurity, which stares the political actors and ordinary citizens in the face. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, is ready. The parties are ready or getting set, but the environment is not at peace. The climate is cloudy, particularly in the northwest, the northeast and southeast, which areas are battling with a curious sit at home and internal strife. Based on INEC's calendar, party primaries are to be concluded by June 3. Efforts to get INEC to change their stance has proven abortive. Hence, we can conclude that this month of May would be a decider for many presidential hopefuls and aspirants for other elected offices. Based on my last count, close to 30 aspirants have purchased the presidential tickets for the ruling APC party, having paid the outrageous ticket fee of 100 million naira. The main opposition party, PDP, on the other hand, has screened 17 presidential hopefuls. There is a resolve on every part of many people to get tickets for this presidential contest. It is important that we remember that our current economic and societal issues are results of our decisions at successive polls. The candidates presented at the general elections are results of the primaries. Hence, we need to understand how the primaries work in Nigeria. The Electoral Act provides that candidates for whatever public office can be elected by indirect primary, direct primary, or through consensus method. In these forthcoming elections, the two main political parties are going to pick their presidential candidates using the indirect primary method, and delegates are the ultimate deciders. There are two types of delegates, the ad hoc and the statutory. The ad hoc delegates are picked by holding congresses in the wards across the country. Statutory delegates, a recent provision of the amended Electoral Act, are party members who have held public offices before. So you mean people like governors, ex-governors, and presidents and the likes. This amendment might be out of selfish interest of politicians or otherwise, only time will tell. However, what we can say is that there would be more people to decide the buffet that will be served to Nigerians in 2023. After the delegates are selected, a convention will be held to enable them decide on who will fly the party's gubernatorial or presidential flags. Although there's a limit to what we, the public, can do at this point with regards to the primaries, I would encourage everyone who has access to either the ad hoc or statutory delegates to advise, encourage, press on them, whatever method you can do, to encourage them to choose candidates at the primaries which would be in the interest of a good nation. The offers from candidates might be tempting, but let's remember that the destiny of Nigeria and its people is dependent on their choices. We can become a better nation based on their decisions. We can also even become a worse nation than we currently are based on their decisions. So therefore, the destiny of 120 million Nigerians are in their hands. So guys, what do you think? How can
200 million.
we, or rather 200 million rather, how can we encourage delegates or to bring forward the right candidates?
So who are these delegates? That's where we should start from.
So we'll start from there. Statutory delegates are ex-presidents or ex-public office holders or even current public office holders. But you then have ad hoc delegates that are usually selected through a convention. So, yes.
And oftentimes these delegates are even being bribed.
Of course.
Recently, I saw a post where they said was it Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu has secured over 370 delegates. So I asked, secured in what sense? Is it that, I don't want to go into the details of that, but I hope the processes are fair. I hope they are fair. They should think about the future of the country. So any political party now that want to contest, because this weekend, I think the election should be this weekend, right?
Yes, yes.
So by Monday
Primaries.
we'll know the primary election. Yeah.
Yes.
So I just pray these parties, they will do the right thing. I hope so. I just pray and hope so.
Why do I think that it's almost like, let me even use I don't like to say the word ruling, it just looks too tyrannic. You know, the leading party. I think leadership is more better than rulership. So let's just say the leading party, APC, right? You know, why are there so many people that almost looks like those that can potentially become president? Does it, I mean, somewhere I'm thinking, do they already know the result of the primaries?
I think so.
So that's where, because it's so this is the corruption we keep talking about. So what is it? So why all the sham? Why all the whole this person coming out and running? You don't even know the joker that will come out tomorrow and say I've bought the form. You know, and you know. So they somehow know the result of the primaries. Who is going to come out? I mean, we have Jagaban already, you know, still in the race. So I'm just looking at this whole thing. So what's the essence? Is it even credible? If the primaries is not even credible, so what is the credibility of the main elections? So that's like that's what that's what's been on my heart really concerning this whole thing.
The thing about the primaries, I personally think that there's an element of corruption in the primaries, because we see, even at the local government levels, even at the very low level, you see that in your small community, in your local government, your small community, you just ask one or two people, they're already like, oh, that lady is the one that will emerge. They've not had the primaries yet. That lady is the one that will emerge. She's the sister to the former, one of the, you know, she has that connection. So, you know, you can't just appear from the blues. You know, so I think that the process should actually be free, should be fair. I was encouraged when I saw a lady, I think Kwara State, she's a very young lady. She picked up a form yesterday or 2 days ago, and a lot of people on Twitter started to speak to her. Oh, where did you get money for the form? Where did you get money for the form? Oh, who are you? Who is your father? That was the question on Twitter.
Questions are not
yes,
supposed to be that.
And she's a young girl. I think she's in her 20s. Yeah, she's in her 20s. And people said, this form is 2 million naira. Where did you get the money? Who is your father? That was the question on Twitter. Who is your father? So now we need to ask ourselves, what if she has been saving this money, saving money, seeking support from uncles and aunties, that she wants to do this is her dream, she wants to be a change agent, you know, but, you know, that's precedent. We need to work on ourselves as Nigerians and begin to do things the right way.
Every Nigerian and any Nigerian has the right to contest if he or she fits in. And let me even use the opportunity to address this issue now. by extension, look at what is happening in Ogun State now. The governor, the incumbent governor is contesting, and then there's another woman in the party that's contesting. Recently, there have been some kind of friction between both sides. They are both members of the same party. So the fact that somebody is coming outside to contest is not your enemy. So you should not send talks after a political aspirant should not send talk after another one. It's so barbaric.
Yes.
What are you scared of? What are they scared of? Why don't you allow the masses decide? So I'm using this as an extension. If you know you're a politician, you're a governor, or whatever you are, and you are sending talks after other candidates, then shame on you.
So what do you think? How can we take our primaries seriously?
I mean, the description that Ruth just gave is quite instructive. You know, the fact that there are types of delegates, you know, I've never heard that before. It just shows how politically ignorant, you know, most people are. And I'm not going to be quite honest with you. Because, you know, there's this case of apathy where you're not just really interested in the process because you know that the process is already rigged against you. So think about the whole concept of having type of delegates, former governors, former, you know, political holders, political office holders, people that in the first place should not even be allowed to even move anything near politics. You know, they are the sort of the constitutionally the mandated ones to be there. And the other ones that are not chosen from the convention. How was the convention designed? You know, how did they decide who should be at the convention and who shouldn't be? At the end of the day, it just starts to become clearer and clearer that this whole game is just a game of, you know, the highest bidder, who has the most money to spend. Whoever they're saying has clinched, you know, whatever number of delegates before, you know, the primaries is clearly doing that with money. You know, so the system is rigged against you already. It's designed to fail. You know, once the system is designed to fail, there's no need trying. What you must do is go back to the drawing board and redesign the system. Shut down the system and redesign it. There's no point trying to, you know, can't keep doing the same and expecting different results. Not possible. That's insanity. You know, and that's clearly, you know, the case. It's just this, you know, joke of incidents that happens every 4 years.
Okay, so there might be a limit to what we can do, but we hope that our delegates would select the right people for us so that we can vote them in during the general elections. So Shola is up next after this break. What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Following the approval of the electoral bill, INEC has updated its schedule, giving political parties between April 4th to June 3rd to conduct primaries. This means that political office holders interested in vying for positions must resign by June 3rd. Section 84, sub 1 of the Electoral Act provides that no political appointee at any level shall be a voting delegate or be voted for at the convention or congress of a political party for the purpose of the nomination of candidates for any election. Consequent upon President Buhari's directive, anyone in his cabinet who is vying for public office must resign on or before May 16, 2022. Those affected by this directive include the governor to the central bank, Mr. Emefiele, Minister of Transportation, Mr. Rotimi Amechi, Niger Delta Affairs Minister, Mr. Godswill Akpabio, Minister for Labour and Employment, Chris Ngige, Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation, Ogbonnaya, State for Education, Emeka Nwajiba, and for Petroleum, who have all joined the presidential race on the platform of the All Progressives Congress, APC. Others are the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, who is vying for the Kebbi governorship seat. Minister of State, Mines and Steel, Uche Oga, who is running for the governorship position in Abia State, and the Minister of Women Affairs, Pauline Tallinn, who declared their ambition to contest for a senatorial seat in Plateau State. Following the President's directive, 4 serving ministers have resigned, whilst we await a compliance of the directive by the others. While it is a standard norm on every democracy to vie for office, it will never be in the public interest for political appointees to stay in office once elective interest has been indicated. So what do you guys think about the political office holders vying for presidential positions and other positions?
For me, I think they are Nigerians, qualified Nigerians, and they should vie for elective positions once they meet the criteria. That's one. But 2, I think that since the law says they have to resign, they have to abide by the law and follow through to the letter. Because by not doing so, by contesting the law at this stage, it just indicates how their character, just an indication of their character. Because that just means that they would always flout the rule of law if and when they get into an appointed position. That's my take.
Well, to me, you are right, but I would, 2 of the candidates there, I'm talking of the Attorney General and the CBN Governor, the 2 of them are handling something sensitive. They are not supposed to be politically exposed.
Exactly.
As a CBN governor, you have no business with politics. It's wrong.
You shouldn't have that
as
ambition.
It's wrong.
You shouldn't even think of buying a nomination form.
So I don't know what we're talking about.
But it doesn't stop them from doing it.
What kind of precedents are we setting for the future? It's not a shame.
It doesn't stop them from doing it. Central bank, the governor of Central Bank is supposed to be non-partisan. You shouldn't be interested in politics.
Former governor of Central Bank is now the current governor of
that's a different case.
Of Anambra State. So it shouldn't. They should be able to vie for a political position.
Case.
It's different.
If you had resigned some
years ago,
it's a different case.
Okay.
Yeah, not again, that you are still in the corridor.
Why should you
mean?
That's why they have to resign. That's why there's a law that says they should resign.
It's too close. It shouldn't even be in his plan.
Yes, it's true, really, because if you think about it, that tells you how much, politics. Yeah, I mean, it's a business here, but it's become almost like, so politics should be driven by vision. It should be by vision, leadership. So it shouldn't be driven by money. So, but resigning now means that, oh boy, it seems that we leave this work and go and do this one where I'm going to have opportunity to, so I get where Elijah is coming from, and I get where you're coming from. But I also think that his position is too sensitive to just quickly want to resign at the dying minute just to get the form. So if he's going to make that decision, maybe if he has left office maybe a year ago, or, but I mean, at the nick of time resigning, again, we can have we can have contrasting views around it, but the truth is, being the CBN governor is a very strategic position in the nation. And leaving that to vie for, I really even wish I could sit with all of these people. Okay, guys, leave all the sham, leave all the, what's all those buzzwords? I am the man of the people, I'm tested, trusted, and all. Leave all those rubbish. Why do you really, between us, unscripted, X-rated, right? Why do you want to really get on this seat? And you'll probably hear, if we can even have like a meter that measures the intent of the heart, you probably see why people are going for, things. And that's why we're having the whole drama. Because, even the rat knows that it's drama that's happening.
I have a question.
It's just crazy.
Is the CBN governor a card-carrying member of any party in Nigeria?
Allegation says so, and that's
Which
where the
is
issue
wrong.
So it's wrong for him to do that in the first place. But for you to...
You're supposed to be neutral in a way.
Yeah, you're supposed to be a neutral person.
When Soludo was the CBN governor, he was a professor, he was an academia, went into the banking sector, he was a professional. Now this other person, there's allegation that he was a card-carrying member. So why will you be a card-carrying member and be a CBN governor? You are a PEP, politically exposed person.
Let's hear from Tolu. Tolu, is Tolu still there? What do you have to say about this?
Yeah, the law that comes by is impunity. It's very simple, it's impunity.
I agree.
Because the laws are clear, or the law is clear, the system is clear, the standard is clear. You cannot be a public office holder and then be partisan, because that just already means that it's a compromise, it's conflict of interest. I mean, these things are basic. These are not things that we should be having conversations about. I remember during the 2020 elections in the US, that, a certain person felt, he won the elections, and then for that reason, the new person should not be certified and stuff. And the military was called upon, and said, we're not partisan.
Exactly.
All we do is just follow a laid down, institutionalized system. Very simple. We just follow an institution. We are an institution, and we follow a laid down set of rules and laws. Do you understand? We don't even have to have a conversation with anybody. These laws are already laid down for hundreds of years. One person cannot just wake up and one day and say, oh, he's president and he wants to be president again, when the law, clearly stipulates that, whoever has 270, becomes the new president. It's simple, the same thing. If you're the public office holder and when you took the oath of office, you were told that 1, you can't be partisan, 2, you cannot contest elections, 3, you can't, those things were there, and you signed the dotted line. The moment you go against that, 2 things should happen: either you resign or you're sacked. There's no need to be having a long conversation about it.
Yes. Exactly. Everybody should be there.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you so much, Tolu, for that.
Yes. Thank you so much, Tolu. Up next is Elijah. Stay with us.
Leadership, fixing Nigerian sham politics and quasi-democracy. In light of the recent happening in the Nigerian political arena, the presidential race has been seen as a gateway to personal enrichment or cabal supremacy as opposed to repairing the failing system. Issues like poor educational systems, deteriorating security, poor health care, and the rise in mortality rate in the nation is being treated as secondary, and satisfying selfish political ambitions is placed above human and national development. In situations like this, it is obvious that Nigerian democracy is quasi and upturned to the extent that the people which makes up the government do not count. A position as Herculean as the presidential seat is no small feat. Thus, needs a personality with a scalable and realistic agenda to fill. Issues concerning a state involves high-level tact, progress, policies, workable and democratic structures, and above all, a leader ready to bear the aforementioned as their obligation. What Nigeria needs at this critical stage of our existence is a leader who is capable of dragging it out of the dungeons of her current existence to a place where it can sustain herself and implement her national and foreign policies as key players on the world stage. Political parties should not be carried away by the over-monetizing of seals of forms for political aspirants. Rather, emphasis should be made on seeking aspirants who can understand and promote their values and ideologies for all-round national development based on their respective antecedents or past achievements, including professional and social credentials. Because not everyone can and should be presidential or even a political aspirant. Regardless of the several politicking heralding the forthcoming 2023 general election, The following are some of the issues that should be paramount and not to be seen as a common manifesto, but as a responsibility. Tackling insecurity, addressing inflation, investing in the educational system, revamping the healthcare system, encouraging foreign investments, supporting local small and medium-scale enterprise with good policies, enhancing transportation system and food security. These aforementioned issues are non-partisan and affect everyone regardless of their parochial or political identities. Thus, the end point of any political process should prefer sustainable solution to them. In conclusion, as political parties prepare for their primaries and the nation waits in anticipation, let us meditate on this word of John Fitzgerald Kennedy, the 34th U.S. President. The ignorance of one voter in a democracy impairs the security of all. Here we are again. So, we've said so much about over monetization of sales of form and values, and what we should expect political processes in this forthcoming 2023 general election. This week will determine the flag bearers of both, or political parties will determine the flag bearers. So, what does the future hold for Nigerians?
For me, I think the 2023 election is not different from any other elections we had in Nigeria. So what we need to do is we still have the old people, the old set of people, the same people. We need, I don't know, there was a time somebody was talking about bringing in a young person, and even today we see that the youths are not even ready to support that young person. Like Mr. Tolu mentioned, that Nigerians were not ready. We're not ready because the same people, the same old people, the same old policies, and it's just like a recycle of the same old leaders we had. That's my opinion.
We're not ready. That's what we keep hearing. We're not going to be ready.
I think what you mentioned about the fact that these issues, insecurity, inflation, education, healthcare, these are not supposed to just be become a political mantra for politicians. These are real issues we're faced with. It's not in those days when you come out and say part of your campaign words are, oh, I'm going to provide you with good roads. Or provide you with education just so that people vote. These are real issues that we're faced with. On the back of that, it's important that as we begin to question the aspirants, we need to drill down, ask them real questions on how they'll be able to address these issues that are facing us, because it's not just one Nigerian that is facing it, or it's just a selected few. There was a time it used to be just a selected few, but now it has extended beyond the selected few. It's across the nation. Everyone can, one way or the other, at least have heard or either have heard or either is a victim, or has known a victim, or has a victim in his family that has faced one or more of these issues. So these are real issues that we're faced with as Nigerians. These are the questions that we need to begin to ask these guys to know how well they will address it as they vie for these political positions.
I saw a video on Twitter, and I think it was a Shonwolu food project somewhere around Oworonshoki, and those Oworonshoki boys aren't smiling. And it just came out, and they destroyed the canopy, everything, and they're saying, it was a woman that was, presiding the whole thing, and I think they would have beat her up if it was a man. So they probably just gave her that respect because she was a woman, but they had to scatter all the umbrellas, and they kept shouting, "We don't need any food this time around, no food, don't give us food, take your coolers, we're not hungry." These are like roadside people, the regular touts and all. And for me, it's a good light, it's a good information. Of course, like Ruth said, we're beginning to come out from that in fact, we're already in learned helplessness, where you just get into that space. They tell you, we're going to fix the road, we're going to give you electricity. Well, you've heard that is now like cock and bull stuff. And then you begin to now come out of learned helplessness and say, you know what, I'm going to start, doing something in my own space. But it still boils down to what Tolu would always keep saying. I think Eniton has also said that on the show is values, right? When you say I'm not after young people getting into power. It's not about young people, old people. It's about having the person with the right frame of mind. The person could be 60, I don't care, right? So, I mean, we all know that before you get into the polity, it takes a lot of hurdles to climb. I mean, I can't just get into the polity and say I'm vying for the president, except I just want to joke around, right? So it takes a lot of hurdle. And if we're going to get a chance at the seat that's supposedly we young people that believe that we can make a difference, I think we'll have to start like immediately, getting involved at grassroots, local level. And this is me saying it openly. I mean, in these coming elections, I'm probably going to, I'm not running, but I'm probably going to get involved more often, get attached to a party, understand how it's done, just understand the process flow, really. I reside in Yaba, so I'm just getting involved in the whole Yaba stuff, understand what's going on there, how are they getting the local government chairman, what's the process, asking questions. That's like my first shot at just understanding what's happening. Maybe by next 4 years, I'll get, a bit deeper into it, but I just want to understand how this thing works. And that's my own way of saying I want to start paying attention to things like this.
That's good. For me, I would say politics should not distract governance. We need good governance to fix this problem. So when they are talking about manifestos are not just sweet talk, win us. We are not winning us. It's not a romance scene. We are not here. We make business. So let's find how to get people that will uphold principles of good governance to solve the problem.
All right. We thank you for your attention while the program lasted. We hoped our conversations resonated with you and that in some small way encouraged you to contribute to your immediate environment. Little drops of water, they say, makes a mighty ocean. Do not forget that the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG, and on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/TheAdvocateNG. Do not forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Join us next week, same time on this station. Let's keep advocating for a better society. See you next time. Bye.
Imagine that you're going to live for 100 years. The way you treat your body right now, would your liver and your kidney take you that far? Now, you must understand that the body is a biologic organism or a biologic machine, just like your generator and your machines, your car. How do you treat them? You can replace the parts, you take them for regular servicing. There is an input talking about your fuel, and there is an output talking about your combustion, your gas. That same way, the body thrives on an input, maintenance, and output system. The body, like every other biological machine, takes in organic matter because that's its source, comes from the earth, and then uses it for the production of many chemicals, hormones, and synthesis of cells and tissues, and then excretes it organic manure and it gets back to the soil. How does this happen to maintain your health? You must take in organic based meal. And that's why the closer your meal is to the earth, the better for you. The closer it is from the earth to you, the better such meals. When many foods stay a long distance before getting to you, it's not as good as when it just gets from ground to you. All right. Very importantly, that you reduce the intake of chemicals. You can't keep taking chemicals. The body doesn't understand it. It's not able to process it. And then for every time the body tries to process these chemicals, it experiences what we call breakdown, especially your excretory organs like your kidney and liver. This has been the cause of many liver damage and kidney damages. So when you take a lot of chemicals, one of them is pure chemicals, such as alcohol, such as spirits, such as tobacco, many of them cigarettes. When you're taking these things, the body tries its best to absorb the exogenous substance and excrete them. And of course, you have free radicals running through your system. If you're not able to break them down, your tissues die slowly. All right. Other things are things like even polyprocessed meals. For example, roasted meat, what you call suya. That suya is not very fantastic for your health, especially for your liver. It's not so good. When you're taking a lot of carbonated drinks, you further cause damage to your system. And more importantly is that you may not notice them between the ages of 0 to 35, 40. The moment you begin to get off that peak period where your energy, where your body is supposed to start going uphill, you will notice that you cannot go longer than normal and then you begin to break down. All right. Very important that you take fruits, lots of fruits. And it's important that you're particular about your source of fruits. Many of the fruits nowadays are being synthesized. Many of them are done in the laboratories. Many of them have been changed, mutated. And so when I was little, I know that pineapples that I take used to be very bitter when it's green. Nowadays, the greener it is, the sweeter it is. So these cannot be very useful for the body. So the body cannot use it. The long and short of what I'm trying to say is that your body must use what it needs, not what it doesn't need. When you're taking drugs, if you can prevent the recurrent intakes of drugs, you need to do. Many of you who think that antibiotics is vitamin C, it's not. They're not the same. Take drugs when necessary. And in fact, it must be prescribed. You just go off the counter and take what you like and how you like it, what quantity. You need to take prescribed drugs. Many of us who do herbal drinks and concussions and all kinds of things, you further disintegrate your body system. You make your body confused because the dosages are not clear. One very important source that's given to us by nature is water. A high level of alkaline water is very good for you. A high level of sunlight. Don't be afraid of sunlight. For many of you who go from air conditioners to air conditioners to air conditioners, you need the sunlight to help you provide vitamin D, which carries calcium, makes it absorbed in the bones, and prevents things like osteoporosis, low back pain, arthritis. These are natural ways of preventing illnesses. So you're managing your health that way. You're taking a lot of water, you prevent urinary tract infection, you prevent dehydration, you prevent constipation, you take a lot of fibers from fruits, you prevent constipation, you improve your microorganisms in your system, then you will not fall sick easily. And of course, you do a lot of fruits, including vegetables that contains a lot of carotenes, vitamins, B, B12, B6, A vitamins. Your eyes are very, very protected. And of course, you want to care for your prostate. Lastly, there are age-related diseases. For every age, you want to find out what are the diseases in that age and you begin to treat them. For an example, a man who is clocking 45 years and above needs to check his prostate. Don't be surprised. Oh, he died of prostate cancer and you're like, no, check your prostates once you hit 45. For a lady, you cross reproductive age, you want to start checking for cervical cancer. Pap smear recurrently, yearly, will not do you bad. Of course, your BP should not be, you should know your BP of your last 1 week. Your blood sugar, you should know the last 1 month blood sugar. Don't be in a new, especially when you clock the age of 40. By then, your health is beginning to take an uphill task. Manage your health so that you can live as much as 100.
Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church, CGCC, formerly known as the Lateran Assembly. Today, all across the world, there are rumblings. Nations are plagued by perplexing situations. Societies are drowning in unprecedented upheavals. Cities are grappling with complex problems. Families are overwhelmed by seemingly insurmountable challenges, while multitudes in the valley of decision and people are in dire need of hope. At the same time, there is a stirring in the hearts of those who know their God and are said to do exploits, those who understand the times and the seasons and know what their nation ought to do, those with a compelling call to respond to the mandate of God in this decade. Brothers and sisters, this decade is a decade like no other. It's a decade of the designated favor of God upon his people. To accurately position ourselves for this current move of God and to be adequately equipped for the call of the hour, we must shape the decade by the word of God, which is why I'm so glad to welcome you to the Moment of Truth, a life-transforming time in the presence of God and under the influence and power of the Holy Spirit, as well as the Word of God. So invite your family, neighbors, and friends as you sit back, relax, and receive the engrafted Word of God, which is able to save your soul. Today we will continue with part 4 of our current series titled Training in Righteousness. Training in Righteousness. Our focus this day will be line upon line on the song of deliverance that David wrote and sang on the day that God delivered him from the hands of all his enemies. May God deliver you from the hands of all your enemies. In the name of Jesus, from the hands of all his enemies and from the hands of Saul, his mortal foe. This song encapsulates the 7 curses that David took while going through his training in righteousness. And for a subtitle, you may call this message the 7 curses taken by David during his training in righteousness. It's long, but that makes it explicit. The 7 courses taken by David during his training in righteousness. For clarity's sake, I'll divide these 7 courses into 2. We will take the first 3 courses today, and next Sunday, God permitting us, I've learned to put that in now. Next Sunday, God permitting us, we'll take the last 3 courses and crown it with course number 7, which was David's farewell speech when he graduated from God's University of Righteousness. I do not know how we got here this year, because it was not in my plan at all to teach on training in righteousness or training for reigning. For a very long time, there is a driving force in our ministry, and we put it everywhere for everyone to see: you can win by righteousness. But many people will take it for a slogan, a mere slogan. They do not know that the very foundation of God's throne is righteousness and justice. And I think we are learning now that before we can become righteous, we have to go through training. That when God said to Abram and showed him the stars of heaven, that this will be the number of the children I will give you, he believed God, and it was accounted to him for righteousness. It was not righteous yet. It was a deposit. And it will now be taken through process for him to become a mighty prince on the face of the earth and to become the friend of God and the father of faith. It will take process. Tell your neighbor, no process, no progress. So today we'll take the first 3 courses. I began last Sunday. It looks like forever. I began last Sunday with the first course. I'll just do a quick summary of that. And I had 2 more today. And then by God's grace next Sunday, we'll do the next 3 courses. Now the 3 courses next Sunday is very, very critical to your survival in a fallen world. Because you're not just going to receive theories, you are going to receive practicals. You are going to see that like your 9 fruits of the Spirit, like your 9 gifts of the Spirit, like your 9 attributes of a growing faith that you find in Peter, and like the Beatitudes that are 9, you are going to find out that David was taken from place to place in the wilderness, in the cave, everywhere, 9 different times to produce the man after God's heart. It's going to take time. You're going to see practicals that he did beyond theory in the fields of battle. And then you will know why God called him a man after my heart. When we are rounding it up by God's grace at the end of the month, we are going to go back to the question that I've not addressed. We know that God is not partial. He's no respecter of persons. How could he testify? Knowing the nature and the disposition of David, how could he say, I have found David, the son of Jesse, a man after my heart who will do all my will. But you can't believe anyone if you look closely at the life of David and they say, this is a man after God's heart who will do all God's will. You say, who? This woman rapper? I don't want to go there. But he knows what he's saying and he knows what he's doing. Turn your Bible with me today to 2 Samuel chapter 22, verse number 1. And then we'll go course after course. Almighty God opening your understanding to know the things that will work for you and for your good in the name of Jesus Christ. Church is not just about preaching messages, it's about training people to know how to put their hands on the plow, to know where what do I call that thing? The trigger. To know where the trigger of the gun is to blow the head of the enemy anytime he rises. 2 Samuel chapter 22, verse number 1. Then David spoke to the Lord the words of this song on the day. May your own day come. On the day when, not if. May your own day come. On the day when the Lord had delivered him from the hand of all his enemies and from the hand of Saul. How did he get to this place? How did he get to the place when God did deliver him from the hands of all his enemies and from the hand of his mortal foe, Saul? Is it just favor? Many of you think you don't have to do anything to earn favor. I taught you that it's wrong to believe that. I showed you how to obtain favor. How did David get to this place? He had to go through 7 courses. Are you ready? Course number 1. As I mentioned last Sunday, David learned in this first course 8 principal things about God. 8 principal things about God. That God and God alone is a rock. Say 1. Is a fortress. I can't hear you. Is a deliverer. Is the strength. Is a shield. Is a horn of salvation. Is a stronghold and refuge of those who are well trained in righteousness. That the moment you go through this course, these are the things that are yours, and you will get to know, because you don't have to fight this battle. He has predetermined victory before you even step into the battlefield. Say with me, the Lord is my rock, my fortress, my deliverer, my strength, my shield, the horn of my salvation, my stronghold and refuge in the days of trouble. In Jesus' name. Every overcomer in Christ Jesus must have these attributes of God firmly planted in them. The experience of David in this first course is recorded for our learning in 2 Samuel chapter 22, verse 1 to 7. Get ready, choir. I'm going to sing a song. I will call upon the Lord, who is worthy to be praised. So rise up, get ready, don't sit and stretch your legs. 2 Samuel chapter 22, verse 1 to 7. Then David spoke to the Lord the words of this song on the day when the Lord had delivered him. I got to England and Mrs. B said to me, last Sunday, which was last Sunday, it was all about English lesson and song and song. I said, yes, it's a style of teaching. And why? Because he said, everything that you teach the children of Israel in songs, they will not forget. That's why I raised the song, Some Rivers in Africa, na Benue, Congo, Orange, Limpopo. God created you. He wired you up not to forget song. That's why you don't have to put rock and roll in your brain. You speak to yourself in psalms, in hymns, and spiritual songs, and making melody in your heart. And David spoke to the Lord the words of this song on the day when the Lord had delivered him from the hand of all his enemies and from the hand of Saul. Let's see those 8 attributes. And he said, the Lord is my rock and my fortress and my deliverer, the God of my strength, in whom I will trust, my shield and the horn of my salvation, my stronghold and my refuge, my Savior. You save me from violence. I will call upon the Lord, who is worthy to be praised. So shall I be saved from my enemies. When the waves of death surrounded me, the floods of ungodliness made me afraid. The sorrows of Sheol surrounded me. The snares of death confronted me. In my distress, I called upon the Lord and cried out to my God. He heard my voice from his temple, not the natural temple here, the temple in heaven. If you get to Revelation, the temple in heaven was open and the ark of the covenant of the God of Israel was seen. When he told Moses, build according to pattern, he was showing him what is in heaven so that what is in heaven can be on earth. And Jesus came to teach us, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. He heard my voice from his temple, and my cry entered his ears. I don't know if you are the reason God sent me back home today, but as you call upon him, it doesn't matter what violence, what death, what Sheol, what power of hell is arrayed against you. In the name of Jesus, you are coming out free. You'll be totally free in the name of Jesus. I will call upon the Lord. Worthy to be praised. So shall I be saved from my enemy. The Lord reigneth. Blessed be the rock. Let the rock of my salvation be exalted. The Lord reigneth. Blessed be the rock. Let the rock of my salvation be exalted. I will call upon the Lord.
salvation be exalted.
Will you call upon the Lord? Lift up your hands and your voices. It doesn't matter how terrifying the situation is. It doesn't matter how hopeless your condition is. This day, in the name of Jesus, the restorer is coming your way. It will restore wasted years. It will restore stolen goods. It doesn't matter who planned it, who executed it. There's going to be a recovery in the mighty name of Jesus. Call upon the Lord, who is worthy to be saved. Thank you, Father. I saw Brother Bankale this morning during the Thanksgiving that he turned 80. And I sat there, I couldn't believe it. I'd known this man all my life. If you had asked me to fix his age, I would tell you he's not more than 70. He couldn't be more than 70. To think that he's 80 years old, wow. Are we call upon the Lord? Come on now. Oh, he's worthy to be saved. You are worthy, you are worthy, you are worthy, Lord. Oh, shall I be saved from my enemy? The Lord reigneth. Blessed be the rock. Let the rock of my salvation be exalted. The Lord reigneth. Blessed be the rock. Let the rock of my salvation be exalted. May God's name be glorified. May his name be exalted in your life. May men and women see how God turned things around for you and begin to praise God. In Jesus' mighty name. Please be seated. Course number 2. Course number 2. In course 2 of David's training in righteousness, David learned that second-hand revelation is powerless. You heard me when I was praying that. Many people go about quoting like parrot what they've heard others say, and when it doesn't work for them, they do not know that those who perhaps said those things receive revelation. They are only clinging onto information. The sacred things belong to the Lord our God, but those things which are informed, things which are revealed to us. When it pleased God to reveal his Son in me. The 7 sons of Sceva, who symbolize the 7 hallowed churches, in Isaiah chapter number 4, remain an outstanding testimony that in every generation, God will put a difference between those who use the name of the Lord to build their empire and those who should use the name of the Lord to extend the frontiers of his kingdom. In Isaiah chapter number 3, God began to make a difference. And maybe I should start from Isaiah chapter 2, which is not in my note now. Isaiah chapter number 2, I'll start from verse 1 to see what the church will become in the end time. You remember the rock that was cut without a human hand, that smashed the image that Nebuchadnezzar erected and broke everything into pieces. That will be the stature of the church at the end time. Isaiah chapter number 2, let me read from verse 1. Then you will understand the contrast. The word that Isaiah, the son of Amos, saw, you will see the word. It's a motion picture. The word that Isaiah, the son of Amos, saw, not heard. You think you are sight and sound generation? We see better things, and the prophets of old saw many magnificent things that you cannot even capture. The word that Isaiah, the son of Amos, saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem. Now it shall come to pass in the latter days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established on the top of the mountains. The mountain of the Lord's house is not part of your 7 mountains of culture. It's not. It towers above it and influences what happens on those mountains. So don't ever treat church as mountain of religion. God is not into religion, he's into relationship. He will smash all the gods and goddesses of this world, and every god that has not created the heavens and the earth shall perish from under the sun. In the mighty name of Jesus, it shall come to pass in the latter days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be exalted, shall be established on the mountains, and shall be exalted where? Above the hills, and all nations shall flow to it. Many people shall come and say, come, let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob. When Jacob began to build that house, to erect that pillar, there was no physical house anywhere. He said, this is the house of God. This is the gate of heaven. May your eyes open in the name of Jesus to know that the citadel is not about construction of a building. It's about raising a people who will be connected to heaven to manifest his grace and glory on the face of the earth. In the name of Jesus. That if one person can think it and other can join and make this happen, greater things lie ahead. We will rebuild this nation. We will fix it. In the name of Jesus. Oh, every place where there is ruin, we are going to build the old waste places. We are going to raise the foundation of many generations. We are going to repair the breach. We are going to restore the parts to dwell in. This is our assignment. Nigeria is going to experience peace. Nigeria will experience progress. Nigeria will experience true prosperity. And Nigeria will experience all possibilities. There's nothing you see in other places in the world that you not find in Nigeria. In fact, we have much more. We have a lot to offer. Keep watching. You'll soon find out. He will teach us his ways. Can I hear amen? Amen? We shall walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth what? The law, the principles that will govern everything, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. Now, this is what Isaiah saw. But something was hindering the manifestation of the house of the Lord upon all the mountains and above all hills. What was it? The hallowed church. And God said, I'm going to put a difference in that day when this house of the Lord will manifest upon the mountains and the hills. I'll put a difference between the righteous and the wicked. Isaiah chapter 3, verse 10. Isaiah 3:10. He who knew no sin became sin for me, that I might be made. I'm not yet there. But I might be made the righteousness of God in Christ Jesus. So I'm a work in progress. Don't look at me now and write me up, because I will reach my goal and I will fulfill my destiny in the mighty name of Jesus. Say to the righteous that it shall be well with them. I can hear amen. Amen. For they shall eat the fruit of their doings. Woe to the wicked. He shall be ill with him, for the reward of his hands shall be given him. As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. Is God against women ruling? Why would she have Deborah as a judge? But these are not regular women. These are regular women that hold your brain and your thoughts in their hands and twist you anywhere they want you to turn. Oh, my people, those who lead you curse you to err and destroy the way of your paths. The Lord stands up to build and stands to judge the people. The Lord will enter into judgment with the elders of his people and his princes. For you have eaten up the vineyard, the plunder of the poor is in your houses. These are those who use the name of the Lord to build their private empire. What do you mean by crushing my people and grinding the faces of the poor, says the Lord of hosts? You don't know how I feel anytime I have to stand there and say we have a need for us. It's heavy on me to ask you for anything. I'm trusting God. Lord, put me in a position that I will not say anything to anyone, but I'll be robbing you. And so he would deliberately ask Elijah to go get bread from a widow. Not for the survival of Elijah, but for the survival of the widow. May God forbid that we take widows' food and they die. Who are these 7 hallowed churches? Isaiah chapter 4. I can't take you to the book of Zephaniah. I'm limiting this training to righteousness because when you read Zephaniah and the day of the Lord's sacrifice, you will take princes and sacrifice them because they wear foreign apparel. They are soothsayers and smooth talkers. They dabble into voodoo just to hold concentration of people and to hold them firm in their grip. God is going to judge the elders. He's going to judge every deceiver. You can't get away with it. Isaiah chapter number 4. Listen to it. And in that day, in the day that he will put a difference between the righteous and the wicked, in the day that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be on top of all the mountains and above all hills, in that day 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own food. We don't need your bread. We know that man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. But we want to fill our belly. Our God is our belly. We know our end is shame. But we don't need you. We don't need your food. We will wear our own apparel. We don't need your covering. We'll take the tapestry of Egypt and wear them. They will look flamboyant. You have mixture. What we call church today is a mixed grill of Levitical priesthood and the priesthood after the Melchizedek order. I'm not against bishops. The bishopric is a biblical office. If a man desires the office of a bishop, it's not a title, it's work. We will not eat your food, don't worry yourself. We will not take your covering, we don't need it. Only let us be called by your name to take away our reproach. But in that day, the branch of the Lord shall be beautiful and glorious, and the fruit of the earth shall be excellent and appealing for those of Israel who have escaped from the 7 hallowed churches. 7 women. You know, some people say the reason 7 women will cling to one man is because there will be more women on earth than men. Where do you get that from? Our Korean liar mefa. Koburu, ọkùnrin kan ṣoṣo lọ́mọ Olúwa mi yàn fóbìnrin. Mi ò come on. Mi ò lè lọ answer ní query tí n bá délé. I answered the query of go and ask Mrs. B. How often does she cook for me? So when we got to England, I said, "Shomu cook Dani." So mo gòkè jẹ́wọ́ ẹ̀ṣẹ̀. Look at how they turn our head. They choose to be neck. So when we turn here, they are the one turning. If you don't know what I'm saying, you are not married yet. When you get married, you will know. They can control you with one finger. We just want to preach in your name and get the crowd. We just want to heal in your name and get the crowd. We just want to fill our stadia all over the world in your name, in your name. They have forgotten what Jesus said in Matthew chapter 7, verse 21 to 23. Matthew 7, 21 to 23. Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, shall enter the kingdom of heaven, but he who does the will of my Father in heaven. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, what did they get? Lord, 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 have we not prophesied in your name, cast out demons in your name, and done many wonders in your name? And then I will declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you will practice iniquity. You will practice lawlessness because Satan is lawless. He's anointed too. He will release his anointing to your life to also get miracles done. Just as the magicians of Egypt did. And many people in the church are so gullible that they cannot differentiate or distinguish the difference between miracle and magic. And so when they see anyone, wow, this is what they're doing there. And they quickly are trapped until God steps in to deliver his people. The 7 sons of Sceva are like these 7 hallowed churches who only use the name of the Lord, but have no relationship with him. They're not wearing his covering, he's not covering them, neither are they eating his food, the bread that came from heaven. Now, in Acts 19, verse 11, let's see who these 7 sons of Sceva, who they are. They have no revelation, they have information. Look, until you have that revelation, you cannot stand strong. Until it's revealed to you, you'll be quoting others. That's why you are not satisfied with just one message in a day. You tune to so many channels and you're so polluted, but your mind is confused. You're not being taught by the Spirit of God. I'm not against men of God preaching the word of truth. I'm not against those who are on the cutting edge of what God is doing. But be careful what you sing, what you swallow. Now, God walked. Who did the walk? I can't hear you. God worked unusual miracles by the hands of Paul. May your hand become an extension of God's influence. May God use your hands and your feet and your eyes and your mouth. Use your whole being to declare his glory to a fallen world in the name of Jesus. So that even handkerchiefs or aprons were brought from his body to the sick, and the diseases left them, and the evil spirits went out of them. Someone said this unusual miracle. Now, you remember Janet Dunana? Our sister Janet Dunana was a fashion designer. She was sewing clothes for women. Her husband was in River State, somewhere in the South, and he became mad, went berserk. And Janet Dunana came to me and said, Pastor, I don't know what to do. I'm working hard day and night to support, to be with the children. He's doing something there, but now he's gone, he's become a lunatic. And I looked at her. So I can't go with you. Give me one handkerchief. And I laid my hands on it and said, go there and lay this on him. That's where I was led. Janet Dunana went there, put the handkerchief on the husband, and he became well. Now I should now have garments sewing handkerchief and say, everybody come and get your handkerchief. When you get handkerchief from him, that's not what Paul did. It was because he had no time to go to those places, and those men needed something. The whole of Asia had the gospel, not handkerchief. I'm not sure you're hearing me. The whole of Asia had the gospel. Within 2 years, they were not clinging to handkerchiefs forever. They saw that God did unusual miracles. It was God doing it. And so when God is not doing it, your handkerchief is handkerchief. You use it to wipe your sweat. God did unusual miracles through the hands of Paul. Then some of the itinerant Jewish exorcists, this is their profession, took it upon themselves to call the name of the Lord Jesus over those who had evil spirits. Some of them got results. If they didn't, they would have stopped. Like the worshippers of Baal on Mount Carmel, cutting themselves with knives, bringing blood out and shouting the name of Baal from morning till evening. If it had not worked before, they will not do it this time. Because you get a result does not mean you are righteous. And they were saying, we exercise you by the Jesus whom Paul preaches. They had no relationship with Jesus, but they had seen a man that had a relationship with Jesus and was casting out devils in the name of Jesus. So they were saying, we exercise you in the name of Jesus. If you look in the middle column of your Bible, you will see exercise there means to command, to compel, to throw out. Also, there were 7 sons of Sceva. I told you they represent the hallowed church. A Jewish chief priest who did so. And the evil spirit answered and said, Jesus, I know, and Paul, I know. Who are you? Then the man in whom the evil spirit was leaped on them overpowered them, evil spirit, leaped on the 7, overpowered the 7, and prevailed against the 7. One devil is not enough to scatter hallowed churches. Just one devil. Then the man in whom the evil spirit was leaped on them, overpowered them, and prevailed against them, so that they fled out of that house naked and wounded. This became known both to all Jews and Greeks dwelling in Ephesus, and fear fell on them, and the name of the Lord Jesus, not of Paul. I can't hear you. I said, not of Paul. The name of the Lord Jesus was magnified. You read at the bottom, it said the word of God grew mightily. When Elijah brought fire from heaven, nobody said, Elijah is the Lord. They said, Jehovah is the Lord. If your ministry is not bringing forth God's glory, if it's all about you, you're a synagogue of Satan. It's about God. It's about him and him alone. Unlike the 7 sons of Sceva, David learned and experienced firsthand by revelation the ability of God to defend, to protect, and deliver his own. See that with me? David learned and experienced firsthand by revelation the ability of God to defend, to protect, and to deliver his own. Listen, until you hit crisis, we don't know which God you are serving. Until there's a major crisis in your life, we will know whether you serve the only true living God or you serve other gods. I can't test your faith in the midst of prosperity, but I'm ready to watch you in the midst of adversity. It's only in the midst of adversity I know where your faith lies. You know what you do behind the scene. I don't know and I don't have to know. But this God will be my God forever, and it will be my guide even unto death. David learned firsthand by revelation that a God who revealed himself to David has the ability to protect, to preserve, and to deliver his own, no matter the situation and circumstance. Who and who do we have as examples in the Bible? You have the 3 Hebrew boys. They knew God is able. The fiery furnace was heated 7 times over, and Nebuchadnezzar was angry. His visage changed. And said, okay, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, if you bow down at the sound of dulcimer and drums, then you'll be spared. If not, I'm going to see that God who will deliver you from my hands. And they said, Nebuchadnezzar, we are not careful to answer you in this matter. Our God, whom we serve, is able to deliver us. Do you know that? If you don't know that God is able to deliver you, you give your praise, your attention to other minor, useless gods. There must be a revelation on the inside of you that no matter the situation, your God is able. He's able to deliver, he's able to protect, he's able to preserve his own. Can I hear amen? Until you get to that place in your training in righteousness, you run from pillar to post. You call useless gods gods. They will tell you there's someone here, there's someone there. You go everywhere looking for what is not lost. But when you are trained and you are solid and you are strong in the Lord and in the power of his might, you know he's able, more than able, to deliver his own. Can I hear amen? David gave us this in 2 Samuel 22, verse 8 to 20. He graphically illustrated and penned down for us to know how God Almighty removed the heavens and the earth as well as the sea, to deliver those he delights in. I'm choosing my words here. I say, God will move heaven, the heavens and the earth, and the sea, just to prove a point that he delights in you. Adonijah can build all the chariots. Adonijah can have all the resources. But Solomon is going to sit at home, had no single chariot, had no system of campaigning, but he's going to ride on the mule of his father to the place where he will be crowned. That is lost to many people. You are going to see signs and wonders in 2023. In 2 Samuel 22, God will only do this for those he delights in. He will do it for those he delights in. He will move the heavens, he will move the earth. He will even stir up the sea just to prove a point that he delights in you. May God delight in you. When he cried out to God and he heard in his temple in verse 7, then the earth shook and trembled. The foundations of heaven, come on, heaven has foundations. Come on. The foundations of heaven is talking about the pillars, invisible pillars that hold the sky where it is and you can't see it. You don't believe that? You don't believe heaven has pillars? Read the book of Psalms. You see that it has pillars, but you can't see it. Now look at this hall. Can you see pillars? Huh? If man can build this without a pillar, how about God? We are created in its image and after his likeness. Every pillar that should hold this is underneath. It's not within. It's not blocking anybody's view. It shook the earth and it trembled. The foundations of heaven quaked and was shaken because he was angry. Why was he angry? One of his sons was being tormented. One of his servants was being afflicted. Smoke went up from his nostrils, not just breath, smoke. And devouring fire from his mouth. Coals were kindled by it. This is now Ogun, the God of thunder. This is Almighty God. He bowed the heavens also and came down with darkness under his feet. He rode upon a cherub and flew, and he was seen upon the wings of the wind. Can you fly on the wings of the wind? He made darkness canopies around him, dark waters and thick clouds of the skies. From the brightness before him, coals of fire were kindled. The Lord thundered from heaven, and the Most High uttered his voice. He sent out arrows and scattered them, lightning bolts, and he vanquished them. Then the channels of the sea were seen. Can you imagine? He moved the heavens and the earth. Now he's opening up the channels of the sea. The foundations of the world were uncovered. At the rebuke of the Lord, at the blast of the breath of his nostrils, he sent from above. He took me. First, he demonstrated his power to let you know who he is. Then he took me, he drew me out of many waters. He delivered me from my strong enemy, from those who hated me, for they were too strong for me. They confronted me in the day of my calamity, but the Lord was my support. He also brought me out into a broad place. He delivered me because he delighted in me. Now, wait. Why did I read all this long story for you? To show you that it was by revelation that David could capture this. By revelation, God was revealing to him, David, I want you to see what I can do. And he began to see things in heaven, things on earth, things under the sea. He saw power demonstration. And he said, that's who I am to you. I delight in you, I will deliver you. If I have to move heaven for your sake, if I have to move the earth for your sake, if I have to open the channels of the sea for your sake, because I delight in you, I will preserve you, I'll protect you, I'll deliver you. Can I hear amen? Amen. That can only come by revelation. This is not poetry. It was not being poetic. He saw and was writing down what God would do on behalf of those he delights in. May God Almighty delight in you. In the mighty name of Jesus. Look, I don't know where I will be today if God does not delight in me. Where do I start from? You don't know my story, really. You think you do because you have heard some. There have been excruciating things I've gone through, and the Lord will come through. And I just say, I'm still here. I've not changed. I've not moved. We are still going to go together. I've made a promise to you. I will fulfill it. He is a performer of everything that comes out of his mouth. You think you are the one going to perform it? No, don't try to help God. Don't come in between him and his process. Just go through the process and your progress will manifest to all. Can I hear amen? In course number 3, David was halfway through his training. He was halfway through his training. You know, GSS 1, GSS 2. By the time you're getting to GSS 3, you're halfway. Okay? He was halfway through his training, and he had at this stage obtained some rewards in the course of his training, and he itemized these rewards in his interim testimonial. There was a report card. It was a report sheet. He had gone through some tests and trials, and now it was being given midway a testimonial, a report sheet for how much he has learned. And now I said to Elder Wale, when I asked, is David righteous? He said, no. I said, you eat your word when we get there. And this is the time to eat your word. And don't let your wife make any joke. She doesn't know any better. She wants to laugh. When I pick on you, she's laughing. I'll pick on you too. In 2 Samuel, this is where we are spending the rest of the time today. 2 Samuel chapter 22, verse 1 to 28. 2 Samuel 22, 21 to 28. Here goes David, after God had rescued him and demonstrated his ability and his power to preserve, to protect, and to deliver his own, after he had seen by revelation, not by information, by revelation, after it was revealed to him what God is able to do to those who serve him and those who are loyal to him. Then he said, the Lord rewarded me according to my... You are not reading, elder. The Lord rewarded me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands. He has recompensed me. Stop there. I'm coming back. Give me 2 Corinthians chapter 7. Therefore, having these promises, beloved, let us cleanse how? Who is going to do it? When you go through process, you gain ability to cleanse yourself. Let us cleanse ourselves from all filthiness of the flesh and spirit, perfecting holiness in the fear of God. I'll come back here and teach. Open your hearts to us. We have wronged no one. We have corrupted no one. We have cheated no one. Who is speaking here? Paul has wronged no one. Paul has corrupted no one. Paul has cheated no one. Maybe there were widows whose husbands he had killed. He had jailed. He said, open your hearts. We have wronged no one. We have corrupted no one. We have cheated no one. You are talking about Saul and Paul. I'm a new creation. You don't know me. You are here to meet me. Except you open your heart. You look at my downrise and up and down in life and say, this one can't make it. People say that about me. They are the ones not making it. But I have a message to deliver. Go back to 2 Samuel 22, from 21 to 20. I have an urgent message to deliver to you today. You are going to go home with joy. In the name of Jesus. The Lord rewarded me according to my righteousness, according to the cleanness of my hands. He has recompensed me. For I have kept the ways of the Lord, and have not wickedly departed from my God. For all his judgments were before me, and as for his statutes, I did not depart from them. I was also, is David blameless, righteous, and perfect? Hello? You are not talking now. You are saying yes now. Didn't I tell you eat your word? I told you so. Because you didn't know where I was going. I would have said what you said too. Because I would look at David. Said, David, Dauda. David, he lay. I was also blameless before him, and I kept myself from my iniquity. Wow. Therefore, the Lord has recompensed me according to my righteousness, according to my cleanness in his eyes. With the merciful, you will show yourself merciful. With a blameless man, you will show yourself blameless. With the pure, you will show yourself pure. And with the devious, you will show yourself shrewd. You will save the humble people, but your eyes are on the haughty, that you may bring them down. This interim report is worth our investigating. Okay? Can David be called blameless? Hello? Can we call David blameless? You are not talking. Can we call him righteous? You are not talking. Can we call him perfect? David spoke about his righteousness, his cleanness, his blamelessness, the godly attributes he acquired as a result of his being trained in righteousness, period. It's as a result of his being trained in righteousness. Can you shoot a rifle? No, because you have not been taught. Can you drive a car? Yes, because you have been taught how to. Can you swim? No. No wonder you don't have a swimming pool in your house. You see, every man is ignorant, is only in different subjects. If you start talking to me about Pythagoras' theorem now, I'll be snoring. I will sleep because I've never met Pythagoras. I don't know theorem. I managed to pass Kusat, WAEC. That's the last time I did mathematics. The rest is to calculate 2 + 2 = 4. You understand me? But someone, when they hear Pythagoras, their energy will be revived. If you've not been taught how to shoot a rifle, you won't know how to do it. But when you're trained, you know how to do some things. And his interim report has showed us now that he has gone through some training. He's become righteous. He's become perfect. He's become blameless. The training built in David 2 major capacities. Number 1, the capacity or the ability to keep the ways of the Lord. The capacity and the ability to keep the ways of the Lord. That was what the training accomplished in him. And I'm not trying to boast. When I was practicing law, I'm still a trained lawyer, but I don't practice now. If I enter court and appear before you, you know my work is done. Believe me, I'm not kidding. When I stand before and say, Tunde Bakare appears for this, sometimes the court is quiet. You know why? Because I was trained by the masters. I know where the trigger of the gun is. And I really wanted to go back into practice, but God burnt my library. So I learned my lessons to stay calm where I am. What an amazing time we just had in the presence of God. I hope you are richly blessed. My heartfelt desire is that you may light up your word with the illumination you have just received. May the immeasurable grace of God empower you to act on what you've heard and to walk in the revealed counsel of God. Always remember that it takes a transformed life to transform a family, a society, or a nation. So let God do his work in you so that he can do his work through you. And as you proceed on this journey of destiny, remember that our ultimate destination is God. I pray that God's footprint will become your pathway and that your path will be as a shining light that shines brighter and brighter to a perfect day. This message will continue next week by God's grace. Until then, remain sandwiched between the peace of God and the God of peace. Have an amazing week. Bye for now. Shalom.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
On the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Kenneth Adumekwe, is asking the court to compel the defendant, Lambert Chukwuyere, to pay his outstanding rent and vacate his property.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presided. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Adumekwe versus Lambert. Parties for
Thank you, okay.
Welcome.
Adumekwe.
Yes, my lord.
Can you explain to me why the defendant is in court?
Uh,
I believe this is your lawyer that you wrote in your statement that is conversant with things written
Yes.
there. You are the one. Chinwedu.
Owojori, yes.
Barrister Chinwedu.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, please go ahead.
My Honor, it was 2020 when I was renovating my two-bedroom flat up. Mr. Lambert walked into me and said, "Good evening, sir." I said, "Good evening." I said, "What can I do for you?" He said, "Late Chutuku, the guy is late now. Last year, October. Send him to me." I said, "For what?" He said, "In the respect of the apartment." I said, "Okay, if Mr. Chutuku send you to me, you don't have any problem, if because of that." Then he came back the next day and said, "How much is it?" I told him, "How much is the apartment?" I said, 400. He pleaded. I said, "Okay, 350. He agreed. The following day, while they are still working on the apartment, he brought me 350,000, which I accepted. Then that 2020, there was a lot of lockdown and everything like that. And I called the hotel and said, "Look, if you are paying me 350, pay me 300. If you are paying me 450, pay me 400. Just because I witnessed everything." I left back to my base, Holland. 2021, January, February, first week of February, I called him. He said, "Month have not ended." I said, "Okay, no problem." Till I called him ending of February 2021. He said, "Send me account number." I did. I waited 2 weeks, nothing. I called him again. He said he's going for burial. I said, "Okay." He came back. I called him again. He said he's going for marriage. I said, "Okay." Tilio, I call him again. He says in front of last man. I said, okay, no problem. This is how I've been calling Mr. Lambert from 2021 January till 2022 January. Before I decided, I said, I am coming because of him. I'm ex-international, my Lord. Ex-international. So, and now, 26th of January 2022, when he saw me, he said, good evening, good morning, sir. I said, morning. I call him, I say, how far? He said, blah, blah, blah. He paid his. I said, my friend, pay my money. He brought 180 to me. I said, okay, no problem. I collected the 180. The remaining one, I asked him for God and mind. I said, you should forget about the 120, but now I need one of this 2022 February. It's here now.
You wrote off the balance of the rent.
Yes, my Lord. I said, forget it. But this one, I need it because I want to use it for something. I'm preparing to go to village and bury two of my brothers that late. So I collected the 180. I left. I came back. I asked him how far. He's telling me whether 26, the same. That was why I decided that no, we should call it off.
Lambert, so what happened?
My name is Lambert Chukuyere, and I have a wife and 2 kids, 2 daughters. I moved into same Obawale years ago. The first place I moved into was a 2-bedroom apartment. I paid close to 1 million, and I lived there for almost more than 5 years with my family. I moved out of that place because the compound was just 2-bedroom flat and 4-bedroom flat. The landlord and the lawyer are not taking care of the place. We have grasses.
They're not talking about your former tenant.
Okay.
You are in court. Wait. I'm not interested in all this long story.
Okay.
There's been alleged that you are owing rent. Okay. What I want to know is whether you're actually owing rent.
Okay, let me continue.
Are you owing rent?
I'm owing rent.
How much are you owing?
300,000.
How do you want to pay the rent? That is it.
Total package I paid was 400 and something because I paid both security and other things.
You have document to support that, to show how much you paid?
No, I don't have the document now.
You saw the way.
So when I paid, we waited for the apartment to be ready, and then we moved in. Then I've been living there. The first year, when the rent due, because of circumstances, situations, I called him and said, please, I want to pay part payment. I have half of the money. Can I pay into your account? Mr. Candice, my landlord, said no. So by then, the lawyer is already involved. So I now called the lawyer. I said, please, Mr. Candice said I should not pay the money half, that I should pay full. I said, because if I keep this money with me, I might spend it. Can I put it into your own account so that by 1 or 2 months I will balance up? She said no. So, and I kept the money with me. Lo and behold, my uncle died. I have to go for the burial. So I took out of the money because I know I have things that can give me money when I come back. I said, since they didn't collect it, I have to go and bury my uncle, and then I come back. So when I came back, I raised another money again. I said, see, Mr. Kennedy, this is what I have. Let me pay you half of this money again. He said no. The lawyer, I said, please. They said no. My sister have to wed December, and I have to travel as the first son. My father is late. So I went for the wedding. I came back for the wedding. By then, January, I came back January. That January, he came back. Then I said, this is it. I made some moves, and I raised the money. The money was supposed to be 300,000. I came I gave him 280,000. He said I should forget about the 20,000. I gave him the money cash in the shop in front of our house.
Did you collect receipts?
I didn't collect.
Always collect receipts. Do you understand?
So when I gave him the 280,000, he said, "You have tried. Forget about the 20,000." I said, "Thank you, sir." He said, "But now, you still have the second one is about to expire, which expires last February." I said, "Yes, I will try my best." So that February, I think March, was like half. To me, I was like, I just paid such a amount. I need a little space. He said, even if I can pay part of the money, I said, good, it's better for me. I said, okay, give me 1 month, 2 months. Let me start paying part of the money. Which I told him the last time I spoke with him, I said, end of this month or early first week of next month, I will pay part of the money and then clear the remaining. He accepted, but to my surprise, he was like, there's a place you have to go and sign and agree, so that he even gave me, he said, he will give me chance to maybe for like 6 months and try my best before 6 months. I should not allow the thing to get to another year again. I said, before that 6 months, you have tried, before that 6 months, I will pay. But allow me to pay part of me. He said, no problem. He said, other tenants, they used to pay like that. Earlier, he refused to collect part payment, but now he said he will collect. I said, oh, good. So my plan was, this end of the month, I will pay part of the money, 150, 200, thereabout. And then within 2 months or so, I will pay the balance, which I told him. I said, the last time we spoke, I said, don't worry, end of this month, I'm giving you money. But I'm surprised we are here today to deliberate on this.
The plaintiff, Kanes Adumekwe, rented out his property to Lambert Chukwuyere at a reduced rate. He also gave additional concession of 50,000 naira reductions in rent during COVID-19 pandemic. He alleges that the defendant has been defaulting after his first year rent ran out, giving several excuses. The defendant claims he would have paid up if the landlord was willing to receive the yearly rent in 2 installments. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
You know why you are here today? Because according to them, you've been making promises and failing from what they narrated. And you've confirmed that yourself. You went for burial, so you decided not to pay. You went for wedding, you decided to spend the money. Because it seems as if you don't really understand that the way rent is paid in Nigeria, you pay in advance. If you're a yearly tenant, you pay yearly. If you're a monthly tenant, you pay every month. When you moved in as a yearly tenant. Is that not so? Do you understand me? So, what you ought to be doing is to be paying 1 year rent in advance before the commencement of the next tenancy. Do you understand me? Because you see, you seem to have that belief that you are doing the right thing. Do you understand me very well? So, right now, you are owing. You should have paid. And, well, you said you've approached your landlord and he has agreed that you can even pay by installments, if I get you right. Is that not so?
I never agreed that with him. With how he started with me, my lord. I never agreed with him. What I said to him the first time, he said he wants to pay half. He said he wants to pay 80,000. I said, this is your first time. You just start with me. Don't start like this with me.
Lambert.
Yes.
There are 2 issues before the court. Your eviction. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you have to say about the...
Your Honor, what I have to say about the eviction is that when this eviction came, me and Mr. Kennis we spoke, because we used to speak. We spoke and he said he's retrieving, he collected it back. He retrieved it and said I should pay and go ahead and pay my rent.
No.
This is what happened.
Did you pay up?
No.
Do you understand? So that notice is just there, still valid, just waiting to be activated. You see, what I advise you, first of all, there are 3 things you have to state when you are leaving the premises. That's 1. 2, you are owing. They are entitled to take everything up front, which is claiming.
The way it is now, ma, I will pay him. Today is Friday. By Monday, I will pay him 300,000.
On Monday?
Yes.
Look at me. You are in court now. Be very careful what you say. Do you understand?
Yes.
So, Monday, you pay 300,000 naira. Stand straight.
Okay.
Monday, you pay 300,000 naira,
yes.
You said. That 300,000 naira, when would that tenancy expire? It already expired.
No.
For what period?
Can I?
Yes, come in.
The 300,000 naira he's supposed to pay, actually he's owing an outstanding 120.
Okay.
But the 300,000 naira starts reading from 1st of March.
It's 350.
You see, let me learn.
Okay, sorry.
He said he's going to pay 300,000 naira. I will come to the 350.
So from March till when?
Till February 2023.
Okay.
But the actual rent is 350,000 naira. It was because of COVID.
That he said
he
so.
Reduced
he reduced
50,000 naira.
So you now want to stand on that reduction?
Yes.
No. You see, that's a concession. You knew how much you were paying before.
Sorry.
How many landlords in Lagos? If it's true.
Your Honor,
if it's true.
Your Honor, this month, this rent that have expired now, that we're talking about now, is 300,000. But now that he came back, he told me, the next rent you're going to pay me, it will be 350.
You don't understand. When you came in, how much did you pay?
350.
I paid 350.
Wait, that is the rent of that premises.
Your Honor, if he's saying it's not what he said, and he's backing on 350, not that what he said, no problem.
That's what I'm trying to tell
Thank you.
That if he said that, and he's saying that is a misconception, I expect the 2 of you to iron it out for you to understand that. This is what you said.
Your Honor, sorry.
Okay.
If this, what I'm saying now, if we have putting it on paper.
Now I was going to come to that.
I will present it. But
that next time, I refer to a receipt now. You said you made a payment, you did not take a receipt. You went into an agreement, you did not put it into writing. Do you understand it?
Yes.
You are learning. So that in future you know how to handle such matter better. So when now your tenancy is automatically renewed until next year once it pays on Monday.
Exactly.
That is it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Monday.
Now that you say I'm going to pay 350. You know, I said I'm going to pay 300 on Monday. Now I'm paying 350. Now, can you give me till Wednesday? I paid the 350.
This marriage cannot work.
But you are the one that is renewing your marriage.
Yes, my Lord.
Yeah.
Now, you never even pregnant for me. I have started problem. Shows that it can't work. Even if you pay 400,000 tomorrow, next year is the same problem. And I don't want to be on it, my Lord.
No. What are you looking at? What do you want?
Let him.
What do you want from the court?
My Lord, let him arrange himself to go. I don't want problem. I'm an hypertensive patient.
Okay. If we're looking at that, that means he's not even entitled to pay 300,000 naira for now.
Yes.
That is it.
Yes.
But you know, getting an attorney's accommodation is not automatic either. He needs, like, if he's just hearing that for the first time, you know what I'm talking about. It needs time. And I'm not saying you should accept my suggestion. Left to me, I would have preferred that you take the rent from him for this year, but let him know that at the end of this particular tenancy, he should look for an alternative. So he will have a whole year. You have children.
Yes.
You have to look for school for the children. And I always say it's always better to look for an accommodation around. It just goes beyond him. Do you understand me? At least the children's sake and everything. So I'm suggesting you stay married for another 1 year.
My lord, even it's because of the 2 daughters
I know.
and the wife.
Said it
If
earlier.
the wife is here now, I say, I am giving you this place because of you and your 2 daughters.
It's okay. Let's conclude this matter.
Another thing, my lord, I'm sorry, please. Another thing is that if he pays me now, how am I sure next year is going to pay me?
No. You are not renewing next year. Your lawyer is there.
Okay.
He's paying for 1 year. Explain. You have 2 minutes to
I
explain
I need to bring up some things apart from I'll explain that to him. Mr. Lambert does not, even the security money is still outstanding. The cleaner,
Let her finish. You will respond.
the cleaner,
You will respond.
The cleaner's
Stand
money
straight.
is still outstanding. The reason why I forwarded the appointment letter to them was in case they have any complaint, they refer to me. They revert back to me. But he never does. As soon as Mr. Lambert, please.
He's not talking to you.
He
so
was
fine.
trying to make a gesture.
No, we'll talk later.
As soon as the very day he made payment to Mr. Kenneth, he called me immediately. The only problem I had, I told Mr. Kenneth, said, I prefer dealing directly with the tenants. I don't want the landlord to step in because they take the landlord for granted. And that is what has happened in this case. So if he's going to stay for the next, if he's giving the court the true picture of the fact that he's going to pay on Monday, I don't have a problem with that. I know what to do after he pays.
So,
Your Honor.
I want you to address that issue of...
Your Honor. Mrs.
Chinwendu.
Mrs. Chinwendu.
Owojori.
Obviously, you are lying against me.
God of mercy.
Excuse me. You are lying.
Order!
You're lying against me about security and everything. I am not owing 1 naira over those things and you don't know about it.
How do you pay?
Sorry.
How many times have I shot?
No, that is talking.
Sorry, ma.
Okay. How do you pay? How have you been paying?
We don't pay to
So how do you pay?
We pay direct.
To who?
The security men, I pay them direct.
How much do you pay to the security?
Every month, 1,000 naira.
1,000 naira.
I have the man in charge. I have his account number on my phone.
Okay.
I just pay them.
Let me see. Can you show me the evidence of...
Star.
But you have that alert. Let me have a look at that. Then about the other one, apart from security,
excuse me.
Since he came back, hold on.
Excuse me, you don't need
Since he came back, he has shut the gate twice.
For him to be able
to pay the cleaners.
My lord, you can investigate me in the
Excuse me,
compound.
ma. Sorry. On 1 or 2 occasions, I was told that we need to pay for the lady that cleans the compound. And I think that day, I was about going out. I said, okay, if I come back, I will pay. But
how much is that?
That's 2,000. Then it was 2,000 naira. I said, if I come back, or I can send the money to my wife to pay. The lady that swept the compound, the dustbin, the security man, I don't owe them.
You owe.
Now, what I want
How much do you buy?
How much am I owing?
Exactly, how much?
I have already 2 times since I came back from
How
January.
much?
How much?
How much
am I owing?
Sure.
My lord, the last one, I have to shut the gate.
How much?
Can
I think it's 1,005 or I don't know, maybe if you
I'm
have
not
paid it,
owing.
but I'm not too sure. But it's always a problem.
I'm not owing.
It's always a problem. And before we took somebody...
How much do you...
Your Honor, I'm not owing.
How much do you pay for this, for utility on monthly basis? You've mentioned 1,000 naira and another 2,000 naira.
Security?
So that's 3,000
The
naira.
total sum for every year is 36,000 naira and it's supposed to be paid alongside the rent.
So how come It was not paid along the rent. Come, did you obtain an agreement? Did you sign it?
He didn't pay for it. He didn't ever paid. And
Paid for what?
Agreement.
When I entered the compound, you were not in the scene. I didn't see you. You were not there.
Did you get you have an agreement?
Yes, I have an agreement. But let me correct her.
Wait. I'm asking you a question. You know why? In your agreement, all these things will be stated there.
Your Honor, the first time I paid my rent, I paid everything to Mr. Kenneth. I paid the security money
to his account,
to everything. He's the one that paid it.
Okay.
It was the next year, the subsequent year, that I started paying to them because
who asked you to be paying directly?
No, because he's not.
It doesn't matter.
He's no more around.
No, it doesn't matter.
He told us to be paying.
You told them to be paying directly.
He told us to pay because he's not around.
Excuse me.
There is somebody.
Let him round up.
Sorry, there is somebody in the compound, Mr. Ike. He's the one that collect the dustbin money. He's the one that collect. So we have people.
Okay, you know what?
Yeah.
You know what? You know the way that one is going to work. Lambert,
yes.
Don't worry. You say you've been paying, you are not owing.
Yes.
Right? Okay. The person that cleans the compound, how do you pay?
Every month.
Every month. So that one is 12,000 naira.
1,500 every month.
1,500 every month.
Yes.
So that's 15. Yeah.
15. Yeah.
That's 15,000 naira.
Yes, 15.
So then the other one, what's the other one?
The security, 1,000 every month.
That's 12,000 naira.
Yes.
So ordinarily that should be 27,000 naira.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Before that 2020, we all, the men, we said we have to be waking up 3 times in a week to clean the whole compound. And we are doing it. This Mr. Lambert will not come until most of the job is done. And if you come, somebody that is coming to clean will put on white stocking. When you come, he'll be making leg like this to us. That was why even the late Tuchuku, all of them, and Mr. Kanem, all of them grew angry and said, it's better we take somebody to take care of the compound.
No problem. Where we are.
Your Honor, please, thank you so much. What I want to say, the other money is 27. Eh? So if I want to pay the 50,000 on Wednesday, I will pay the 27. I'm saying it right here.
You pay everything together.
Yes, I'm saying it right here.
So that will be 77.
This is my brother. I don't have anything against
him. Treat your brother very well.
Yes, I don't have anything against me, and I know he doesn't have anything against me.
Mr. Lambert is my brother too. It's just that I'm married to a Yoruba man, so he's my brother. We are still from the board. When it comes to
that's why I said earlier we used to ramp. But all of a sudden,
my clients take top priority when it comes to.
That's the way I love it to be.
Judge Funmi helps both parties to reach amicable settlement. After the break, Judge Funmi rules.
Here's my judgment. Judgment for the plaintiff for the sum of 377,000 naira. The defendant is to pay the plaintiff the sum of 300,000 naira on 25th of April and further sum of 77,000 naira on 27th of April 2022. Judgment for the plaintiff.
All eyes.
Follow the conversation on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter.
Have you been cheated or have a dispute and want justice? Don't take laws into your hands. Log on to www.thejusticecoursed.com and submit your case.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
Now, with 8 governors from the south and 5 governors from the north, with the chairman of the Board of Trustees also from the north, and the national chairman from the north, Nigeria's main opposition political party, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, still gave its 2023 presidential ticket to a person of northern extraction. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar from the northeast geopolitical zone, Adamawa State to be precise, beat 14 other aspirants in the PDP primaries that held on the 28th and 29th of May 2022. He won those primaries with a total tally of 371 votes, defeating the first runner-up, who was the governor of Rivers State, who scored 237 votes. And on the back of those primary results, my guest today says about the primaries, quote, "The North showed that they are better political players, adopting cohesive strategy in politics where collective aspiration trumps individual ambition," end of quote. He also goes on to say that Southerners are learners in national politics and think it's about speaking, too much grammar. Political analyst Femi Ogunsanwo joins me on the program today. I wanted to start with your general overview of the PDP's presidential primaries?
PDP presidential primaries, it was a well-organized event. You have to give it to them.
Yes.
But, and the big but,
yes.
Why the emergence of His Excellency Atiku Abubakar to be their flag bearer when everybody is thinking President Muhammadu Buhari is from same northern extraction? I don't know what played out over there because I'm not a member of PDP. But generally, every Nigerian or think power should go back to the south. So the way it is, or the way I see it, PDP was only after grabbing power again. They were not thinking of building the nation. Where is the equity, fairness, and justice in what they did? And it's unfair to folks in Southeast and South-South. The two regions gave 100% to PDP from 1999. So you will expect the power to revert back to the South. So for PDP to decide going back to the North makes it, if I'm repeating myself, it means they were just after grabbing power. They are not thinking, okay, we need to have an inclusiveness in this country. So, like I said, since Iyorchia Ayu led NWC of PDP came, they've done a lot. They've reorganized. But after that, what they did with this, because everybody applauded what they did during the event, but the outcome wasn't good enough. The expectations of Nigerians.
So what about the argument that Muhammadu Buhari indeed is from the north,
yeah,
but he is the APC's northern candidate, even though yes, he is not the president of the north, he's the president of Nigeria. But the PDP, don't they have the right to legitimately see Buhari as not their own northern candidate?
Looking at what you raised, Mr. President is from the north. And PDP, as a party, they were the one that started zoning in this country. They brought it. And after President Obasanjo, he ensured that a northern politician, late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua, succeeded him. And it's been going on that way. And in 2015, when President Buhari came, it was after President Jonathan from South-South. So everybody was thinking that every party in the country, every political platform will be looking towards the South. And if you look at PDP, they have able men enough. Even the man that came second surprised many because he wasn't a leader in PDP for some time. He came into the picture maybe 2 years ago to become the leader, maybe because he was funding the party. He started funding the party. So everybody was thinking, even if you don't want to give it to Wike, yes, on Wike, there are other people. Peter Obi, who left the party recently, is actually a good candidate for them.
Former Senate President.
Former Senate President is another good one. So everybody we were all thinking they would look at the Southeast or the South-South because they supported them. They gave them 100%. I think that's the only region in this country who gave it all to PDP. So I don't know how the two regions, the geopolitical zones, will react in the next election, next year. So to me, maybe it was a false power. Maybe they made a mistake. It might come back to hurt them, to hunt them.
Okay, so you had advocated a win-win solution for the South going into the 2023 presidential election. You said if both parties, the PDP and APC, would zone to the South and have the PDP micro-zone the ticket to the Southeast and the APC micro-zone the ticket to the Southwest, it would be a win-win for the Southern region in 2023. Rationalize this for us.
Since 1999, the Southeast zone gave everything to PDP. I mean, it's only of recent that you start having. So if there's any general election, almost 90% of the votes will go to PDP. So you will expect that that zone will have it. And APC is not popular in the Southeast. So there's no reason for anybody from Southeast region to want to aspire under APC. So that was why when Governor Dave Umahi came to APC, joined less than a year ago, I thought it was a wrong move. It makes no sense. And he is such a good performer from what we heard, what we've seen in Ebonyi State. So if he had remained in PDP, he would have been a good candidate. Same with Peter Obi. And who else? Yeah, I think those two, I'm not their member, but I see them as good materials for presidency. Now, if you come back to the Southwest, we play the game of balancing in Southwest, but APC is very popular and they are supported more. So it goes without saying that it will come back to Southwest. Now, if it was micro-zoned in PDP to Southeast, and then anyone from the two I mentioned, emerged, and then anyone from Southwest, emerged. So what you have, the two major platforms squaring up in general election, you will have a Southern extraction politician becoming the next president. And it will make it, acceptable to her. But now you have Northeast with Atiku Abubakar as the flag bearer. Now APC is in a
tight spot.
Yes. They are thinking, how do we go about this? They are thinking of their own counter strategy. They have to come up with a good candidate. And to me, they still have to insist of someone from the South. Where it comes from the South, I'm not going to advocate that here today. So that was why I said it would have been a win-win if it was micro-zone in PDP to Southeast and the APC micro-zone to Southwest, because they were more popular.
Now, looking at the configuration of the aspirants for the PDP's primaries from the South, for instance, we had two governors, the governors of Rivers and Akwa Ibom, that's Wike and Emmanuel Udom. And then from the Southwest, we had a former governor of Ekiti State, Ayo Fayose, and Dele Momodu, a journalist. Did having two candidates each from those regions affect anything? Did this help the cause of the South in getting the presidential ticket?
Perhaps if Wike or Udom had stepped down for each other, they wouldn't have been splitting the votes, because Governor Udom got 38 votes. If there was only one candidate, perhaps Wike would have absorbed those 38 votes.
I think I'll look at it two ways.
Yes.
The first one, the easiest part, is just the politics. Few of them, I don't know about Dele Momodu, because he's not even a member of PDP for that long.
Yes.
I think he joined them like a year ago, and then all of a sudden you want to be presidential aspirant on a platform that nobody knows you.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know how people play their politics.
Yes.
So let's leave his own aside. Governor Fayose, the little I know, I've seen him having a very smooth and charming relationship with Governor Wike. So it might just be politics. It might just, maybe he came out to deliver Ekiti State's delegates, which obviously happened at the end of the day, because he didn't record any vote, or maybe
No, he didn't.
He didn't, yeah. So, and then the contiguous state to Ekiti is Osun, and he will be the one controlling that area as well. So he might want to deliver that place as well. So it's just politics. Why will Akwa Ibom State Governor want to contest for the same thing with the governor of Rivers State? I mean, if you pull your resources together,
Yes.
you become a force. You have the funds.
Formidable force
Yeah.
to be reckoned with.
Exactly, in the party. And people will look, and then they will want to listen to you guys. And another mistake they made, they could have used their resources to support someone like Peter Obi.
Yes.
Everybody collapsed their structures in that area. I mean, about 11 states. If all the governors in South, and Southeast did that, excluding Anambra and Ebonyi and Imo, so you have 8 states.
Yes.
I mean, you have enough, the war chest, to do what they wanted to do. So that was the mistake, to me, that I think they made. They could have come together, support one person. And that goes back to what we were saying, the initial thing that we said.
Yes.
The southern people, everybody from the south, we still don't understand how to play national politics. That's our problem. We are not able to come together. We are not able to align. I mean, the cohesive strategy was what played out. And that's where you see someone like Tambuwa. He realized that it will just be a spoiler if he goes ahead.
Yes.
So, few minutes to the commencement of the voting, he came out and then he withdrew from the race. When he came out, I was thinking he's going to declare for Wike, because they were working together. We thought they were a unit. All of a sudden, when I heard I'm stepping down and all my votes should go to Atiku Abubakar, I was like, wow, end of story. When are we going to come together? When are we going to think we are one
Yes.
in the South?
Rather than individualistic.
Yeah, which is what has been the bane.
Join us again after the break. Okay, so let's examine all the horseplay that went on at the primaries. First, there was a search before the primaries for a Northern Consensus candidate. We had former Senate President Bukola Saraki, the Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed. We also had former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, and of course, former Managing Director of FSB International, Mohammed Hayatuddin. They all got together. We saw them trying to get a consensus as a candidate from among all four. That didn't succeed.
would that be a matter of egos clashing, for example?
In most cases, it is. A lot of them,
yes,
they are big players. I mean, the people you mentioned, former vice president, former Senate president, a sitting governor, and who was FCT minister, and who played a very key role during GEJ, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan administration. So you might be thinking, why do I need to step down? But the difference is, they know how to agree, that when it goes to the crunch time, they will all collapse. I think the only man that didn't really go along is former Senate President Bukola Saraki.
Yes.
He didn't really, I mean, he contested and he got only 70. Yes. He got only 70 votes.
Yes.
But maybe he knew, because his man Friday, Senator Dino Melaye, was the agent for Atiku Abubakar. When you see that, you will think maybe there's a problem in... No, there isn't. To me, it's all politics. It might even... Maybe they've done their... I don't know.
Did you think at the point where Senator Melaye lifted Governor Tambuwal up, you know, I thought that's a signal right there for former Senate President Saraki to toe the line. You know, this man has stepped down.
Yeah.
This senator is carrying him and kind of hailing him for doing that.
For doing that.
You know,
because the votes, the entrance poll for Tambuwal, I think people were talking between 120 to 150. Nobody knows. These are figures that people were just... So if you deduct that from Atiku's votes, Atiku would have come to 250.
Yes.
Or 220 to 250.
Yes.
And if you now do addition to someone like Wike or spread everywhere, Wike would have carried the day. So that singular action of stepping down did it. Even the party chairman said, you are the hero of this convention. So everybody knew at that point that Atiku Abubakar.
So we had Mohammed Hayatuddin step down before the day of the primaries. We had Tambuwal, the Sokoto State Governor, step down just before voting started. In not stepping down, did the former Senate President, Bukola Saraki, deprive Atiku Abubakar of those critical 70 votes? And do you think he will be penalized for it in any way?
In politics, you are the winner.
Yes.
So you have to carry everybody along.
You still have to reach out.
Yeah, you still have to reach out. You are not from, Atiku Abubakar is not from North Central. And when you look at North Central, former Senate President Bukola Saraki is
it's formidable then.
So you can't toy with him, regardless of what happened during the convention. Everything that happens, it was a race. And the fittest, whoever emerged, was, I mean, we all rally around. So you can't alienate anyone because they contested against you.
Yes.
So a good politician will bring everybody together.
I want to talk about the question of the North always wanting to retain power at all costs. Everyone is talking about that, especially as a result of the former vice president emerging as the candidate now. I've looked at the Constitution, and the way the Constitution is crafted, no one can become president even if you win all the votes in one region. In fact, you need the support of the other region
to win the presidential seat. So is it possible for the North to retain power without the support of the South?
The exact thing in the Constitution states that you need to have the maximum tally, the highest vote.
Yes.
That's one. Then you need to have 25% in two-thirds. That's 24 states out of 36.
Yes.
Then plus FCT.
Yes.
But there are able people in APC as well. And then the new party that came up, NNPP.
Yes.
So they're going to divide these votes.
Okay, so what about the argument that, I want to craft this properly, yes. The argument that no Northerner will vote for a Southern president if the APC presents one, when they have a Northern candidate in the PDP.
I think it's a fallacy. I think people that said that, maybe they didn't know what happened in '93. MK Abiola ran under SDP and he contested against Bashiru Tofa under NRC. Bashiru Tofa is from Kano. Kano has the largest vote in Nigeria.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, he actually trounced him in that state. SDP won, was beaten. So it depends. Sincerity of purpose. If people are ready that power must shift to South, then the players in the North will do their best to give whoever becomes APC flag bearer
from the South.
From the South. So saying, oh, because we have a northern candidate from Northeast region, or because they've never...
Northeast has never had it before.
Yeah, so it means we have to give it to them now. It doesn't play out that way.
All right. Now, I want us to talk about money for delegates, because that has been a major issue. I don't know if you've seen videos of people buying cars with their delegates' money that they made. Will it ever stop? And I'm saying, if indeed it happened. I'm using if indeed it happened because we saw EFCC operatives at MKO Abiola Stadium on that day.
Yeah.
We saw them accosting people with huge Ghana must go bags, but we have no information that anyone was arrested, either distributing money or anyone arrested with any sums of money.
Yeah.
So do you think there will come a time when we will not have to give delegates money?
I think that's the best thing to happen to our democracy.
Yes.
We are currently in a nascent democracy. It's building, and people are being sensitized enough. So by the time we keep doing what we're doing, we'll get to a stage. And from people's reaction, we all knew that people were alarmed with what happened during the convention.
Yes.
But the EFCC part, I will address it. Number one, there was no economic crime committed.
There.
Yeah.
So giving money for votes is not a crime?
For EFCC to hurt, there must be a petition. So who petitioned them that money was exchanged in hands?
Yes.
Secondly, we don't have any proof. I mean, if you want to charge anyone to court, there must be a proof.
Yes.
You must prove it beyond reasonable doubt.
Yes.
So where is the crime? They came with only 775 or so delegates.
Yes.
That's one per local government. Let's say they came with 3. We are looking at about 2,000 and 2,300 thereabout. What about if the statutory delegates were added?
Included.
you'll be looking at 6,000, 7,000 people. How can you do that? It will be unimaginable to give $15,000, $20,000 to 6,000 delegates. That's, you are looking at close to 20,600. That's $12 million. I mean, if you do that, or am I right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
it's crazy.
It's crazy. So we can't go on. We can't sustain it. It's unsustainable.
Yes. Join us again after the break. So welcome back. Now we're still on the question of the Southeast region. They've been consistent with the People's Democratic Party, very loyal to the PDP over all these years. Yet, at a time that it should have been zoned to the south and micro-zoned to the southeast, as you said, they've got zilch, nothing. Yet, many of them still did not vote for their own. I mean, we had former Senate President Pius Ayim with 14 votes. We had Sam Onwabua with 1 vote. I know that there were not only 15 Southeast delegates at that primaries. So, you know, doesn't this dent the allegation of marginalization of the region? I mean, they had 2 options there. If the region felt or feels that it is marginalized, I would have thought that would have been an opportunity to vote for their own.
I think the way they play their game, people find it difficult to trust them enough. Then the cohesion in Southeast is a bit absent. Organization as well is, they can't come together and get themselves organized.
Yes.
And with that, people will not trust you. You wouldn't want somebody from Northeast to be advocating for you.
Yes.
And you don't expect a Yoruba man to start or agitating for you. You have to do it yourself.
Yeah.
And you have to show everybody that you want to be recognized.
Yes.
You want to be respected.
What about the point they make saying the ticket should be given to the zone? People say power is not served a la carte, you know, but they seem to think that it's fair game to concede it to them.
I've never heard in politics where power is given to you. You take it.
Yes.
You go for it. And how do you go for it? You negotiate. You judge. And you come under, let's use that same phrase, under one umbrella.
Yes.
Identify a very good candidate. Support him or her. Put all your resources together. So, if they want it, I don't know about 2023, they have a figure who is now in Labour Party. But what he will achieve in Labour Party, I'm trying to understand, or how he's going to
maneuver
and then achievable.
Yes.
I don't see it.
Yes.
But maybe he knows better than me. But politics is not on social media and online.
Yes.
It's right there at the grassroots.
The call on the national chairman, now reading the papers today, they're calling for him to resign. Some groups are saying, you know, he wasn't neutral. I think that statement he made to the Sokoto governor, Tambuwal, calling him the hero of the convention. People, supporters of River State Governor Wike, saying they expected the national chairman of the party to be neutral. And I thought, isn't that being naive, expecting that neutrality?
The statement he uttered was the day after I mean, there was a winner already.
Yes.
So if I'm now saying you are the MVP or you are the hero, I mean, that was just like...
After the fact.
Yeah, after the fact. So it's not anything. I mean, they were neutral enough during the contest.
Yes.
So the people that were raising this, I think, I will call them sore losers. That's the word I will use, because there's no reason to raise that. If you want to raise something else, if you're saying he should resign, legitimately, I think he has to. Because you can't have a party chairman from North Central, from Benue State, and then you have the flag bearer from Northeast region. He has never, I mean, from my own little experience of what I've seen, I've been following politics right from when I was young.
In my introduction, I talked about even the chairman of the board of trustees too is from the north.
It's from the north. I mean, how does that play out? I mean, the board of trustees is just like a
administrative body.
Yeah. But the critical one is the head of the NWC, and you cannot have the party flag bearer and
the national chairman.
And I think when he emerged, he made mention of something like that.
Yes.
That he will resign if a northerner becomes becomes the party flag bearer. So if the people saying he has to resign, they need to come up with solid argument. You don't need to be emotional. Being emotive makes you look infantile.
In 2013, the Northern Elders Forum wanted the North to have the ticket, and I remember that they berated former President Goodluck Jonathan, you know, for coming out to contest in 2015. Now, after 8 years of President Buhari, the Northern Elders Forum is still saying the North again, which means 16 unbroken years of a northern president. You've talked about equity, justice, fair play, and all that. Can you in any way rationalize why they think it should go to the North again?
The Northern Elders Forum,
NEF, yes.
Most of them are not political players. They are just stakeholders in the North. Many of them are technocrats.
Yes.
And I think they reckon they need to have the political power. Because there's no other justification for their argument.
Yes.
And probably they were thinking the economic power of the nation resides in the South. The commercial one is in Lagos or the Southwest. And then the mainstay of the economy is in South-South. And then the Southeast people are the entrepreneurs.
Enterprising.
Yeah, very enterprising. So maybe that was their reason.
Yes.
But when elders come up with such argument, you wonder, will it be fair? What are they really thinking? That someone from the North is about to finish, regardless of the platform where it came from.
Yes.
President Muhammadu Buhari is president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's not for APC. So when PDP came up with the argument, they've not really gotten much from the North in PDP.
Yes.
That the only man that was president, late Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. That's not the time. The moment you become the president, you are for the nation.
Yes.
So it's not for the ethnic region anymore. So what NEF is saying, I mean, they are just talking ember of discord. People will not be happy in the South that a northerner will want to be there. I think he said he will be there for 4 years.
Yes.
Whether 4 years or 8 years, That's a straight 12 or 16 years.
Yes.
In the north, I don't know. That's why I said I don't see folks in the APC who are in the north that they want to be outside of the picture for the next 8 years. I mean, so if PDP can be there for 16 good years, what stops them from doing the same? So I believe they will come up, they will all rally together, both the northern people in APC and then folks in south,
yes,
and then ensure victory for APC. So what NEF is saying is not how to build a nation, where unity should be the watchword.
And if we're talking unity,
yeah,
what does that, how do we look at it now? If your party, the APC, chooses a southern person, the PDP has obviously chosen a northern person.
Yeah.
Don't you think it's very divisive that it's like north versus south? This is not like in 1999 when it was all south, or in 2050 when it was all north. This will be the first time the two regions are actually eyeballing each other. You know, how isn't that going to cause more rancor, more divisiveness in our polity?
It won't bring any rancor.
Right.
Politicians knows how to talk, they know how to judge. Their posturings online, TV, interviews is different from when they get behind closed door.
When they meet in real life.
Yeah, they have to look at, okay, what do we want for this country? What do we really want to achieve? So that would be the overriding factor, that we need not stoke the ember of discord just because some people, and if you look at it, the people in NEF, they might not even belong to any of the parties. And I know few of them, or we've heard few of them.
Yes.
And I don't think they are card-carrying members of either APC or PDP or Labour or... So they are just agitators, or they are just trying to make themselves relevant in the polity. So I think they should be kind of ignored.
Will religion play any role? You know, people are talking about a Muslim ticket. There's speculation that, you know, if it goes to the south, in your party, APC, a northern Christian running mate won't work, won't be, the north will not have it. So is religion going to play any role in this election?
It will, in a way. In 93.
Yes.
So let me go back before I come to present. In 93, we had a Muslim ticket. Nigeria was peaceful. It wasn't fractured the way it is now.
No.
So it's unfortunate that we are at this crossroad now. And this came about because of statements of political leaders. Because this religion becoming a factor started in 99. It wasn't that pronounced in 99. Well, by 2003, the agitations started.
Yes.
And then people started saying things from religion. And I think, I want to say this. This is just my personal opinion. I think the introduction of the Sharia got us to this point. I'm not saying it's wrong.
Yes.
I don't have any reason to condemn anything. But the last time we had an election before 99 was 93. And the man who was adjudged to be the winner of that election is a Yoruba Muslim, or was a Yoruba Muslim. And his VP nominee is from Borno in Northeast. And their campaign was successful. They won a free, fair election.
Yes.
And in this same Nigeria, nobody, none of us, we didn't look at it that, oh, he's a Muslim from Yoruba land, and the vice is a Muslim from the north. Then Bashiru Tofa from the north picked either Nwodo or someone like, I can't pick the name now, a Christian from Southeast, and they were trounced, they were beaten, they were defeated. So that factor didn't play out in 93. But when we go to 99, okay, it's fair enough, or it's normal to have, we don't have to go that route again of Muslim ticket again to repeat it. So Obasanjo picked someone from Northeast again to be his vice.
Yes.
And the same thing with the other party. At the end of the day, the moment we started talking about religion coming to become a major discourse or a national discourse, then we started losing it. And that's where we are now. That it's one of the major factors. But maybe one of the parties might want to change the narrative again.
Yes.
And look at competence, capability, and who can do it. Maybe a Southerner who is a Muslim might emerge. I don't know. I think there are two of them. Or
yes.
Yeah. And then they pick somebody from the north who is a Muslim, or they look for somebody who is a Christian. I'm not from the north. I don't know why the Christian north. Because I knew that Abiola tried to pick Pascal Bafia from Adamawa, and it didn't work. So, and I'm sure there's few northerners who are Christians, who are national players as well, that can be that if.
Yes.
Then, if in Southwest we pick a Christian, it will be very easy to pick a Muslim North to be the VP nominee. So it's unfortunate. That would be my conclusion on that. That we have to focus on religion, not what people can bring to the table, what they can do for the nation.
Yes.
So hopefully things will improve in the future.
Well, I can't have you here as a member of the APC and not talk about Mr. President. A quick word before you all elect your candidate on Monday, June the 6th. I was saying on my Egbon Jimmy Jesus program that anyone who thinks this president will not have a say in who his successor will be, or has no interest in who his successor will be, must have another thing coming, because political science students will tell you that one of the successes of any president is in grooming a successor and preparing somebody to actually take over after you leave office. You know, and I've read you also saying that a lot of people underrated President Buhari. I've given two reasons why. First, a lot of people believed the narrative that he was not educated, and a lot of people also believed the narrative that he had absolutely no interest in politics. In fact, in 2015, when he first came in, there was this talk that he would focus on governance, and the former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju, would be doing the politicking, you know. So what are your thoughts on that, on this belief by some people, you know, that the president has no interest in who his successor will be?
I always laugh. Nigerians are a hilarious bunch of people. You see, you have a leader leading a nation of 200 million people, and you say he doesn't know what he's doing. I'm not talking about governance now. I'm not talking about leadership now. I'm talking about politics and what plays out. Looking for a successor is all about politics. And I have this belief, I always say it, military intelligence trumps civilian brilliance. Some people will disagree. I don't care. But my little experience, when you relate with military personnel, their intelligence, they don't have to be brilliant academically.
Yes.
But they were taught, they were trained in subterfuge. So if you have such training,
yes,
it's different from the fact that you went to university and
you have a master's degree
and PhD in whatever. I mean, look at what is happening today. People say the man, but they underrated him. But I think they found out right now that he shouldn't. They made that mistake. I think the ideal thing for them was to engage him, give him that honor as the leader of the party. Saying there's another national leader is a slight on his position. People might say, why is he talking this way? I've been a critic of this administration when it comes to governance.
Yes.
But I'm very objective in nature. I will say it as it is. I don't say things because I want people to look at me and say, oh, he's saying this because he wants to be recognized, or no. The national leader of APC is the president of the country.
In fact and in law.
Yes. So why will someone, yes, you did your best, and you didn't do it because you are being altruistic. You did it because you wanted your party to be at the national stage, to become, and you all focused. And I remember what we were saying then in 2012, 2013, yes. 12 million votes of Muhammadu Buhari, and then if you had few bits and pieces
from the southwest,
and from everywhere, it will become, and that was what played out. He got about 15 million votes, and he became the president.
Yes.
Now, so because somebody is in Lagos, you supported him, and you support in every way, which everybody will be grateful for. But you don't undermine the role of the president. So I'm not blaming him, or I'm not blaming anyone. I'm only saying, I think that was where the departure started from. I wouldn't like it.
If you're president and they're calling somebody else the national leader of the party.
I will feel slighted. And nobody in this world wants to be underrated.
Yes.
No one. Even your kids, you can't talk to them anyhow. Or you can't treat them anyhow. How much more when you have someone? Give him that honor, and you get everything you want from him. Now, we have seen, people say he's not, but the whole country is in suspense now. He's out of the country. We are waiting for him to be back. He left a message and he jumped on the plane to go to Spain. Last week, he did the same thing. Went to Malabo, and he didn't even say anything. And everybody started getting, I mean, the jitters were there. People become, oh, where is he? Why did he? So if you are saying he's not
the national leader of the party,
and you are worried that he's not around, then what are you saying? It makes no sense what people are saying. So to me, the man has shown, and is showing, and he did one singular thing.
Yeah.
my own assessment of what he did. The last NEC meeting, you know, the NEC
Yes.
is, I mean, you have conglomerates of, or a collection of stakeholders. So he said, take the power of NEC and give it to NWC, headed by the chairman of the party.
Yes.
And the chairman of the party will now be reporting to him directly. So what he has done is a technical thing. That's subterfuge. That I don't want you to report to anybody.
But me.
But me. But a lot of people didn't see it. And you said, this man is not politically smart. And you are underrating him. Anyway.
I look forward to the APC primaries.
Yeah, we don't know what will happen, but they are talking about consensus. So one of them will surely come out. But what I've seen, it will be a win-win for the party if they don't fritter resources unduly.
Yes.
If they don't waste their money. They wasted enough already. And when they were doing it, I was one of the few people that said, are you sure that the party is not going for consensus? Because we had a little bit of
rancor there.
Yeah. No, I mean, we heard that it might be a consensus a long time ago. It's not just now. That the president might want to decide who will be his successor.
Yes.
And he has done it now. He has told everybody. And everybody has to tell.
And those who say that it's illegal, the consensus is illegal, are they forgetting that it is in the party's constitution and in the electoral act too, for that matter?
I think a lot of people love to just hyperventilate online. People just come up with their opinion. They don't even know what the law says. They don't even know what is in the constitution. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, not to talk of the Constitution of APC.
Yes.
But right there, in 2014, when the NWC of APC came about, we did affirmation. There was no election. It was a consensus. Everybody that emerged, there was no contest. Oyegun didn't contest against anybody. People aspired, but I don't know if you followed it then. We were supposed to start early enough on that very day.
Yes.
But nobody came out because they were locked
in negotiations.
Yeah, and they started negotiating. So Oyegun came from ACN, the secretary, Mai Malabuni. I think I was there when somebody was saying it 12 hours before the convention that's your next secretary. I was somewhere. So there was no contest at all. Then the treasurer came from Kano State under new PDP.
Yes.
I think Commissioner for Finance under Rabiu Kwakwanso. Then, so you can see that affirmation or consensus arrangement has always been in APC constitution. So when people now come and say it's illegitimate, obviously they don't know what they're saying. They don't know what they're talking about. So they just being emotional.
Well, thank you very much for spending an hour with me today, Mr. Ogunson. It's been a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to be here.
And thank you for watching. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games, Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment on winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
On Plus TV News Now tonight, many dead as terrorists attack Catholic Church in Owo. Crash kills 11 returning from dowry ceremony in Kenya. And 6 dead in Philadelphia in latest U.S. mass shootings. Good evening, I am Justin Akadonye and this is the news now. Now, suspected terrorists have blown up St. Francis Catholic Church in Owo, the headquarters of Owo local government area of Ondo State. Now, emerging reports suggest that many worshippers have died and several others have been left injured following the explosion at the church, which is situated close to the palace of the Olowo of Owo. As at the time of filing this report, the authorities were yet to give a detailed statement regarding the development. The police expected to give a brief within the hour.
They just here to kill, not to do anything. They just here to kill. So the casualty that happened today, there are more than 50. Children were too much. The adults too, they are there. So it was very Black Sunday. And what happened now that is making us that to see that what is going to happen in 2023 election that is coming up. Because this thing they are doing now is giving us a sign that now they will be telling everybody to come and vote and vote and vote and vote. Look at what happened. Everyday kidnapping, hijacking, you will be coming from all the way from Lagos, going to this, there's no security.
When I take my Ogbonge eye, see them, when I don't use glass, it is not what that I can be able to say, I can go back home and say, I want to eat. It's a very great pity for us in this Ondo state, in Governor state, in Governor Arakwe,
Meanwhile, the governor of Ondo State, Rotimi Akeredolu, has lamented the attack on St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo. He described the attack as a calculated assault on the people. He also vowed to hunt down the masterminds of the assault. The governor commiserated with the people, particularly families of those who lost their lives. He urged them to remain calm and be vigilant. In the same vein, the former governor of the state, Dr. Olusegun Mimiko, has condemned the gunmen attack on unarmed worshippers at St. Francis Church. Mimiko said the Owo massacre is a condemnable act and it assaults humanity. The former governor also called on the state government to take immediate action to mobilize all available healthcare assets to Owo and, if need be, call for assistance from neighboring states. Now, the State Commissioner of Police in Ondo State, Oyediran Oyeyemi, has ordered immediate deployment of armed and specialized policemen to the area to restore normalcy and fortify the entire community. The CP equally ordered forensic investigation into the attack to ascertain the actual and remote causes of the attack. Also, President Muhammad Buhari has condemned the heinous killing of worshippers on Sunday at St. Francis Catholic Church in Ondo State. The president said only wicked and devilish people could have conceived and carried out such dastardly act. According to him, eternal sorrow awaits them both on earth here and ultimately in the hereafter. Buhari mourns the death, condoled with the families, the Catholic Church and the government of Ondo State. He charged emergency agencies to swing into action and bring succor to the wounded. Now, more reactions are trailing the attack in Owo in Ondo State. The Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, who condemned the killing, said the federal government will continue to stand against evil. Also joining in the condemnation is the Christian Association of Nigeria, which described the killings of the innocent worshippers as raw persecution. Now, the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Catriona Laing, while reacting to the incident via Twitter, condemned the attack and extended her sympathies to the victims and their families. In other news now, less than 24 hours to the All Progressives Congress presidential primary, the Federal Capital Territory Commissioner of Police, Babaji Sunday, has approved massive deployment of officers in and around the city to ensure a hitch-free event. Now, the Eagle Square venue of the APC primary, according to the police, will also witness tight security. The CP said deployment is also characterized by heavy visibility policing, as would be witnessed at the various traffic control points to aid the free flow of traffic, stop and search, vehicular and full patrol, among many others. The Deputy Commissioner of Oyo State, Rauf Olaniyo, has dumped the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and moved to the All Progressives Congress, the APC. Olaniyo made this known during a press conference in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. He said he remains the Deputy Governor of the state, explaining that his defection does not affect the relationship between him and Governor Seyi Makinde. There had been a frosty relationship between the governor, Seyi Makinde, and his former deputy, Olaniyo, a few months after their inauguration in 2019. The National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party has announced that the presentation of certificates of return to the governor or the party's governorship candidates will hold on Tuesday. This was contained in a statement by the party's National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologunagba, on Sunday. The statement noted that the presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, will be present at the ceremony. Now, the founder of the One Love family, Sadhguru Maharaji, has frowned at the alleged vote buying for delegates of the leading political parties in the cause of choosing a presidential candidate in the upcoming general elections. Now, the cleric said it shows lack of patriotism and exhibits high level of corruption, selfish nature of African political class. Now, speaking during the press conference, Maharaji warned that persistent vote buying will produce more corrupt leaders, as they will always find a way to recoup money spent during campaigns. Now, the founder, while speaking on the emergence of the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, warns that power must return to the South. He urged both leading political parties to field candidates from the South in the forthcoming elections.
We don't need prophecy to get a leader. from the leader. We know those who can do so. The best we can do now is to screen them first. Let all of them go to EFCC. Let them account. Give us their banking account, the businesses they have done, how much is there, and what has been the role they played in the last 40, 50 years. Not somebody who is a central bank governor say you want to go into politics.
Now straight now to Adamawa State, where the chapter of the Christian Association of Nigerian Youth has charged the youth, especially Christians, to shun violence and be registered into all political parties ahead of the general elections next year. State chairman of the youth wing of Yowikan, Reverend Gabriel Shaw, gave the charge during the second quarter 2022 Congress of the Association in Yola, the state capital. According to him, their duty as Christian youth is to be ambassadors of Christ by illuminating light and godliness in party activities, as these will promote peaceful coexistence. The chairman called on the youths to revalidate their voter cards and vote based on individual competence instead of party affiliation.
To call on Adamawa youth, particularly Yowikan member, to register and be member of all political parties. Yowikan will not condone any act of violence exhibited by some miscreant. Therefore, our presence in those parties will illuminate the light and show godliness in the party activities of Adamawa State. Yowikan will not tolerate any religious, tribal, ethnic, and any form of act that promotes sentiment. We shall equally desist from supporting one political party. Our criteria in electing our leaders come 2023 general election is competence, and in profile of said candidate, regardless of his or her political party affiliation or religion. We therefore must show all form of division in the interest of peace and progress of Adamawa State. At 2023 election is fast approaching. I want to call on Adamawa youth, particularly the Yowikan member, to revalidate their voters card, and for those that are up to voting age, 18 years, to please go to the newly INEC office to obtain their card, as that is the only channel that will allow you to exercise your franchise and vote.
And away from party politics, President Muhammadu Buhari has joined Christians and leaders all over the world and beyond to celebrate with the founder and general superintendent of the Deeper Life Christian Ministry, Pastor William Folorunsho Kumuyi, on his 81st birthday today. President Buhari extolled him for his dedication to soul winning, preaching of the gospel, and counseling, which has transformed many lives and left an indelible mark on the growth of the nation. The president noted the contributions of the Deeper Life Christian Ministry, which started as Bible study group by Pastor Kumuyi, who was then a lecturer, to the spiritual and moral development of the country, with testimonies in education, health, roads, water supply, and provision of scholarships to the less privileged. The President Muhammadu Buhari has also congratulated renowned songwriter, producer, instrumentalist, and singer Bongos Ikwe on his 80th birthday. The President joined family, friends, and fans all over the world to celebrate with the iconic performer, whose voice keeps serenading for more than 40 years. According to the President, the multi-talented artist holds a special place in Nigeria's music history, starting out with the Cubana Boys, Unibello Brothers, and Bongos Ikwe and the Groovies. He added that the artist had released songs that remained evergreen, like Still Searching, Amen, What's Gonna Be Is Gonna Be, and Cockcrow at Dawn, with philosophical messages that touched on love, kindness, loyalty, unity, peace, and togetherness, as the songwriter and musician turned an octogenarian. By the end of the century, 1 billion students in primary and secondary schools will be in Africa, and the present infrastructures are inefficient, hence the need to improve on them. Now, these came up on the sidelines of the 5th EdFest Catalyst 2022, which brought stakeholders to discuss learning outcomes with thought leaders in the industry. Details in this report. While technology has transformed most industries, the same is yet to be said in education from this part of the world. Before COVID-19, investment in EdTech had mostly focused on deploying devices and connectivity without much regard to their use by teachers and students for learning. As these thought leaders converge in this hall, they seek to prefer tech and non-tech related solutions to these challenges. The panelists, drawn from Nigeria, Ghana and Kenya, judge on pertinent questions on why it is important to prioritize learning outcomes in Africa. They feel the continent is only playing catch-up since COVID-19. They also make specific mention of the curriculum, which is not preparing students for the global stage.
Our responsibility is not that the system is broken, but we as educators are not challenging ourselves to accommodate the needs of those we're teaching. And it comes down to the fact that we're not curious as educators, we're not ready to change our mindset, we don't understand that play is also about education. We have been brought up to think that if you're not a lawyer or a doctor, you're not successful.
It can be done, it is doable. And in Kenya, we've just done a massive overhaul of the education curricula to embed IT right from the youngest age, to embed 21st century skills right from the young age, and we've changed the philosophy against which the education curriculum is anchored.
Now, I'm sat here for a very long time. Nigeria hasn't done that. By research standard, you are supposed to revise your curriculum every 5 years. Okay? Now, the argument for curriculum change has always been that either we are behind the learning or there's no new technology that needs to be learned. There's new change in society that we need to respond to.
The organizers say they are building technology infrastructure to stand as a robust alternative to the learning journey. It is also an interactive session as attendees are engaged on what they need to do should there be another public health challenge, as well as how to be ready for the global stage.
We realize that having worked with schools for several years, there are a number of issues and challenges, contemporary and strategic challenges that the school experience, which technology have been able to solve some of these challenges to some extent. But the ones that technology cannot solve, we bring our speakers together to discuss on these issues actionably so that solutions can be created and the school owners and teachers seated here can go back to the schools, public schools, government schools across Africa to implement some of these solutions.
The government need to provide subsidies to these schools. If the school cannot fund the use of the digital platform, the government should be more proactive in subsidizing service and software purchase.
Nigerians are innately smart because when they go outside the shores, they outperform the environment where they are. But what we are lacking is that we're not teaching the foundations. We're not teaching people to be globally ready. We're concentrating so much on academics rather than skills you need to survive.
Participants charge governments across Africa on the need to realize that the future is based on education, and there is an urgent need to invest more in it.
Data tells us that.
Now, the United States Consulate has hosted a graduation ceremony to celebrate the accomplishment of 17 young Nigerians who formed the 2021 cohort of the Carrington Youth Fellowship Initiative. The consulate said that the 17 fellows aged between 21 and 35 were selected through a competitive process, adding that the cohort was the first graduating class since the passing of Ambassador Walter Carrington. It said the fellows implemented social service projects focused on health, education, civil liberties, environment, and economic empowerment during the 12-month-long fellowship. Now, Stephen Ibeli, Public Affairs Officer at the consulate, commended the graduating fellows for their selfless service and commitment to the values championed by the late Carrington, a former U.S. ambassador to Nigeria, after whom the initiative was named. In a few days, commercial motorcycles, popularly called Okada, are no longer applying some restricted areas in the state. This is not the first time the Lagos state has placed a ban on the activities of Okada riders, but its implementation has not been effective. Our correspondent, Ngozi Ika takes a look at the renewed order and its effectiveness.
In Lagos,
Commercial motorcycles, popularly called Okada, is an important means of transportation for residents. The reason is not far-fetched. The heavy and frustrating gridlock experience on most routes across the states. Over time, there have been complaints by commuters about the reckless attitudes of some riders, which has resulted in accidents leading to deaths and lifetime injuries. Some of these riders have been accused of aiding and abetting crimes due to their quick and easy movement, while some other disobey traffic lights. The Lagos state government in the past years has ruled out laws banning the ride in some areas of the state. In 2006, under the Bola Tinubu government, Okada riders were banned from operating between 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. every day. In 2012, the Lagos state government under the Babatunde Fashola administration placed a total ban on Okada riders on the Ikeja axis of the state. Same thing in 2017 under the Akinwumi Ambode administration. The state government announced ban on Okada activities on major highways, bridges and roads. And under the Babajide Sanwo-Olu's administration in 2020, the government banned Okada from plying 40 bridges and flyovers across the state. The ban seems not to have been able to get commercial bikers off restricted areas. Recently, a young man and father of two was killed and set ablaze by an Okada rider over a disagreement. This made citizens take to social media to call for the total ban of Okada riders in the state. Residents of Lekki Phase 1, where the incident occurred, staged a protest against Okada riding in the area.
The government has called for the ban for the 1st of June 2022. But we, the residents of Lekki Phase 1, cannot risk the lives of all residents and have the Okadas running free in our neighborhood.
I want to say thank you to the governor for being proactive again by banning Okada, because he did 2 years ago and you still see them on the streets. Now he's banned them, and I'm sure this will be with a very strong conviction that he has to do it. And we want to appeal to him to enforce it this time around so that we don't keep losing our children on the roads.
Do you know in this estate we used to take walks? We are a lot of people are sports enthusiasts. We go to jog, we go to exercise ourselves early morning, late in the evenings. And we visit ATMs, we visit banks, we visit all this. Do you know in the evenings you can't do any of this? Because you are scared. You are scared of your lives. So these Okada men they've done a lot of harm. So it is high time the government really come out and partner with us and enforce this ban, because government has actually banned them. This third ban you're hearing now is the second ban. It is double ban.
In a recent order, the Lagos state renewed its ban on Okada business, which will take effect from the 1st of June.
All of the licenses will be effective from the 1st of June. This is the first banning that we're going to be embarking on, so that others know that in a short while, it's either to get out or for something else to do.
Days to the effective date of the ban, commercial motorcyclists are having a field day in Ajah area of the state.
They can still allow them on their streets, but on the main road, they should ban them. They should just go.
I don't want Okada to be banned because they have helped a lot, actually. You know, in a situation whereby you want to go to a place and you need to be fast, you just enter a bike and go to the place rather than enter motorway, because you have to wait till the thing full before you can move.
I don't think it should be banned because I actually use them for work in the morning when I go to work, and also in the evening when I go to work I use them. So if there's no bike, so what do I use as transport means?
That's the fastest means of transportation for the citizen, because once there is traffic and you have to get to work before 8, you have to try all possible means to meet up with the time, so they don't have to ban bike.
I will advise the government, let them try and bring people who are educated, like from secondary, and employ them. They will be sensible. But when you bring Jagobon, Yoruba illiterate, Hausa illiterate, Igbo illiterate, they don't know anything
about the express.
I can stay without with government. But the road that remain without no expressway, they can still apply. At least it has time then give them to be closing. They can still apply other way apart from the express.
The riders appeal to the government to rethink the ban.
All of us we see here now, they don't want thief. Because this work where they see so, now they make to survive ourselves. First thing, because the government say they don't want back again, they affect all of, even a passenger where they enter back, then they affect them. Because of everybody where they see now, they get their own family to feed. Government no provide another alternative for us. Gather day for this work where they see so, they no see work to work. They no see work for this country. But the thing where government is to say about the issue, say may provide another alternative for us before they ban us.
What they want us to do now, they want to ban the Okada. I have family. I have 2 kids and wife. Making 3. I'm feeding them with this work that I'm doing. Okay, well, okay, if they say they will ban the Okada now, which work they want to provide for us?
Okada. Now I tell they feed my family now. Somebody like me now, I have like 4 pikin, 2 girl, 2 boy. Now wait till I tell they pay them school fees. I don't get under work again. When push me now, which work I do again? I don't get work. I don't serve thief. I don't serve do anything. Only Okada now they do now.
We see they apologize or we they beg the state government. Oh, I beg make them forgive us. Oh, because we like this, some people they don't have any other thing doing in Lagos. And the Okada they pay them. Some people have family and they sponsor their family with bike. So we don't have anything. I beg. That's our only reason with us. So.
Okada ban in Lagos State has lingered for years without effect. The coming days will expose the effectiveness or otherwise of the government's ban order on Okada businesses from restricted areas. Ngazika, Ohaichasi, Plus TV News.
Now, the Lagos State government says about 5,000 motorcycles have been crushed in the first quarter of this year. Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, made this known at the crushing site in Elausa. He said the 5,000 bikes which were crushed showed how serious the government is in its enforcement. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun tells us more.
Here are over 2,000 motorcycles, also known as Okadas, being crushed by the Lagos State government. It goes to show the seriousness that the state government attaches to ensuring that the state is rid of Okadas and its menace.
Commissioner for Information, Gbenga Omotosho, and Transport Commissioner, Dr. Frederick Oladende, walked journalists through the crushing site to witness the destruction of the motorbikes.
People have been wondering what we've been doing with the Okadas that have been taken out of town. So for you to see what we have been doing with them, this is why we invited you here today. I'm happy you have seen the way they have been crushed.
Mr. Omotosho says that the government had to take the enforcement seriously due to the excesses of the riders and the alarming rate of road accidents recorded this year alone.
In the first 4 months of this year, we had 1,712 Okada accidents. Of these, 700 of road accidents. Of the 1,712, 767 were due to Okada.
Omotosho, however, called on riders securing through the state ultramodern transport schemes to get actively engaged. Commissioner for Transportation, Frederick Oladende, urged residents to remain calm and obey traffic laws as alternative means of transportation have been provided.
We're putting more high-capacity buses on the road. The government is working around the clock to make sure that our rail system is working. We've increased the number of boats on our waterways, and they should just be calm and move about their daily business.
Chairman of Lagos State Task Force says there is no going back on the enforcement.
We don't see Okadas on the road, on the express any longer. The number has drastically reduced. But I know for sure, and I'm passing this information to them because they are watching us. They might be of the belief that the first 1 week of the enforcement will be thorough. After 1 week, we are going to relax. Anyway, we will watch and see. But I'm passing this message to them that from next week, we will do more intense enforcement.
With the recent pronouncement and a continued enforcement on the ban, Lagosians hope is not short-lived so that the sanity is sustained. From Lagos.
Away from transportation matters now, the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has intercepted large drug consignments and arrested some suspects in connection to several seizures made in Lagos and Abuja airports. The Director, Media and Advocacy of the NDLEA, Femi Babafemi, said this in a statement in Abuja. He said that several attempts by agents of drug cartels to break through the security at Nigeria's main airports in Lagos and Abuja with large consignment of assorted illicit substances were thwarted by the NDLEA operatives. Still ahead, Lesotho government calls on South Africa to help protect citizens. Our details when we return to join us again.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Welcome back now to other parts of Africa. At least 11 people have been killed in central Kenya when the minibus they were traveling in overturned. Now, police in Kitui County say the victims, who were related to each other, were returning from a dowry payment ceremony during the night. Now, the police say hired minibus was carrying more than the legal maximum of 14 passengers. The driver, who is suspected of speeding, left the scene of the crash. Meantime, Kenya's Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has cleared Deputy President William Ruto to run for the country's presidency in the upcoming election this August. Considered an early front-runner, Ruto used the occasion to criticize what he believes to be unfair treatment by the Kenyan media. On Sunday, the same commission declared veteran opposition leader Raila Odinga a candidate. Odinga is the flag bearer for the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition.
We want to request our friends in the further state, the media, we want to request them to be fair. So far, we have been treated unfairly.
Now, the government of Lesotho says more needs to be done to protect its citizens working in South Africa after hundreds of them were displaced during clashes with the local population. A spokesman, Likopo Mahasa, said Lesotho, which is surrounded by South Africa, wanted to find a solution for the employment of seasonal farm workers. Last week, more than 400 Lesotho nationals were displaced during fighting with residents in the town of Hanke in the Eastern Cape. 100 of them subsequently left South Africa. Now, the Democratic Republic of Congo's Inspector General of Finance, IGF, has revealed that numerous irregularities in the management of the state-owned mining company, Gécamines, has caused the loss of hundreds of millions of dollars.
An investigation by Congo's top financial watchdog has accused state mining company Gécamines of impropriety, which it says has cost the country hundreds of millions of dollars, according to a report released Saturday. The audit focused on the company's books from 2010 to 2020. During that time, Gécamines was headed by Albert Yuma, a close associate of former President Joseph Kabila. Yuma was removed last December by President Felix Tshisekedi. In one of the grim discoveries, auditors say that more than $400 million in tax advances and loans the company said it made to the state treasury could not be traced. The report accuses executives of pocketing undue benefits. According to the report, Jeka Mines generated $2 billion between 2010 and 2020, but nearly 80% of that was spent on management bonuses and snacks. Congo's mining sector has been rocked by numerous scandals. Israeli billionaire Dan Gatla, seen here speaking in a pre-recorded video message, is accused of having made a fortune on buying and selling mining assets using his closeness to Kabila. The U.S. has since sanctioned Gatla. Congo is Africa's top producer of copper and the world's leading miner of cobalt, which is used in electric car batteries. State miner Jeka Mines holds minority stakes in several of the world's largest copper and cobalt projects, including Glencore's Kamoto Copper Company mine and the Tenke Fungurume mine run by China Moly. The auditors say they uncovered irregularities in the transfer of mining assets and lack of transparency in the signing of contracts. Critics say Congo's mineral wealth has not benefited.
The Malian singer Salif Keita says his country has to do more to protect albinos. He said the situation of albinos must be better known throughout the world. Keita explained that the defense of the cause of albinos requires more support on all forms in order to be able to deter those involved in inhuman treatment. The singer said this year alone 5 albinos were sacrificed in Mali, and it is even more serious during election time.
When you're born with albinism, it means you're born with health and social problems. They are stigmatized, persecuted, and sacrificed. We need to have allies.
And moving outside the continent, now 4 days of celebrations to mark Queen Elizabeth's 70 years on the throne concluded on Sunday. The celebrations began on Thursday with a military parade, a Royal Air Force flypast, and the lighting of beacons across Britain and the world, with tens of thousands of people joining the festivities. Now, standing next to his great-grandmother, the Queen, Prince Louis IV, was spotted covering his ears during the flypast on the balcony of Buckingham Palace on Thursday. Now, Prince Harry and his wife Meghan made their first public appearance together in Britain since quitting royal duties 2 years ago. They joined the royal family at a Thanksgiving service on Friday for Queen Elizabeth, who did not attend. The Queen has missed several Jubilee events because of episodic mobility problems. Prince Charles, who is 73, paid a personal tribute to his mother at the pop concert out at Buckingham Palace on Saturday night. Now, people watched the concert from big screens set up around Buckingham Palace and danced waving British flags. Charles and his wife Camilla attended a Jubilee lunch at London's Oval Cricket Ground on Sunday, the main event of a series of big Jubilee lunches that were held across Britain with an estimated 16,000 street parties. Now, police say a mass shooting in Philadelphia has left at least 3 people dead and 11 others wounded. This is the latest case of gun violence in the United States after recent massacres in Texas, New York and Oklahoma, where dozens died. Multiple shooters opened fire in Philadelphia's busy South Street area, which has multiple bars and restaurants, around midnight on Saturday. Officials say 2 men and a woman were killed. A surveillance video from the shooting showed people on a crowded street running in panic in the closing moments of the 22-second clip, presumably after gunshots were fired. The clip had no audio. Now, Reuters was able to verify the video using geolocation. Now, Pope Francis has prayed for peace in Ukraine, asking national leaders not to bring humanity to ruin and to start real negotiations. Francis said 100 days since the start of the armed aggression against Ukraine, the nightmare of war, which is the negation of God's dream, has again fallen over humanity. The Ukraine war has forced the Vatican to carry out a delicate diplomatic balancing act, several times offering to mediate an end to the conflict. Now, several times Francis implicitly criticized Russian President Vladimir Putin over the invasion, but without naming him. He also has used terms such as unjustified aggression and invasion and has lamented atrocities against civilians. Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida says North Korea's missile launches, which happened earlier in the day, cannot be tolerated. North Korea fired 8 short-range ballistic missiles towards the sea off its east coast on Sunday, a day after South Korea and the United States ended joint military drills. Kishida told reporters that the North Korea's actions cannot be tolerated. According to Japan's defense ministry, at least one missile had a variable trajectory, which indicated it could maneuver to evade missile defenses. In recent weeks, North Korea has test-fired a range of missiles, including its largest intercontinental ballistic missile. The firefighters have worked for a second day to extinguish a massive blaze that killed at least 49 people at a container depot in southeast Bangladesh, the latest incident highlighting the country's poor industrial safety track record. Officials say the fire that also injured more than 200 broke out at a shipping container facility on Saturday night at Sitakunda, 40 kilometers from the port city of Chittagong, triggering a huge blast and multiple container explosions. Chemical-filled containers were still exploding on Sunday as firefighters attempted to douse the fire, and officials said the army had joined the mission. Now, drone footage showed thick columns of smoke and rows of burnt-out containers. Up next in the news now, World Bank ranks Lagos ports poorly amid collapse in cargo diversion. And that's in business news. After this quick break, stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
And in business news, the World Bank has ranked Lagos Port as 358 out of 370 ports assessed globally, according to the latest Container Port Performance Index 2021 report. The assessment was on ports with a minimum of 20 valid port call within the 12-month period of the study. Based on the assessment, the two top-ranked container ports in the CPPI 2021 are King Abdullah Port, Saudi Arabia, and the Port of Salalah, Oman. In the forward to the report, the Washington-based bank highlighted some of the consequences of poor-performing ports, which include scarcity, inflation, slower growth, unemployment, and high international trading costs. Barrage Operators Association of Nigeria BON says it's targeting an annual contribution of $3 billion to the nation's gross domestic product for 2022. The national president of BON, Bumi Olumeku, said these in an interview in Lagos. He also said that the group was making plans to start lifting liquid cargoes to West African countries. Olumeku, however, blamed insecurity as one of the reasons operators were still finding it difficult to move cargoes through the barrage to other parts of the country. Mercedes-Benz is recalling almost 1 million older cars from around the world due to possible problems with the brake booster. The company said models of the ML, GL, BR164 and R-Class BR251 series produced between 2004 and 2015 are affected. It said that it had found that in some of those vehicles, the function of the brake boosters could be affected by advanced corrosion and joint areas of the housing. Mercedes-Benz is starting the recall immediately, according to reports. British Transport Minister Grant Shapps says the government would work hard with the aviation industry to avoid a repeat of cars at the airport last week as passengers face lengthy delays and cancellations of hundreds of flights in airports across Europe and have struggled to cope with post-pandemic rebound in demand. But British airports have been particularly hit by major disruption over the past weeks. Schools were on half-term break and country also had a long public holiday weekend to mark Queen Elizabeth's 70th years on the throne. And that's it on Business News. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Bopo. The news continues.
And away from business, reports will now join our entertainment news desk for more stories.
Actor Akinani says he had prayed very hard in order to pull off the role of Samuel Obalolo in the movie Man of God. In one of the first scenes in the movie, he acted as the Afrobeat legend Fela Aníkúlápó Kuti. He said, "I did not have an idea of how hard it will be to pull off acting as Fela. I did a couple of tricks to pull that off, and that's what we started with." The first sequence of shoots where the Fela sings, a lot of prayer went into it as well. The actor also maintained that he rarely gets advances from female fans. The lawyer for Amber Heard said she believes that the jury in the defamation case brought against the actress by her ex-husband Johnny Depp was confused and had plans to appeal the verdict. Heard's attorney Ellen Charlson said an enormous amount of evidence that would have helped Heard's case was suppressed during the trial. She also said the jury ruled in Depp's favor on each of his claims in part because he had the advantages of wealth, power and fame. The jury awarded Depp $10 million in compensatory damages and $5 million in punitive damages. Alec Baldwin insists he will be owed an apology after the district attorney releases a report on the fatal shooting on Ross set. The actor made the statement as he continues to speak out about his apparent innocence in the shooting tragedy that saw a firearm in his hand kill cinematographer Elner Ochens. No one has been charged in relation to the shooting, which happened in October. Elner's family has filed a lawsuit against Baldwin and other members of Roast alleging reckless behavior and cost-cutting led to a death. Colombian international music star Shakira and Barcelona defender Gerard Piqué have announced they are officially separated after 12 years of being together. The celebrity stars confirmed they are no longer together in a joint statement issued by the singer's communication agency. They also requested for privacy in handling the situation as, according to them, the welfare of their children is their priority. The statement comes days after several reports emerged that Pique cheated on Shakira.
In entertainment news, wraps it for us on the news now. But just before we go, the big news again. We told you that many are feared dead as terrorists attacked Catholic Church in Owo in Ondo State. As the crashes killed 11 returning from Dari ceremony in Kenya. Now 6 people have died in Philadelphia in latest U.S. mass shootings. And that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.